Chapter 376, Flag Set. Someone's red flag comment the night before had definitely been at fault for this morning, Karl decided. He hadn't even gotten to have a morning coffee, much less breakfast, when the alarm sounded with the additional urgent tone that said hill giants were attacking and closing quickly. Everyone was headed out at the same moment, running across the camp, or riding on the beasts to save time. A lot of time in the case of Lotus and Ray, who had just realized that she could continually shadow step with an attached cleric, as long as Lotus didn't fall off. The basic requirement for shadow step was that at least half of your body had to be in the shadows. Most rogues accomplished that with a swirl of their cloak. Ray accomplished it either with earth magic or with Lotus, cloak billowing across her back. It worked out splendidly for them, and they were in place within seconds, shocking the elites who were already in place. Only, it wasn't the same group they were used to. Their shift was mostly there, but both of the other shifts had been cut by over half and replaced with regular infantry, guided by white robes from the church. Lotus realized immediately why that would be. They had Ray here now, and Karl was getting very close to advancing. So they didn't need as many strong elites on the right flank anymore. They did get Bob and Doug as permanent additions, as far as Lotus could tell, as they were still headed in her direction, and Morgana was coming as well. But there were far more white robes in the pike line than she remembered. Lotus waved happily at the nervous soldiers, who calmed a bit upon seeing the strange duo behind their ranks. Everyone had heard the rumors, and if they had a royal rank beast with them, then they should be fine, no matter what was coming. Karl arrived 30 seconds later, to a smug smile from Ray and Lotus, and a warm welcome from the other elites who were eager to see the new and improved Ray in action. Karl jogged in front of the line and turned back to address the new arrivals. "I see plenty of fresh faces in the line today, so this should be easy. I need everyone to raise their shields," Karl called out. Those who could hear him responded immediately, and Karl split Earth Shield over 50 tall metal kite shields, giving them all a layer of royal rank earth magic. Then he repeated the task as he jogged down the line to the end of their sector, where another team's defensive magic took over. "Perfect. That should take the first few hits for you. Just trust in your shields and keep your pikes up to halt the charge," he shouted. "Sir, yes, sir." The soldiers responded in unison. Tessa and the others on Thor arrived soon after. The war cleric assessed the enhanced shields with a trained eye and then cast her combat buffs, bringing the telltale golden glow to the pikes and the armor of the soldiers and elites on the front line. It was only a small change from the usual routine, adding Karl enhancing the shields, easily completed before the hill giants were in range. Hawk could see them, though. They were charging forward, and there was a large group of commanders coming toward the right flank, the same sort of tactic that Karl and his team used to take down royal rank giants in the past. If they were as good at assassination techniques as the humans were, Karl would be concerned, but an extra 20 commanders wasn't a huge deal. They were more than a little short on teachers as well, Karl noticed. The 3 with his team were the only ones assigned to this whole section, when normally there would be at least 6 or 7. Then one last team came jogging their way, gun-blue armor highlighting the white of their church robes. Like Bob, they were all heavily armored warriors, and like Bob, they all had magnificently ridiculous helmets on. "Princess Ray, commanders, we have been sent here by the clergy to ensure your safety. Special Forces Team 808 reporting." The man in the lead position announced. There were 3 men and 2 women in the team, all nearly identically dressed, or perhaps one was an exceptionally slender male. It was hard to tell with the robes and the practical armor, but one was clearly female, as her chest plate's curve made it very evident that she required additional clearance. "What is your specialty? We will get you placed," Karl replied while Ray strutted about in joy. They had addressed her first. Not only that, but they had called her princess. These were obviously the elite of the elite, with their impeccable judgment and refined tastes. "We are all magical knights, commander-rank mages trained in heavy combat," the team leader informed them. Dana gave them a curious look, and the woman on the right flank lifted her visor to give her a wink. "Why would you train mages in heavy combat?" Dana asked curiously. "We've got the best barriers, we've got offensive magic, but what is the weakness of the average mage? They're squishy and don't do well in close combat. Our training negates that disadvantage. Would you like to learn it? I read in your file that you have a nullification barrier, and an advanced barrier skill is one of the application requirements to be considered for a placement." The Special Forces woman replied, "Hey, no stealing my Dana mage, but I do agree it could be useful to her to learn your techniques," Karl replied half-jokingly. "Then watch and learn. The first thing will be learning the sword, which takes time, but we have a cheat for that if you're serious about learning. You can decide after the battle whether you want to try." The woman replied, ignoring Karl to talk to Dana. The sound of hill giant war horns sounded in the distance. and Karl saw a group of 30 commanders break off, moving further from the flank and separating themselves from the main charge. "That looks like they're challenging you." 100%, Bob noted. "Yeah, I suppose that we should go give them what for. Ray, why don't you show off your stone throwing here while the golems come with us? Small stones at high speed should either break or stop the incoming boulders," Karl suggested. "Anti-aircraft spider," Ray replied, confused. "Anti-aircraft spider? Then you can stab whatever makes it to the lines," Karl confirmed. Karl led the group out from the flank, accompanied by the Special Forces team, to add some numbers to their 8-person squad. With the golems, it was 15, which was a nice round number. Half of what the enemy had sent, and enough that they could hold a defensive formation. The Special Forces team moved to the front, and Karl watched as they extended their blades into long-bladed spears with the spell. That was a handy ability, and it gave them the additional reach that they needed to fight a target as large as the hill giants. Karl brought up his full suite of buffs, causing Thor and the golems to surge in size while increasing in speed. "On my mark," Karl called as he prepared. Earth shield on the last few shields, as well as Thor's head, and added 5 layers of flaming body to his maul. Using his enhanced strength, he lunged forward over the heads of the magical knights and shattered the club of his targeted hill giant. The maul was still moving forward, and Karl reactivated the spell stack as he slammed the oversized hammer down on the giant's shoulder. The hill giant crumpled to his knees, and the spider golems leapt into action, starting toward the back flanks of the attackers. Before Karl had even landed, the knights were in combat. They had used a movement skill much like the spellblades did to compensate for their lack of supernatural strength, and their blades were a blur as the spears tore into the giants. Thor charged beside Karl as he rode the wounded giant to the ground before using Rend to slice its neck open with a wave of his hand. Then it was on to the next one, as the warriors pushed forward, and Dana's spells whistled overhead. The knights were using mage spells, Karl could see, but they were using them at point-blank range, as a counterpoint to their weapon attacks. It was an incredibly aggressive fighting style for a defensive warrior, but their enhanced speed was making it work. Chapter 377, Fighting Blind. Morgana's corruption spell was rotting away the attackers and slowing their movements, while a sudden blizzard turned everything more than 20 meters away to a wall of white. That might be a lot for humans, but for the hill giants, who were all over 5 meters tall, it made actually fighting more than a little problematic. They could only see what was happening to the fighters closest to them, and those further away were blurry, making it hard to pick out the targets. Karl caught on quickly and equipped his furry white cloak, causing the outline of his form to appear blurry in the snow as he continued his assault. The Special Forces team were already in white, but the change made Bob stand out even more in his silver and black attire. Fireballs shot up from totems placed on the ground to the side of the group, where the giants would have to expose their flanks or backs to get rid of them, and Remy slithered out to wait between Lotus and Dana while she fired her, chain lightning, and alternated locations for her totems. Surge attack, the Knights' leader announced as they moved in unison to retreat within the team's formation. Karl wasn't sure what that meant, but he brought up a lattice of earth shield as a dome over the elites anyhow. A barrage of boulders slammed into the stone, which shimmered with magic as the knights added their shields to the mix, and then the stone crumbled, allowing the boulders to bounce off the magical shields. Karl didn't wait for the barrage to finish. He switched to his blade and moved back into the fray, slicing into the giants as the golems kept up their attack speed. They were so nimble that the hill giants hadn't managed to actually kill them, or even seriously injure them yet, despite trying to surround them. The increase in combat power shouldn't have been all that large, Karl thought, but Ray had gained a level, and that increased the bonus from the buff she got from Karl. Those buffs passed along to the golems, and it was definitely noticeable. They also seemed to be a bit smarter than they were before, and their techniques were evolving. They were not just attacking, but they were also darting between legs, climbing up armor to jump between targets, and generally acting more like spiders. They were not just a menace, but a nuisance, frustrating the hill giants with their erratic movements and their tactics that seemed to have no rhyme or reason. A spider's primary goal was not to deal maximum damage at all times, as the golems had been doing before. A spider's primary goal was to not get squished. A spider's primary goal was not to deal maximum damage at all times, as the golems had been doing before. A spider's primary goal was to not get squished. Don't put your webs where they will get directly rained on, and don't get squished on your way to the food. That was the spider way. So they crawled from target to another, stabbing, biting, and occasionally even killing. Karl thought that the total damage they were doing wasn't any lower, but the chaos that they caused among the hill giants was much higher now. He couldn't even blame them. A giant spider with razor blades for legs running under your groin or crawling up your back had to be nerve-wracking. Isn't he afraid of anything? Karl heard one of the knights asking as they rejoined the battle. Certainly not the hill giants, that is for certain. Dana laughed. The knights laughed as they surged forward around Karl to engage the hill giants. Most of the giants were already wounded and bleeding profusely from the lacerate, enhanced wounds inflicted by the spider golems. Fighting against the unconventional tactics of the elites was forcing the hill giants to get creative with their magic. Just like Karl had done on the pike-line shields, they were reinforcing their armor with barriers that forced everyone to aim for the joints, which couldn't be armored over with an inflexible layer of stone. It was slowing the casualties, but the hill giants were slowing with pain and blood loss that was faster than they could heal. Karl switched back to his maul. If they were going to put up barriers to frustrate the arrows, he would just have to use his handy-dandy barrier removal tool. A giant went flying off into the blizzard as Karl's hit struck the center of a giant's chest, shattering the commander rank barrier and the armor plating behind it with a stacked chain lightning attack that spread through the remnants of the force. The blizzard tore at every barrier and bit of exposed flesh, slowing the giants even as the lightning burned through their nerves. The hill giants were losing the battle, and they hadn't even realized yet that they were being corralled. The spider golems had moved to the back, while the knights went left, and Ophelia joined Bob on the right. None of them could see far enough to realize that they no longer had any way out, and their instructions to each other were directly contradictory, as every giant was facing a different direction. Dana and Morgana cut down the two in front of Karl, and when he advanced, he found himself in the middle of the giant's circle, with every back to him. A maul strike to the back of a skull set him up to leap across to another unprotected head, then a third swing down onto a shoulder, causing a third giant's axe to fall to the ground and leaving it defenseless. "Remy, you can end the snowstorm, they're all dead," Karl announced once nothing was moving, and he could see all of his team's melee fighters. The blizzard faded, and they were treated to the spectacle of Ray in full anti-projectile mode, shooting down every boulder within 100 meters of her position. Not even the anti-aircraft guns were that effective, and her small stones were hitting the larger stones hard enough to drop them to the ground short of the pike line, while the ascended rank boulders shattered outright. She was standing on top of a plinth of stone, clear for everyone to see, and taunting the hill giants, whose ranged offensive had been completely nullified on this flank. "Has she always been that dramatic?" one of the knights asked. Lotus giggled and Doug rolled his eyes. "You haven't seen anything yet. Just wait until she really gets rolling. Right now is like the preview to Ray being dramatic." Tessa nodded. "You weren't here for the day that she strung up and crucified a royal rank hill giant to taunt the rest of the army into attacking, were you? That was dramatic. Or the day that she sent the spider golems through the ascended rank giants, maiming hundreds of them in 15 minutes without killing anyone." The male knight nodded. "Got it. Ray likes to make a statement. Are any of the others quite so fond of attention?" Karl looked back at where Thor was getting his head ridge scratched by Tessa and Doug. "Yes and no. Thor loves attention. All the attention all the time, but not in a dramatic way. He's just a people person." Lotus nodded in agreement. "A lightning Cero is a pack animal, and he doesn't like being separated from his makeshift pack. Thor is definitely the cuddliest personality in the group." Chapter 378. "Are you done showing off?" Karl turned the group toward the rest of the hill giants, which were forming up for a charge on the humans now that Ray had blocked their boulder barrage. They weren't going to sit and wait for the humans to compile a full attack force like the last time they were here. So they charged, but so did Karl, which forced the end of the line to turn and face him instead of the pike line. He could feel the power building in the air as he attacked, but Karl dismissed it as something that the hill giants were working on. If he could kill enough of them, the group spell would collapse, and that would be the end of it. With haste activated, Karl left the rest of the group behind, except for the spider golems, which accompanied him into the hill giant lines. The trio hacked limbs off the ascended giants and left them wounded as they headed for the commanders. It was the same tactic that the spider golems had used, but plus Karl, and the hill giants still had no good answer for it. They threw up spikes of stone, but they moved too slowly, and Karl either stepped around them or cut them down as he passed by. They threw stones, but ascended rank attacks only bounced off his barriers if they even hit their target. The rest of the group was shouting something, but Karl couldn't make it out over the sound of combat. They were close, and his peripheral vision said they were holding their own with nobody injured. He would just slow down a bit and let them regroup. Then Ray was beside Karl, adding a fourth member to their team, and making him jog to keep up with the tide of casualties caused by the trio of spiders. "You couldn't hold back any more, could you?" Karl laughed. "They stopped throwing rocks. In the distance, the hill giants broke and ran as another group charged forward of the line. It looked like Karl's aggressive tactics were rubbing off on some of the other commanders, and the hill giants were not happy about it. But even though the hill giants were retreating, the sense of growing power around Karl wasn't subsiding. "Karl, stay exactly where you are and don't move," one of the magic knights warned. Karl stopped, wondering if he had triggered some sort of magical trap, maybe a landmine. But when he did, he saw what the others had been trying to warn him about while he was fighting. There was a swirling in the air, a distortion caused by some sort of magic, and it wasn't anything that he recognized. The effect was beginning to condense, making it impossible to see out of the distortion, but from Hawk's information, he knew that there was a small group of commander-ranked giants rushing their way. Even if he was trapped in this spot for a second, the golems could handle that in under a minute. Then, reality seemed to twist, and Karl felt like he was falling, being thrown through a void that none of his enhanced senses could penetrate, a space where even time didn't seem to exist. Then it all stopped, and he found himself looking at his own image standing in front of him, perfectly lifelike, but frozen in time. "Welcome to the first advancement trial. Please select your desired reward," appeared in the air over the mannequin of himself. It was creepy. The image even had the small tear in his white cloak and the fresh blood that he had gotten during the fight. 6 boxes appeared on the ground around his image, 3 of them silver with diamonds, 2 larger golden boxes studded with rubies, and 1 tiny closed chest made of rich purple crystal. That one was wrapped in black chains that gave off a soft shadow, as if actively restraining the contents of the chest. Karl circled the ring of chests to see his options. The 3 silver chests all contained simply bound skill books sitting face down on stacks of coins. The golden chests both had multiple ornate skill books with their spines up, so Karl could read them. Divine Nullification Barrier, Titanic Wrath, Tectonic Shift, Rebirth. Each of the spell books was an upgraded version of a spell that either one of his beasts or someone in the group specialized in. Under the books were bundles wrapped in cloth and hints of golden coins and gems. There had to be a catch. Nobody would choose a lower reward without an excellent reason, so why give the choice? Karl got the sense that he was being watched as he stepped up to the last box. It was pretty, but tiny. What could it contain that needed to be chained up like that? He definitely shouldn't want that reward. He didn't even know what was in the box. But if he didn't know what was in the box, it could be anything, right? The announcement overhead said that this was called the first advancement trial. So the rewards should be related to improving the power of the system and advancing his skills. Which made it seem a bit odd that the rewards didn't seem to be for him. They were mostly for his group members. Perhaps he was choosing for everyone on the team. Trials and dungeons were supposed to be grand group adventures, where everyone got rewards, but they were done as a team. Karl had never heard of them listing rewards in advance, but most of the real information was classified, and what was spread was rumors and bard stories. If he was choosing for the whole group, then none of the chests was perfect as an option. 5 of them didn't contain enough for everyone to get an equal share, while the last one had unknown contents. Is there some sort of guide? Can I learn if I'm picking for everyone or just for myself? Karl asked, speaking aloud in the strange staging area, but nothing answered. Well, there wasn't anything else to go on in here, so Karl closed his eyes and focused on the mental flame in the void, as Brother Chen had taught him to meditate and clear his mind. Once he was certain he was thinking clearly, Karl opened his eyes again and examined the boxes once more before rubbing his dragon scale pendant for luck and touching the purple crystal chest. Choose Tier 3 difficulty for epic rank reward. YN. The words in the air helped set Karl's mind at ease. Perhaps the rewards weren't a direct choice, but a representation of what you might get upon completion. That meant that there were 3 difficulty levels to the test, and this should be the highest. Yes. Beginning stage 1 epic rank individual trial. The scene changed again, and Karl was standing on what looked like the battlefield that he had just left. Only both armies were gone, and it was just him plus his beasts. Thor stomped around the battlefield, happy to be returned to Karl's side after an extended stay in the void, while Ray quickly summoned her golems and prepared for a fight. Randomly showing up in new places had to mean a fight. It wasn't like she needed to be rescued, so it must be a reward for being the killiest. I don't think that is a word, Karl informed her. It should be Chapter 379, First Advancement Trial. Trial starts in 5 seconds. In the distance, the battlefield began to change, and a horde of violet-skinned demons formed, with one massive 4-armed leader standing among them. I wonder if they taste good, Hawk wondered. The small ones are kind of skinny. I might be able to eat them in one piece, Remy agreed. They were only 1.5 meters tall, half her length, so in theory it might be possible, but even then, that would be a huge object for a snake her size to try to get in their mouth. The demons were already in motion. and they were insanely fast, nearly twice as fast as the haste-enhanced spider golems. Karl quietly cursed and wondered why he had picked the epic difficulty. That trial announcement wasn't kidding. If he defeated this group, it was going to be epic, and it was only stage 1. Karl was about to issue orders when suddenly the largest demon appeared in front of him, all 4 arms swinging blades at him. He brought up Earth Shield as a wall of stone and jumped backwards as the blades cut deep into the obstacle. A kick from the demon shattered the damaged barrier, and it came after him again. "Ray, send the golems to assist me while the rest of you take care of the little things," Karl instructed. Remy climbed up on Thor's back to take Tessa's usual spot and began to hurl chain lightning into the crowd. The small demons scorched black with the damage, and when Hawk sent his fireballs after the lightning, multiple demons died, stumbling and falling face down as their momentum carried them forward. "We've got this," Thor declared, confident that they could keep the large numbers away from the leader. "Yeah, boss. We will fry the purple food, while you argue with the guy who thinks he can be as stabby as Ray." Remy agreed. Karl spun his blade, parrying a round of attacks as the spider golems attacked. One landed a solid hit on a shoulder, but the other took a blade across a leg for minor damage. Then pain seared through Karl's arm, and Hawk screeched in annoyance. "The damage spreads. If it hits one of us, it hits everyone," the bird complained. That was the most brutally overpowered skill that Karl had ever heard of. Area attacks were bad enough, but they usually spread their damage across a large area, doing a little to many targets. This skill appeared to deal full damage, from a sword strike to everything nearby. The big demon smiled as it realized that Karl understood the effect of its skill, then launched a flurry of attacks at him, just aiming to do a little damage with every blade, not to land a single hit kill. It didn't have to. If it wounded him a little bit every time, it would wear the whole team down. The demon was double-jointed, and it could attack behind its back nearly as well as towards its front, leaving it with a minimal blind spot and no real defenseless side for the golems to take advantage of. But refreshing lightning helped Karl's team heal, and the damage was already fading. 4 more strikes made their way past Karl's defense in the next 2 seconds, and he realized that refreshing lightning wouldn't be enough for long. Skill points, 11. That was enough to get something, Karl hoped. There were attack skills, but that wouldn't help much in the race to defeat this insane demon, and they might be too expensive. Defensive skills, 10 points. Erects a barrier over the caster or targeted beast. Bestial regeneration. Increases the target's healing rate, the level of a Tier 1 regenerating beast. Points. Refresh. Constantly restores stamina. That was better than nothing. 10 points spent. Bestial regeneration. Acquired. Karl quickly cast the spell on every member of his team as he retreated, and the spider golems did their best not to take additional damage. Tier 3 defensive skill, available trollish regeneration, 20 points. Tier 3 skills activate on Beastmaster and all active beasts, if only he had the points available for that right now. Karl missed another parry, and a blade cut through both barriers to sink into his side, but the wound closed within seconds, and the pain vanished. That was much better. But Tessa was going to murder him when she saw his armor after this fight. The spider golems attacked low, aiming for the leg joints, and the demonic boss stumbled. That was Karl's opportunity. He let his blade vanish into his mind, and leapt forward to pin the demon's upper arms under his own as he wrapped his legs around its chest. The creature's face showed pure shock, and then something that was almost rage, but with a heavy dose of admiration as spider golems hammered deep holes into his back. It spat up purple blood, then tossed Karl across the battlefield with its lower arms before dropping its blades and turning on the golems. It was faster with its claws than it had been with the blades, and even if the scratches mostly weren't getting through the earth shield on the golem's limbs, it was still doing fairly steady amounts of damage. But it was also bleeding heavily from its back, and lacerate was preventing it from healing normally. Karl used every bit of his enhanced strength as he launched himself back into battle with his maul in his hands. It might be impossible to land a proper hit with the oversized weapon, but he didn't need to. Any contact would activate the layered skills, so he just needed the demon to catch the head of the weapon. Karl made his first swing, which the demon easily dodged. Then he kicked the haft of the maul, changing its direction and sending it toward the target. The demon laughed as it caught the slow-moving weapon with a black barrier over its hand. The barrier shattered as flames spread out from the maul, burning the arm to a charred husk, burned nearly down to the bone. It howled in rage as it retreated, arm hanging limp, but slowly regenerating. The demon was slowing down, but Karl didn't trust that. It had intelligence in its eyes. It could be placing a trap, looking for a sudden reversal. The golems circled behind it again, forcing the target to watch 3 directions at once, then they all attacked in unison. This time, it took 3 of its blades out so it didn't have to block Karl's weapon with its hands. But Karl stopped the strike short and hit it in the face with a cast. Chain lightning instead. The change startled the monster so much that it turned its head away, causing its block to miss. A round of attacks from the golems. That distraction cost it another arm, plus a deep slice across its throat. It was now pouring blood from both new wounds, and the demon stumbled a little as it turned to fend off the golems. That put its back to Karl, who pounded them all into its spine, leaving a deeply burnt crater in its back and causing the demon to collapse into a pile of motionless limbs. As Ray had trained them, the golems relieved the demon of its head, which immediately vanished as the scenario ended, leaving Karl standing in an empty field again. Chapter 380, Stage 2. First Advancement Trial, Stage 1 complete. Stage 2 begins in 10 seconds. Seriously, Karl muttered as he saw the notification. But the notification seemed to be serious, as the world around them was changing, morphing, into a large cavern, similar to the one where the dark elven city had been located, except that it was filled with glowing green pools of what Karl could only assume was toxic goo. This place does not look fun. Not even being green makes it look better, Thor noted. At first there didn't seem to be any opponents here at all. They were just standing in a toxic field. Then the monsters began to appear, walking up out of the glowing pools, a shambling wave of toxic sludge-covered zombies. Hawk immediately began pelting them with fireballs, while Remy brought up a blizzard, hoping to freeze them so they would stop advancing. For a moment it seemed like it was going to work, and the zombies ground to a halt before a new boss appeared in the center of the largest puddle and began to cast spells, causing the downed zombies to regenerate while summoning more of them. The boss didn't look all that impressive, just a sludge-covered zombie woman in a black dress, but the shining black eyes weren't vacant, and everyone in the group could feel the power of its magic. Those pools will be an issue. Ray, can you send the golems to deal with the boss, either kill it or lure it out into the open where we can fight it properly? Karl instructed. Ice didn't seem to kill the zombies, they just froze for a bit, and then started moving again. Setting them on fire was much more effective, whether it was fire or lightning that burned them. Once their head was destroyed, they would die, Karl noticed, right before Ray came up with a zombie hunting strategy. Firing small stones half the size of their heads caused the skulls to burst like melons and killed the zombies reliably in a single shot. They were weak, but it was beginning to look like they were endless, and they just kept coming out of the pools as the old bodies vanished. The golems reached the boss, lunging forward with their forelimbs, but the creature simply dove into a pool and appeared from another. For a split second, the golems were confused. Then they began to chase the boss around, hunting it relentlessly as it continued to run away. For a while, the game of whack-a-zombie seemed pointless. Then one of the golem's limbs managed to catch on the zombie queen's dress and throw her away from the pools. The panic was immediate, as the zombie forces turned to rush at the golems, and the zombie queen tried to make it to another pool. Ray shadow-stepped closer and surrounded the boss with a circular wall of stone, then repeatedly smashed the contents with a boulder from the top. Well, that's a bit messy, Remy noted when she realized that the spider was essentially mashing the zombie queen. Hawk, go light the remains on fire, just to be sure, Karl added. The tube was engulfed in an inferno as Hawk burned the remains, and the zombies lost their guiding force, returning to a shambling horde that was more interested in the living things at Karl's end of the instance than defending anything. First Advancement Trial, Stage 2 complete. Karl sighed in relief, as he realized that this instance had actually favored his team. If he was a warrior who had to chase the boss through the toxic sludge, or a mage who had to dodge the zombies, it would have been a nightmare. But being able to control the zombies while the golems hunted the boss made it a relatively painless experience. For some time the instant change, and Karl just waited. A bit of time to recover between fights seemed like the reasonable thing for a trial to provide, but it was unlikely to give him long. 5 minutes was what it granted this time, and then Karl found himself standing in a sandfloor coliseum. This time he was not alone, the rest of his team was standing with him, including the 5 Special Forces knights. Only they were all transparent, as if they were the mannequins that he had seen at the start of the trial. 2 minutes later, Tessa's placeholder turned solid, then became rather battered and covered in green blood before there was a flash of golden light, and it began to move. Dragons, what the hell are we going to have to do now? She muttered. I'm not certain, but it's good to see that you made it. Karl replied. Oh, is that really you? Why are you here first? Karl shrugged. I guess I finished the first 2 trials fastest. What did you get? A massive black skeletal knight and a horde of orcs. I picked one of the silver chests. What did you pick? Let me guess, you kept closing the gold chests until you got a set of skills you liked, she replied. Closing them to get a new set of rewards was an option. I picked the purple one. Tessa rolled her eyes. Do you not remember the last trials we were in? Picking the easiest option is the safest way forward, but how did it never occur to you that you could close the chests? The first one I touched was the purple one, and it asked me if I wanted to start an epic trial. Tessa nodded. That must have been a Tier 3 trial with a random set of rewards. Of course you couldn't resist the urge to touch the box that was clearly and obviously not meant to be safe to handle. One after another, the others arrived, none of them looking too badly injured, and in Dana's case she even had refreshing lightning still active. The only one missing was Lotus, and Karl began to wonder if something had happened to the little nature priestess. For half an hour they waited, with no sign of her hologram changing. Then it suddenly shifted, and a startled Lotus was in front of them, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Oh, hey guys, what's going on? She asked. We've been waiting on you to finish your trials. Karl reminded her. Trials? Oh, they're starting already. I was playing with the box. Did you know that the contents change if you close the lid? Tessa stared at her for a few seconds before anyone spoke. Are you saying that you've been playing with the box for the last hour, and you never did the first trials? The war cleric asked her lifelong friend. Lotus just shrugged. Well, that's one way to do it. I guess there is a time limit, but the rest of us are on trial number 3. Tessa explained. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was a group thingy. All right, what are we doing? Is it a gladiator tournament? Karl shrugged. It looks like it, but I don't know yet. Nothing was happening while we waited for everyone to arrive. There were just those transparent mannequins holding our places until we all finished our trials. Team Trial 3 begins in 10 seconds. Modified difficulty increased for incomplete trials. Epic difficulty chosen. Chapter 381 Epic Team Challenge. Who picked Epic? The leader of the knights asked. Dana gestured toward Karl. Isn't it obvious? Karl did the epic version of the first 2 trials. Now we all get to do the epic version of the team trial. In my defense, I didn't know that there was going to be a team event at the end. Karl responded. It was too late to change anything about it now, even though they were going to have to face extra enemies at epic difficulty, because he had let the intrusive thoughts win and Lotus spent an hour just playing with the boxes. A four-armed giant with shining golden armor over black robes appeared. The monstrous creature stood nearly 10 meters tall, and Karl wondered how exactly they were expected to deal real damage to that. Its lower legs were heavily armored, and that was all that they could conveniently reach, while the rest of it was not showing any bare skin at all. Even its face was covered by a golden helmet. It looks like a mage special to me, Tessa noted. There were soft joints where the armor appeared to be leather, but none of those were in easy reach of the team, except for the mages who had better ranged combat abilities. So this is what a modified difficulty epic boss looks like, Lotus announced, enthralled with the appearance of a creature that she had never seen before. Now, we just need to find a way to defeat it because the fight is starting, Karl reminded her as the timer ran out. When the timer ended, the giant began to move, and the group scattered. Bob and Ophelia were headed forward, looking for an opening they could reach, while the magic knights were stepping through the sky to hurl blade attacks at the massive target. Ray created a web to pull herself up into the bleachers, away from the main fight, and then hurled a boulder the size of a medicine ball at the four-armed giant. The impact left a deep dent in the golden armor, and Karl smiled as he realized that while it was a deadly opponent, it was still commander rank. It also wasn't double-jointed, and when the spider golems got on its back, it had to sweep up with a club to knock them free, which wasn't nearly as deadly for them as the fast purple demon had been. Ray, make a web net all around the arena for the knights and golems to fight from, Karl instructed, as he realized what the most of tactic was likely to be. If they couldn't reach from the ground, they wouldn't fight from the ground. Ray worked fast and made a loose net all around the arena out of super stretchy royal rank silk rope. The fighters could land on that, grab it with a free hand, and then use it as a springboard to jump at the giant when they saw an opening. Bob had superhuman strength, the same as Karl. So it was an easy way for them to rest between attacks, and blows from the Titan's clubs wouldn't easily ruin it. Karl tested the theory by taking a run toward the wall and jumping up on a completed section, then leaping off as he rebounded. It launched him toward the giant's lower right arm, which was hastily withdrawn to let Karl's blade crash into an enormous club. The chain lightning still spread through the creature's body as Karl fell to the ground, thrown well clear of the stomping feet by the impact. Not exactly optimal for Karl, who had plenty of his own ranged attacks, but good enough that everyone else saw what he was going for without having to announce it out loud. If they all knew, Karl switched back to his bow and began aiming for the vulnerable joints. That was surprisingly easy on a target this large, especially when it was being swarmed by fighters who wanted to attack from close range and tortured by spells from their mages. One massive target against a team of 13 wasn't much of a fair fight, but the first time that one of the giant's clubs made contact, Karl realized it might not be as lopsided as he had thought. A flick of the wrist caught one of the knights across the chest, caving in his armor and sending him rocketing across the arena. If it was not for the stretchy net that Ray had created, his journey would have ended with a splat against the stone seating, but instead he bounced off and fell to the ground, coughing blood before falling unconscious. Doug was at his side within seconds, engulfing him in a wave of green healing magic and peeling his armor open so the chest cavity could be healed. With the dented plate in place, the repairs couldn't be made, and the knight wasn't conscious to remove it himself. Doug gave a thumbs up to the group as he finished the emergency work and dragged the knight into an alcove along the arena's wall, where he was unlikely to be hit by any more attacks. Bob was their next casualty, when a club shattered his arm and destroyed his shield, sending him into the net right above his brother, who caught him on the way down and placed him gently on the ground. The target was bleeding profusely from what looked like 100 different wounds, but they were still closing, despite the effects of lacerate, and the battle was grinding on, with the human team slowly losing energy. Thor wasn't certain what to do. He couldn't charge, the giant was too big. He just had to stand there with Tessa on his back and keep the buffs up on everyone. Being the support was important, proud work, but he did like it so much better when he could smash things. Karl aimed high, trying to distract the giant with chain lightning to the face, but with pure dumb luck. The first arrow flew straight through the gap in the visor, impaling one of the giant's eyes and sending electricity crackling across the helmet. It flailed wildly, now blind on one side, and the knights moved to take advantage. A flurry of spells hit the giant's blind side, crippling 2 of its limbs and tearing great chunks from its armor. From there, the end was clear, or so they thought. The giant surged with power, and a wave of force erupted from its body, throwing everyone away and shattering most of their barriers. The shockwave raced toward Karl, who was between the giant and Doug, who was still working on Bob's arm. Karl brought up Earth Shield as a wall, hoping to deflect the worst of the damage and keep the healer safe, but it didn't last long, shattered to rubble by the force of the blast. Everyone was at ground level now, and the giant looked like it would collapse at any second, but the power was surging again. Golems, remove the head. It's trying to self-destruct, Karl instructed. Ray summoned a new pair and began building little stone domes over the groups of elites on the ground, as Karl retreated to Doug's side to do the same for the wounded. The air trembled with power as the next eruption peaked, and then it was gone, as were all the stone barriers and other spell effects, leaving the group standing in an empty coliseum. First advancement trial complete. Calculating rewards. Chapter 382 challenge complete. Many of the group members had assumed that they would get the reward they had chosen at the start, the one in the chest, so they wondered what there was to calculate, unless it was an additional reward for the team effort J. But that thought was secondary to most of them, as their armor was heavily damaged. Every bone in their body was either broken or aching after that area attack. It was a good thing that the battles were over, because they were going to need more than a few minutes to recover, even with the 2 healing specialty clerics on hand to assist Thor's refreshing lightning. Reward calculated. Enhanced epic rank team trial successful. 10% bonus added to all rewards. Everyone stared at the reward announcement, visible in the air above the arena's sand. A 10% bonus for a 3rd trial. Somehow I feel a bit cheated. Bob sighed as he gingerly flexed the fingers on his freshly repaired arm. Then the awards appeared. In front of each of the members, except Lotus, sat 2 silver chests, 1 small purple box and a leather bag. Lotus only had the purple box and a smaller bag. Oh, it's 10% on top of the epic reward for the 3rd trial. I take back any and all criticisms I might have been thinking. Bob amended. Lotus giggled. I don't think it counts if you only take it back after you got the reward. The silver chests were quickly opened, and Lotus sighed as she realized that her fun playing with the boxes meant that she didn't actually get them in the end. But she did get a pretty purple one, and that was the one that she hadn't dared to mess with in the waiting room. Now there was no chain around it, but she waited with Karl while the others opened their chests and removed a pair of skill books plus a load of coins and gems. There were no magical rings or other items in there, only precious metals and gems, but the skill books were the real treasures. There was one in each silver chest, and both were different skills. Only, there didn't seem to be any organization as to who got what skill, as Karl could see that Dana had a blade skill and a combat form, while Ophelia had a druid-type dire bear transformation spell, and a toxic claw skill. On second thought, berserk terror, enhanced direbear was a terrifying thought. They made warbears look like they were half-grown to start with, and with the additional size from the skill, she would be nearly as large as Thor's regular size. Two of the knights looked at the books in their stack, and then reached out to trade them, but the moment that someone else's hand touched them, they reappeared in their original chest. That is unusual. Does that mean we're intended to learn what we were given? Morgana asked as she looked at the toxic swamp and painful gaze spells that she had been given. None of the skills were extremely rare or powerful, as expected from the silver chest, which had displayed only books with simple covers. However, none of them were skills that the user already had. Dana activated her 2 books, and they vanished as she grinned like a madwoman. Now I just need to learn some movement skills, and I will be able to fight like the knights. Learning combat forms from a book is so much better than doing it the conventional way, she declared. When he looked at it that way, Karl realized that it was not giving them skills that should help with their current talents, but ones that would help shape them in the future. It seemed that Dana would become more of a battle mage, while Ophelia was treading the path of the druid, with a transformation that was becoming even more bestial. Open your first 2 boxes, and let's see what the epic trials granted you as a bonus, Tessa demanded. That made sense, as everyone would be able to open their last box at the same time, so Lotus wouldn't be left out at the end. Karl carefully flipped open the lid on the first small box as Doug made a drum roll on the metal plates of Bob's armor. Karl opened the first chest, and the amethyst box vanished in a burst of golden holy light, leaving behind an ornate skill book. Book of Evolution. Permanently causes any bonded pet to evolve into a form 1 rank higher than when the skill is used. Usable once per beast, some materials may be required. That was a skill that was in Karl's skill tree, for a whopping 50 points, 5 times what it had cost him to get. Bestial regeneration. He had been intending to work toward it for some time, as it would be the most important possible skill to allow his beasts to break their limits and reach levels above royal. But the price was ridiculous. That skill, holy crap, Bob muttered. Right? If it wasn't once per beast, it would be world-breaking, but even this will be huge. This is a skill that I saw as available to my class in another trial, but I hadn't managed to obtain it, Karl explained, not wanting to get sidetracked with an in-depth discussion of how the system appeared to him. Karl opened the book, and it vanished, leaving him with a new skill and real options to keep his beasts advancing, even if their power stalled. All right, so the silver chest is 1 skill and some loot. The epic chest is an overpowered skill. It looks like we're all in luck today, Tessa noted as Karl prepared to open the next chest. The same golden light flashed from the chest when Karl opened the second epic rank reward, and again there was a skill book. The book vanished in Karl's hands the moment he thought of opening it, and a second skill appeared in his mind. Bestial raiment grants the user armor suitable to their current environment. The armor will be of epic quality and of their current rank. I wonder what sort of standard epic quality is, he asked. What do you mean? Doug asked. The skill is bestial raiment or beast armor for us less fancy folk. It creates armor at my rank of epic quality, Karl explained, then switched armor from his battered main gear to the suit provided by the spell. What he got was a mostly black-scale bodysuit, with hard chitin plates over all the vital areas, and a black and white tabard hanging over the top, the colors split vertically. Prince Corbin had said in the dungeon that those tabards were the mark of the Dark Light Host, the ancient cult, or religious organization, depending on who you asked, that followed the World Dragon. Karl shifted and found that the scales moved like the softest of silk, flowing with his body, while the plates were as secure as if they were attached to him, not shifting or bouncing at all as he moved. It's comfortable, I will give it that much, he explained as he examined the armor itself to see the bonuses that it would grant him. There were unfamiliar stats among them. Number bonuses to strength, constitution, and agility instead of percentages. Then percentage-based bonuses to various types of elemental and magic damage, life steal on hit, and a durability percentage for the armor that was currently at 100%. I wish you could cast that on everyone. It would save me so much work. Tessa sighed as she took in the state of everyone's armor after the last fight. Well, at least it's 1 less suit to do, because mine is trashed again. The repair teams in the camp are not going to be happy with us when we get back. Karl laughed. So do we just open the last one all at once and see who gets the best loot from the final boss? They should all be from the same fight, except maybe Karl, since we don't know what order they were in, Lotus asked eagerly. That sounds like a plan. Everyone prepare to open the boxes on the count of 3. Chapter 383 Group Accomplishment. All 13 reward boxes were opened at once, and the golden light rose to a level that blinded everyone's senses. Even Karl's thermal vision couldn't see anything. Then they were in a new setting, all of them together, sitting on the ground in front of a massive golden chest. "Well, that is new. Perhaps it's a group prize for the group fight," Karl suggested. "That's not the most insane thought that I had when I saw it," Lotus agreed. The beasts had been forcibly relocated back into their spaces and were currently trapped, as Remy found out when she tried to leave to go explore the huge metal box. Lotus was practically vibrating with excitement, far beyond even the curiosity of Remy, so Tessa pushed her forward, letting the nature priestess be the one to open the giant box. Of course, she had to climb it first, as she couldn't reach the lid, but anyone else in the group would have had to do the same. Once she got near the top, she found a good foothold on a larger decoration, and wedged the bottom of her staff into the joint to pry the lid up. However, it was not a multi-ton solid gold box, but a magic reward chest, and it opened with the slightest of effort, sending Lotus tumbling down into Tessa's waiting arms. "I knew you were going to fall off the box." The war cleric laughed. They backed away, and the box unfolded into a large golden platform with a spinning prize wheel in the center. All of the sectors had question marks on them, making the knights and most of Karl's team glare at the random reward mechanism in annoyance. Couldn't it just tell them what they were getting? Or was there some sort of luck involved? Luck was a very real factor, and they all carried holy stones and charms to increase their own, but it really came down to who had the most favor of the world dragon. "Is one of you particularly favored among the gods? I would guess one of the high clerics," the female knight asked. "Actually, the one with the world dragon's luck is Karl. The rest of us were drawn into his nonsense," Tessa explained. The knight nodded her head. "I can see how that would happen. He's certainly not the average elite, so there was bound to be something else favoring him. It also means I get to take the blame when they don't approve of the outcomes, so I guess I will be the one spinning the wheel." Karl agreed. The others laughed and motioned him forward, even Lotus, who Karl knew secretly really wanted to spin the wheel. He didn't torture the little cleric any longer, heading straight for the wheel, which felt warm in his hand when he grabbed one of the pegs to give it a spin. There was an arrow-shaped ticker at the bottom, marking the location of the winning prize, while the wheel itself extended far above Karl's head. "All right, here we go." Karl gave the wheel a spin, and the ticker began rapidly clicking away as the pegs flew by. The bearings must have been well greased, Karl thought, as the wheel just kept spinning for most of a minute before slowing to a stop. The clicking got slower and slower, headed for one of many anonymous spots on the wheel. Then Lotus darted forward and grabbed the wheel in an attempt to drag it to a stop. But that wasn't happening, and the wheel simply carried her up into the air before coming to rest on a prize with one final click. Lotus looked down, confused. That wasn't how wheels worked. If you made them heavy on one side, the heavy side ended up on the bottom. She was 100% certain of that. "Prize confirmed" appeared in the air between Karl and the rest of the group, as he gently removed the cleric from the wheel and returned to the others. "Shared prize awarded, 3 months, peak rate growth." There was a pause as everyone tried to understand what they were being given. What sort of reward was that? How did one even measure what 3 months' worth of growth would be, and how would it even be awarded? New knowledge of how to use his skills entered Karl's mind as golden light began to glow from the box. It engulfed the group for a few seconds and then faded again, but left everyone feeling energized and enlightened. As the reward bonus settled in, a surprising realization came to Karl's mind. He had what he needed to advance. He had a royal rank skill of his own, a royal rank pet, and more than enough stored energy to make the conversion. He even knew how to break the bottleneck smoothly. How much of the 3 months that would have taken him on his own was a mystery. But one thing that he knew for certain was that Hawk was not happy. He wasn't far from advancing, and Karl had stolen his spot in line because the rewards only went to him and not to all of them. They would get their share after Karl advanced, both in excess energy and in the improved spaces that would come as a result of his advancement. But those were minor details in the mind of Hawk. Karl wasn't the only one that was enjoying an advancement, though. Dana and Ophelia were both surging with power, and Lotus was glowing with a happy green light that had to mean she had made it to commander rank. The clergy were going to freak out when they met High Priestess Lotus, and it was going to be spectacular. The effects slowly faded, and the group began to pay attention to more than what was going on with themselves. "Damn it, I'm so close I can taste it," Bob muttered as the last of the glowing light faded to nothingness. "I take it you got caught at the bottleneck?" Karl asked. Bob nodded and sighed. "I am missing something, and I can feel the lingering build-up of energy, but I don't have something that I need to break the bottleneck and move on to royal rank. I think it might just be practical experience with my new skills that will let me move on. Or perhaps I just don't have a skill that's quite good enough yet. and I need to master one of my stronger ones. But either way, I think it's just a matter of practice now." The 5 knights all nodded in agreement. "We're not quite that far yet, but I'm certainly close to the bottleneck and about to start looking for a way to break it. With this sort of bump, we might not need to use the resource stack to break through." Karl was familiar with that. It was a combination that burnt out the elite's potential to get them past the bottleneck. Either they would be royal rank forever, or they might even shoot into the monarchs and then stay there. It would be a shame for elites as talented as these ones to take that way out. They didn't seem like the sorts that had built their foundation on resource abuse, so they should have the potential to get through the bottleneck on their own. Chapter 384, Royal Return. The familiar text of the announcements appeared below the prize notification. To leave the first advancement trial. Before we leave, we should prepare to be attacked. There was still a battle going on when we entered, so there are likely hill giants nearby, and we don't know which side will be holding the area around the exit. Karl reminded them as everyone prepared to get moving. Once they were in formation, Karl tapped Lotus on the shoulder, and she spoke the magic words. "We would like to depart, please." So polite. The notice appeared in the air below the other notices, and then they were standing on the battlefield, next to the portal, and in the middle of a fight between the teachers who were guarding the entrance and the hill giants who were determined to break through. "Time to work, everyone. Show them what you've got," Karl instructed. There was a large group of ascended rank hill giants to Karl's left, until he hit them with a royal rank, shred, layered with, lacerate. Those that it didn't kill outright were severely maimed and bleeding heavily, even missing limbs from the brutal arc of energy. The hill giants scattered as they realized that there was a royal rank elite on this portion of the line, doing their best to get out of his line of sight while they fought their way to the trial entrance. "What's the situation?" Karl asked as he moved next to one of the mage-class teachers who had come to reinforce the portal area. The hill giants knew that the portal would open. "We don't know how they knew, but it sounds like that was the reason they were attacking. One group of hill giants made it into the trial, but they haven't come out yet, and we've got the rest of them pushed back now," the teacher explained. "How did we find out that they knew?" Karl asked. "That seemed like important intelligence that should have been shared in advance if they had it." The giants celebrated that they were the first ones to open a trial. "A number of us among the academy speak hill giant," he explained. "Crap. If that is why they're attacking the border, to create a conflict that will open a trial, this war just got a lot more chaotic. The rewards in there were powerful. Very powerful. If the hill giants get control of a few of those trials, their combat power is going to skyrocket. I recommend that we send a team of students so we can build up our total number of commanders. And once we can, send another team of commanders in, ones as close to the bottleneck as possible. If my team had been closer to the bottleneck, we might have had more royal rank fighters coming out just now, instead of a team of strong commanders," Karl explained. "We sent a team of ascended rank students with a pair of commander rank leaders from the defensive lines near the anomaly in as soon as your team came out. It wouldn't let anyone else in until then. Either the limit is 2 teams, or 1 team from each species," the mage explained. From overhead, Karl heard Hawk mentally laughing as he formed flaming bird-shaped fireballs and hurled them into the hill giant ranks. They exploded in grand style, sending out a spherical-shaped rend attack instead of shrapnel, and they were tearing holes in the offensive line. "That's quite the combination," Karl commended him. "They make beautiful explosions after I added rend to them. Just fire was all right, but it was a bit lacking. Now, they're perfect. It was a bit like a shotgun, as the rend effect wasn't quite solid, and seemed to flay everything it hit with hundreds of light wounds. There was no deep penetration, just the shredded surface and the burns from the actual fireball explosion." Karl heard swearing behind him, and saw that there was a whole team of commander rank hill giants pushing out from the trial, while another team ran in between them, headed inside. It had happened too suddenly to stop them, and the newly advanced team was retreating to consolidate their gains. As soon as they were in, the entrance seemed to change, turning from a solid distortion to something much more transparent, the way it had looked before Karl and his team had entered. The teachers pushed forward to check, sending a team to walk through it and out the other side. As soon as the hill giants saw that, they retreated a little, no longer trying to claim the portal, but staying close enough to allow their participants to rejoin their team safely. "Professor, we should form lines on our side of the portal for now and hold. I think it will reduce casualties," Karl offered. The professor shot Karl a dirty look, but Karl just shrugged and continued to pick vulnerable targets for his arrows. He was only aiming for giants attacking elites who were in trouble, doing his best to minimize losses and strain on the clerics, but keeping this offensive up when they couldn't even send another team into the portal was a waste. If they went to their own side, The giants most likely would not follow until their team was coming out. The teachers conferred on battle strategy for half a minute, then began sounding the retreat to bring the lines back to their side of the portal. Immediately, a tense ceasefire began, with both sides easily in attacking range for their ranged abilities, but nobody doing anything as they waited for their teams to come back out of the trial. Karl had to admit, if the hill giants knew that they could trigger this first advancement trial by fighting with the humans along the border, it was a brilliant strategy to try to push a few more of their numbers over the breakpoint and into royal rank. It was a shame that the human side wouldn't manage to get many more royal rank fighters, but none of them had expected the trial to close so quickly. From what the teachers were saying, most instances were either first come, first served, or they were open for exact days. Whether that was 1 day, 7 days, or 28 days was a mystery the first time, but it was almost always precise. So this 4-team limit didn't make sense to anyone on either side, and now they were left wondering what to do about it. The next team out was the human team, who raced back to the lines, quietly celebrating their success while the Academy forces retreated. If the hill giants got a royal rank advancement out of the trial, they didn't want to be too close to the action. Worse, they might have prepared a whole team right at the advancement point, and although they had only sent a 5-person team instead of the 10 that the humans did, it would still be a massacre if all 5 of them came out at royal rank. The tension continued to rise until the hill giant team exited the trial and made their way back to their own lines. They were up by 1 royal rank hill giant, an even gain compared to the humans, and apparently not as good as they were hoping for, as the force immediately began to retreat. Chapter 385 Formalities. Once the chaos of the battle had subsided, Karl realized that a significant amount of time had passed while they were inside the trials, and the night shift was about to start their rotation on the line. It was strange to think that so much time had elapsed since the start of the trial, when the second group had only taken a few hours at the most, but the sun's position didn't lie. Karl was waiting and watching, to ensure that the hill giants didn't try to push their luck and return, when a friendly hand patted him on the shoulder. "You can return to camp for dinner. The next shift is here. I think that the administration staff are going to want to talk to you as well after that incident with the trial. It appears that your team got some pretty serious rewards and they are all excited." The soldier informed him. Karl chuckled at the man's gift for understatement and nodded his head. "I will return to the line once I've upgraded shields for the pike line. As soon as they switch, I will give them a layer of earth shield, then call it a night," Karl explained. The soldiers lined up and raised the large rectangular shields of the shield wall which remained on the line until they were damaged. "Earth shield incoming," Karl shouted as he cast the spell, then moved down the line again, as he had earlier in the day. That should keep them through the night, or at least through the first few hits of an engagement, if there was something happening during the night shift. The hill giants didn't normally attack at night, but they had been particularly upset today with the abbreviated trial, where both sides had only gotten 2 teams through. The giants were going to want to punish the humans for taking 2 of the available 4 slots, and not even using half of them to try for a royal rank fighter, but instead stacking their number of commanders instead. But what the Academy knew was that the faster you progressed while you were young, the further an elite could go before they hit the limits of their potential. It seemed to decline with time, and re-administering the serum didn't help refresh it. So pushing students to commander still made it more likely that they would get to royal rank, and it was a better deal for the Academy if those opportunities were given to students than to teachers, whose peak growth years had already passed. But they had another issue today, and that was that one of the students really did make it to royal rank, namely Karl. They should have known better than to think that the news of Ray advancing wouldn't bring an immediate response from the higher powers. The Academy, the Bureau of Elite Development, the Church and the Army all had ranking members stationed here, but that wasn't enough for this unprecedented situation. Rumors were already flying that his assigned group had produced 2 other unregistered commanders, plus 2 high priestesses, but the power that Morgana and Bob were showing when they returned to the lines after the trial had everyone wondering how long it would be before they also made royal rank. So more influential members had been sent from every possible facet of Golden Dragon Nation society, including reporters and a government press officer. They had all arrived in the last hour, while the second team was in the trials, with the hope that they would have an entire team of commanders added to the Academy's population, in addition to the confused reports of Karl and Ray's advancement. Karl followed the camp workers' directions to a secondary dining hall, where he found his expanded group, along with the other 10 elites who had been sent as the second group. I would like to say that nobody expects the Holy Inquisition, but this time their presence was entirely predictable. Karl greeted the group at the table beside his as he took a seat. "Brother Karl, it's good to see you advanced again," a royal rank inquisitor replied with a smile. Karl nodded politely, then looked around the room to see if there were any familiar faces among the guests. There was a high priestess of the nature god who he remembered from when they signed the contract to work as a team. She giggled at him and waved as he looked her way, which made Karl laugh along with her. The nature clerics had to think that it was hilarious that Lotus was now a high priestess, even if the thought of her in charge of anything horrified the rest of the clergy. Other than that, some of the politicians looked vaguely familiar. They might have been part of the groups trying to recruit him at commander rank a few months back. It made sense that some of them would be the same, as they were originally sent to try to talk to Prince Corbin when he had reached the academy. One of the politicians in an expensive-looking suit stood to address the room. "Now that we're all here, I would like to congratulate you all on your advancements. Today we recognize 14 new commanders, 4 of which are from the church's ranks and 12 of which are still students," he began. Karl looked over at the other group and realized that there was a white-robed priest, an annoyed-looking blue dragon cleric with them. Why they had a cleric from the god of knowledge seemed fairly obvious to Karl, as everyone wanted to know what the anomaly was, but they normally didn't specialize in healing or group buffs, so they were rarely sent to combat. Fit, but their skills might be rusty, as they spent all their time in the library and inscription rooms. At least she should have had refreshing lightning for her solo trials. "We also recognize a new prince of the nation, and as is tradition, we would like for the prince to choose one cause to assist with his influence," the politician continued. Karl could see that most of the other factions' representatives were rolling their eyes, but Karl smiled politely back at him and rose to his feet. "I have been thinking about that issue since I advanced to commander rank, and I believe that I have an answer already. I would like to devote my time to increasing the individual combat power of the elites. I believe everyone here has the clearance to know that I have already donated a number of skill books to the inscriptionists, and I have assisted a number of our barbarians in gaining a powerful new rage-type skill. That is what I plan to continue. I will spend my leisure time looking for signs of relics or other methods that can be spread among the elites to give us an advantage over those who would seek to harm us," Karl announced. That would almost certainly have a dozen groups pushing for some of his time, but it didn't devote all of his efforts to one faction. But as he had advanced and had been force-fed information from the final trial reward, many things had become clear to Karl. One of them was that he simply lacked the skills to share all of his skills. What if he could teach someone else to have a beast space? Wouldn't that make for even more overpowered elites? If it didn't work on other elites, maybe it would work on some of the soldiers. Or if he could teach more people the higher-ranked skills that he was sure to learn in the future. Even just finding time to make books for the new skills he could use would be huge for the clergy library. Not even Lacerate had a proper skill book for it yet, and Ray had learned that from an elite. "Did you have more that you could teach the elites?" one of the inquisitors asked. "I believe that with a bit of time I can create a book of Lacerate. That should be useful to dozens of warriors and rogues. After that I will have to see if there are any other abilities that can be easily shared," Karl explained. That was enough to get most of the people in the room excited. Everyone loved a chance to make the elites more powerful, and that one skill book would be enough to ensure that Karl was not a name that was easily forgotten among his peers. Chapter 3, 86 Heroes Need Capes. The politician continued once Karl returned to his seat. "There will be formal testing at a later date, should there be any doubts about your advancements, but as of today, all of the advancements have been certified through informal testing by the clergy and government authorities. New uniforms will be available to all of our new commanders, and if Prince Karl will rise, the Inquisition has won the lottery to present your royal cape." Karl stood, and the royal rank member of the Inquisition rose with him, holding a box he had taken out from under the table. It was a simple black robe with gold trim that went well with the commander rank black suit, and it attached across his chest with a heavy golden chain, bearing the twin dragon symbol of the Golden Dragon Nation on every link. The cape bonded to Karl the moment that the clasp was fastened, and the badge on his uniform changed slightly to include a crown at the top, marking him as royal rank should anyone doubt his word. "Thank you, Inquisitor," Karl responded once the man stepped back. "It is an honor, Prince Karl. Just try not to taunt the others too much with your rank, no matter how tempting it is." "Behave, Your Highness," Dana whispered in his ear, using a tone that had his little Karl at full attention. Karl gave her a wink and made plans for her upcoming birthday. He was going to have to give her a special present this year. "I am certain that I can mostly resist the temptation. Besides, after spending months fighting along the frost giant border, the novelty of wearing a cape has already worn off. They're just too practical for cold weather," Karl joked. The staff brought out a meal for everyone, the fancy sort that they usually reserve for visiting guests on the line, and Karl smiled at their efforts to make rice and beans fancy by putting long slices of pickled vegetables on top, then surrounding it with sliced meat. The meal made it easy to see who was used to being out of the city, and who was used to all of the fine dining establishments of either the capital or one of the other large cities. The Inquisition members were pleasantly surprised to find that they had spiced the meat, while most of the politicians just looked like they were doing their best to ignore what they were eating. The new commanders from the other group were being swarmed by dignitaries wishing them well, and not so subtly pushing for them to commit to some project or another, the same as they had done to Karl when he advanced. Only, these ones were all in their final year at the academy, and they knew all about the tricks to expect when they eventually advanced. A few had approached Ophelia, but she seemed to know the ultimate trick to scare them away. She was normally a quiet sort, and rather gentle in her human form, but when they approached her to try to get her to join their projects, she was obnoxious, crude, and affected a heavy accent that had them all politely excusing themselves within seconds. They would eventually learn that they had been tricked, trying to get her to join their causes, but that tactic should work well enough for today, and then Ophelia would have some time to make a decision on her own. Oddly, as Karl sat with his hand on Dana's thigh, nobody tried to come over and pitch her for their cause. It seemed that his claim was enough to keep them away, with the assumption that her time was already spoken for by the new prince. Once they had eaten, the teachers came in with new badges for everyone who had advanced to commander rank, as well as their new suits, while the nature priestess came over to give new robes to the 4 clerics who had advanced. The blue dragon clerics were quite fancy and trimmed with gold embroidery, similar to the ones worn by the cleric in white except for the base color. Lotus got simple green robes, but with beads and leather laces all along the edges and more natural ornaments instead of embroidery. They were fancier than the ones the older high priestess was wearing, and Karl realized that unlike the other factions, the nature clerics rarely wore their formal robes. Tessa's were red with black trim, and Karl noticed that the robes actually contained a mesh of metallic thread through them as part of their enchanted defenses. They looked simple, but they were actually a rather powerful magical armor piece. I believe that we've crushed the previous record for the maximum number of commanders enrolled in the academy at one time. Karl laughed as the last of the new advancements put on their new outfits. A number of the politicians laughed, and the lead inquisitor shook his head. Before this mission, it wouldn't have just been a daily record, but a record number of commanders as students. As it is, the academy has doubled the number in a single day. That advancement trial was a huge benefit to the academy, and now that they've got a royal rank student on the lines, the academy has little to fear from the hill giants. The politicians looked nervous as he finished that sentence. They had been fully intending to pull Karl from the area to have him do something else that served their department's imperatives, but arguing with the Inquisition was a losing cause. The best that they could hope for was to try to get his whole team moved to the mountain giant front, which was closer to the capital and easier to get to when they wanted them to do something. The spokesman for the politicians stood to address the group. Now that we've all eaten, why don't we get the interviews underway? We can do them outdoors, where the battlefield will make a proper backdrop for the footage of the new commanders. It's a big day for the Golden Dragon Nation, after all. That was the part that nobody except the news people were looking forward to. They would have to do multiple interviews, so that all of the dignitaries could be seen with more than one of the new commanders, and to fill time for the TV stations. Worse for Karl, he couldn't even bring out Thor as a distraction this time, as it was likely to be more of an informal style, and he would be expected to interact with the officials who had come to congratulate them. The spokesman for the politicians gestured at one of the classroom tents. "Prince Karl, if you would come this way, please. We would like to do a group interview with you while the commanders are with the reporters. It won't take long, and it won't air with the other news, so we will be setting up a fake stage for your footage. I suppose that it makes sense that they don't want anyone to know where exactly I am, now that I've advanced," Karl noted. "Exactly. Your footage will be held until there is a need for it. The next time that the news cycle needs a positive story, it will be released so that the people have something to cheer about, and they don't have to focus on whatever had happened in the previous days." The politician agreed. Chapter 387, Do I Have to? The tent had been set up like the inside of a luxury hotel room, right down to a television screen playing a fake city street view behind closed curtains. It would only be in the edge of the view, but it gave a directionality to the lighting in the room, which Karl assumed would make it feel more natural for the viewers at home. To him, it was just too obviously unnatural. For one, his vision was as sharp as Hawk's. Secondly, he had gotten so used to the echolocation and thermal imaging being overlaid on everything he looked at, that it was very obvious there was a television behind the curtains. But then they turned on all the professional lighting, and it didn't matter anymore. The lighting would be perfect in the video, not natural, so the screen was only there to make it look like a real window. Take a seat there, that would be just right. And can you get your Hawk to stand on the end table? Or is the Bond not like that? The producer asked. I can have Hawk stand on the end table, that shouldn't be a problem, but his talons will almost certainly damage it unless you've got a stand that he can perch on. Hawks aren't meant to stand on flat surfaces, he's not a duck. One of the workers ran out and then came back in with an extra microphone stand. What about this? Will this work well enough as a perch? He asked. He set it up next to the chair and adjusted the height, so Hawk would be just below Karl's shoulder level. Hawk left his space and landed on the perch, grabbing it gently so he didn't damage the paint. Fortunately, it was a bit rough on the surface, so his feet didn't slip around and force him to use his claws. That is perfect. I don't know if you've heard, but some bard made up a song about you two while you were in the Frost Giant Nation, and it's climbing the charts. That's why we wanted Hawk with you today, so that even though people might not recognize you, they will associate you and your reputation with the song as soon as the interview starts. The producer explained, Hawk the Giant Slayer. Karl laughed. How close is that to the truth? We're not going to have a bunch of other elites coming out to refute your actions, are we? One of the politicians asked. Honestly, the song doesn't do our experience along the Frost Giant border justice. We went on a rampage even before the fight with the royal rank leader. I can only say that it's a shame that we weren't at our current strength for that one. We lost a team member during that fight, but now it would be a relatively even match. One-on-one, Ray could take that Frost Giant in a matter of minutes, Karl explained. Are there any questions that we should avoid? Things that might not be suitable for television? The producer asked. Karl didn't see any issues at first, but then one came to him. You should likely not ask about my own musical taste. I grew up in the mines, so all my favorite songs are miners' working tunes. That doesn't sound so bad, the producer replied. Karl whistled the first few bars of Give the Working Man a Chance, and the producer paled as he recognized the tune. I take that back. The average citizen might not appreciate a miner's dark sense of humor, or worse, they probably would. He replied, retracting his statement so he didn't have to edit out footage of the new prince subtly advocating for the death of incompetent leaders. But while the producer and the politician were both incredibly nervous about what Karl would say next, the Inquisitor thought it was hilarious. Brother Karl is definitely best suited to be one of us. With that kind of thinking, he might be the next Commander Hirsch. The Inquisitor laughed. Who is that? I didn't watch the news much growing up, and they don't play it here, Karl asked. Oh, it might not have even made news where you were. Hirsch was one of the first batch of elite test subjects, years before the program went full scale. He was Minister of Justice for a while, until a corrupt politician tried to lie his way out of trouble, and the commander killed him on the Parliament floor. The Inquisitor explained. I would have paid money to see that. The Inquisitor dabbed laughing tears from the corners of his eyes as he smiled at Karl. And that's why it wasn't on the news. But did it work? That seems like the sort of thing that was meant to make a statement about ending corruption. Did it work? Karl asked. The Inquisitor whistled innocently while everyone else in the room looked away. They were definitely not asking Karl about politics in his interviews. As the cameras were adjusted for the size of the Inquisitor, who would be the first host, a note was handed to Karl to remind him of all the things that were classified. You know, I'm beginning to understand why press releases don't ever actually say anything. So much of what we've done and are doing is classified that I couldn't even tell most of the good stories. Karl sighed. Good stories like what? The politician asked. The Inquisitor nodded, meaning everyone here had clearance to hear what he might say, so Karl thought of a few things. Well, like that time that we picked a fight with 200 frost giants and shattered a frost stone that blew up like a nuke, or that time that we hung out in an old dwarven city for 2 weeks before we realized that the magma dragon had chased away all the giants and we weren't even in front of the line. Anymore, we were somewhere off to the side and the shift had put us out of radio range, so we hadn't heard anything. Karl heard giggling from the door and Lotus poked her head in. Tell them about the time that Thor yeeted a Titan cleric so far that we didn't even find the body. The Inquisitor frowned at her. Definitely do not tell anyone the details of that incident, High Priestess. Was there something that we could do for you? They said that I had 2 hours before my interview, and I wanted to ride Ray. In her space, Ray laughed. Going for a run in the woods sounded like fun. She appeared outside the door, and the little cleric nimbly hopped on top. Then they both simply vanished as Ray's shadow stepped. Well, that was bloody terrifying. I think I peed a little. The camera operator muttered, You get used to her. Even Bob Mackenzie, who was seriously arachnophobic when we met, has gotten mostly used to Ray now. He just prefers to deploy himself to the other side of the group, so they're not side by side. Karl laughed. Do you have fun stories about those two? the producer asked hopefully, like how they like to go for runs in the woods together, or how High Priestess Lotus will ride her into combat so that they can stop to look for magical resources or shiny stones. Oh, we could send someone to take footage. I bet Ray wouldn't mind. She loves when people appreciate her greatness. The cameraman raised his hand. Maybe no fun giant murder spider stories. I don't care how you phrase it. I'm still going to have nightmares. Karl chuckled. Did you know that it takes her under 3 seconds to tear apart an ascended rank armored car to get to a treat left inside? Chapter 388 Interview with Israel. At that point, the crew all realized that Karl was just cherry-picking stories to mess with them. But none of them doubted that Ray could mutilate an armored vehicle. Which one of your pets is the friendliest? The producer asked hopefully. Thor, followed by Remy. Hawk isn't really a people person, he just likes to watch them doing dumb stuff from above. Hawk nodded in agreement. People were always doing dumb things. That was why you had to watch your fireballs all the way down, because they might run right into them. The producer nodded, then gestured for the Inquisitor to start the interview. Good evening, parishioners. I'm High Priest Israel, here with a special bit of good news for you all. It is my pleasure to let you all know that we have independently verified that this young man sitting next to me has reached a major milestone. This is Prince Karl, born and raised in the lithium mines, and now the newest member of the Royal Rank Elites. Beside him is his Dragonhawk, who answers to the name Hawk. They are the subject of the recent hit song, Hawk, the Giant Slayer. Why don't we start there? The hawk is a majestic example of the species, and more powerful than I think any of you would have expected. Is he like a parrot? Can he speak and understand human language? The Inquisitor asked. Hawk shook his head and Karl answered for him. He can understand us just fine, but he can't speak. However, our bond allows us to communicate, so I can relay answers for him. That sounds like an incredibly useful ability. Is that why you rely upon him to do most of the scouting for your group? Karl nodded. Indeed, being able to look down on a situation from above gives us a much better idea of what is going on, and reveals many hidden traps and potential ambushes that would have been hidden when scouted from ground level. Combined with the extremely well-refined eyesight and enhanced range of colors that he can see, and it is an incredibly potent combination. We are told that there is a song about you two. Have you had a chance to hear it? Israel asked. We did, actually. The bards in camp were playing it, and we got a good chuckle out of their rendition of our activities. They are truly a gifted class of elites. Karl agreed. Inquisitor Israel gave a professional smile to the camera, paused for a few seconds, giving them time to insert footage of the music, then continued. How does it feel to be the youngest Royal Rank elite in the decade that the program has been running? It has to be exciting for you. Karl nodded. It's a crazy feeling, and I can't really wrap my head around it. Royal Rank is just so far beyond anything that I thought I could achieve, that it is taking a while to truly sink in. The interview went on for another half an hour, and switched interviewers twice. They were both from the team of reporters, and only asked simple questions while avoiding anything that might need to be heavily edited or completely scrapped. When they were finally finished, the final reporter got out of his seat, and he was replaced by a young woman in a wizard-themed idol dress that wasn't hiding much of anything from Karl's point of view. It was knee-length and ruffled, but there was a slit up the thigh clear to the hip, and deep cleavage despite the somewhat modest-looking wide sleeves and high collar. Karl was briefly mesmerized by her personality, but then he realized that this woman was also royal rank. Prince Karl, meet the Archmage. Israel introduced them. A pleasure. She responded, sounding like it was nothing of the sort. If we're dressing up for this, should I put on my fancy armor? Karl asked. The Inquisitor looked confused for a second, until Karl changed into beast armor with the white fur cloak from the Frost Giants and no helmet. This time the chitin appeared as white with gold trim over the black scales, and Karl swept out the cloak, letting it pool behind him as he perched forward on the chair. An assistant rushed forward, rearranging his cloak and his position, then gave him a thumbs up. The Archmage looked startled at his armor and leaned forward to inspect it, giving Karl a view down her ample cleavage. Is that an epic grade quest reward? She asked. An epic grade skill is a trial reward, actually. The armor isn't physical armor, but created by a skill book. It still has the same sort of powerful enchantments, though. The bonuses on it are far beyond anything I've seen before. Karl agreed. What luck that must have been. Is it a new skill, or is that how you have had such success here on the front lines? She asked curiously, with a flirty smile that Karl recognized as being for the cameras Karl had forgotten were rolling. It came to me during my royal rank advancement. I haven't even had a chance to properly test it yet. The Archmage giggled in an endearing tone that didn't show in her eyes to Karl's sharp vision. She was good at this, playing it up for the cameras and doing interviews that she despised, but still making sure that her idol image didn't slip. There's been a lot of speculation among the other ranking elites on what your next beast will be. Have you made a choice, or received any sort of sign as to what it will be? She asked. Not yet. I have a very well-rounded team, and they have done an excellent job so far, so I've been holding off on making a decision until I have a better grasp on what we might be missing. That sounds like quite the luxury. On behalf of mages everywhere, I must say that I wish it could be so easy to learn new abilities. Karl smiled and tried to remember what she specialized in. Well, I've got a few new skill books to give to the Blue Dragon clerics. Perhaps we can talk after and see if one of them might suit you. Karl replied with what he hoped looked like a shy smile and not a murderous snarl. He had been reminded in the past that he was somewhat scary even when he didn't mean to be, which could be a mistake during an interview. Is that your intention as a prince, to collect and distribute skills? She asked, startled. Karl had assumed that they had warned her in advance, as it hadn't come up in his past interview, but he just nodded. Yes, it is a particular advantage that I have. It is my hope that with the contributions, it will make the early stages a bit easier for those who start with compatible classes. The elites benefit from every new skill that we can gather, and I have a particular talent for finding new skills to share. That would be wonderful. But first, I have been asked to perform a short segment for the audience. Don't go too far. Cut. The producer called. We will film the actual bit to use an upcoming single when this is about to air. Thank you both for your assistance. You are finished with the interview process. Karl sighed and let Hawk return to his space, while the Archmage got up out of her chair and grabbed him by the edges of his cloak. You had better not have been fucking with me about the new skill. Do you really have a skill book? She demanded. Relax. I have a talent to make skill books out of the skills that I know. What is your specialty as a mage? He replied. Lightning with a secondary in ice magic. Karl checked what he needed to make the chain lightning book and found that he had the herb that he needed. But if he had a lightning element stone, it was hidden in Ray's hole of shiny stones. Do you have chain lightning? He asked. Do you think it's so easy to get advanced skills like that? I've got shock, stun, lightning bolt and lightning mine, plus ice blast and icicle for combat skills, then a few just for show. Do you have a lightning element stone, commander rank or higher? I need to grind it for the ink for the book, and I will make you chain lightning. Or I can make you blizzard, with what I have on hand. Blizzard, not blizzard, Remy and Hawk responded at the same time. Chapter 389, The Archmage. You, assistant man, get my bag. I have the stone we need in there. She demanded of one of the staffers who had come in with her. You can likely change back now that the interviews are done. Karl reminded her. The Archmage sighed. Do you think this frilly whore costume is bonded? It takes 2 hours to get into this and do all my makeup, then half as long to get it back off again. Perhaps she had a lot in common with Dana. Not her temper or language, but she certainly didn't seem to be enjoying the idle life, though the rumor was that she had chosen it for herself after she advanced to commander. Instead, she donned a light silk dressing gown over her outfit and sat back down on the chair from the interview while they waited. Can you make me both of those skills, or is there a limit? She asked. There is a limit, but 2 books in a day is possible. The lacerate, books for the clerics can wait, and I will make you both today. Do you know where they're sending you next? Karl replied. Right here. I have shows all down the Hill Giant border this week, military inspiration shows as they call them. If there are attacks while I'm here, I help out. If there aren't, I just go around doing idle shows. The Archmage explained. The assistant returned with a high cleric from the Blue Dragon, and 3 inscriptionists, letting Karl know that his comments would not be allowed to slide. They expected books, and they wanted them now. Did you bring the materials? Karl asked. The cleric nodded and put a pile of paper and a handful of lightning element stones at commander rank in front of him. All right, let's get started. It didn't take long to make either book, as he could use both skills and didn't have to refer to Remy. He just needed some of the grass from her space to mix with the base ink for the blizzard spell. Everyone sat silently as he made 2 copies of the chain lightning spell and then 2 more of blizzard. All right, now hopefully this will work. It says that mages with expert or higher affinity in the element should be able to use it, as well as shamans and suitable element beasts. Karl explained. Mages and shamans can both use the spells. Now we're talking. The Blue Dragon High Priest sighed. He had been fully prepared to be ridiculed for the obnoxiously restrictive books that Karl produced. They weren't broken or flawed. They just had such stringent requirements that they might as well be quest rewards of their own. Karl felt Hawk's suspicion. You're teaching more mages to use evil magic. No, to use blizzard they already need a strong ability with ice magic. It's still evil magic. The Archmage reverently picked up the chain lightning book and flipped the cover open. It seemed to hesitate for a split second. Then the book vanished, and she jumped on Karl's lap, wrapping him in a hug. Thank you so much. That is a fantastic spell. How did you obtain it? It comes from Remy, my spirit snake. Both of these are skills that she was born knowing, and since she's a shaman, they were more transferable than the other skills. And you didn't teach your group? The high priest asked. None of them are ice or lightning element mages or shamans. They couldn't use them without high enough proficiency in the element, but now your team can make copies of the books for every mage and shaman that is of those elements, and the archmage can do her next photo shoot with 2 new spells. In fact, if you tone down Blizzard, it might be cool as a stage effect. She looked confused, so Karl pointed at the cameraman and surrounded him with a very reduced blizzard, but with high winds and thick snow which sparkled in the light as it swirled around him. Just be careful of the distance. The wind can cause wardrobe malfunctions, Karl added. The archmage shifted on Karl's lap to pick up the blizzard book, which vanished without as much hesitation, suggesting that her affinity with ice was actually higher than lightning. She sighed in satisfaction and got back to her feet. They are going to want me to do more appearances before the late-night show. Good luck, Prince Karl. You will need it once those bloodhounds from the special interests get to you. She was turning to leave when Israel laughed. I don't think he needs to worry about it. He terrified half of them and chased the other half away with a veiled threat to join the Inquisition. I don't know who taught him to play the game, but his angry hillbilly face doesn't match his craftiness. Hey, I will have you know that I was considered a handsome young man. The idol laughed and shook her head. You still are, but that aura you give off will scare the tar out of the non-elites. Then she was gone from the tent, and Karl just shrugged at Israel. He didn't recall threatening to join the Inquisition at all, but that might be how the politicians would have taken him, addressing the royal rank inquisitor more familiarly than anyone else. Was there more that you wanted to share with the church today, or do you need to hold off on the other skills that you might be able to copy? Inquisitor Israel asked. He hadn't missed how Karl had said that 2 books in a day should be possible, but he had actually made 4 of them. I'm mentally beat on that front. I was already pushing my luck with the 4th, but I should be able to make another tomorrow after a good night's rest. The problem is that most of the skills just aren't well suited to humans. If I could make a book for Remy's poison flame totems, that would be great, but even if I could learn the skill, it's a spirit snake exclusive skill. The Inquisitor frowned. There are so many restrictions on your skill. Karl shrugged. If I was making them for other Beastmasters, it would be fine. All they would need was a pet compatible with mine, and they would be able to use all of these picky books. I'm hoping that one day I will find a way to transfer my core skills to others. Right now it's not an option for the skill books, but I think that one day I might be able to create a book that will contract a beast. Then we can try making budget version Beastmasters out of people who don't have system access. If they could get even 1 space and grow with a beast, they could be maybe not on par with all elites, but still stronger than the average soldier now. The Inquisitor smiled. Now that is a goal that I can get behind. I can see it now, a whole line of soldiers with their bonded beasts. They wouldn't even need to be combat beasts, just something with a good skill to share, and our army would be on par with any of the other magical or monster nations. Karl sighed. I'm not even sure that it will ever be possible. I've never heard of a way to transfer class skills to someone without the blessing, but I've got a feeling that it should actually be possible if we can find a way to form the contract. Chapter 390. Final photos. As Karl finished his explanation, a whole new group of reporters came in with some of the other newly advanced commanders from the academy, and Karl was chased out along with Inquisitor Israel. As you might have noticed, the prince title can get you many things, but getting in the way of people with things to do usually doesn't work, unless they're also elites under your leadership and have to listen to you. The Inquisitor laughed. Karl chuckled. Why don't we go get some coffee and relax? We have time to kill until they're done with all the other interviews, and I don't think that they will appreciate it if we completely vanish. Can I meet your other team members? Have they all advanced to royal rank with you? Israel asked. Karl shook his head. No. Ray advanced already and Hawk is very close, still solidly commanders for at least a few more days. I can't say for certain when they will advance, but they're being pulled upward now that I have. Then let's go to the edge of the camp, but not too far, and you can show me the others. I briefly saw Ray before she ran away with High Priestess Lotus, and Hawk is a fine specimen of the dragonhawk species, but I am curious about the others. Israel suggested. Oh, there's no need to leave. Thor is gentle and everyone loves him, while Remy is small enough to not cause a traffic jam. Remy came out and draped herself over Karl's shoulder, then stuck her upper body forward to get a better look at the Inquisitor. He reached out and stroked the top of her head, making the spirit snake sway happily. She's venomous, isn't she? He asked. Yeah, When she flares her hood, it is quite obvious that she's a Naga spirit snake, but when she's relaxed, she looks much less threatening. Just a big boop noodle. Tell me you don't let her boop people. Remy laughed, and the Inquisitor gave her a suspicious look. She tried it, didn't she? Are they all right? Karl nodded. They might have embarrassed themselves a little, but Remy only booped them on the nose with hers. There was no physical damage. Karl called Thor out, and the lightning Sero immediately attracted attention from students who were living in the area near them on the right flank. They all came over to pat his head or rub his scales, ignoring the fact that there might be a reason his was out in the middle of camp. It looks like the lightning Sero isn't far from royal rank either, but he's a bit odd, isn't he? I sense a lot of holy magic from him. Israel asked. He's been training his holy magic in hopes of becoming a better support asset for the team. He has already learned Circle of Protection, and that's quite the feat for a lightning Sero. If he keeps it up, I think that he might actually manage to evolve on his own into some sort of holy Sero. Karl agreed. I heard that Hawk evolved, but that was due to resource consumption. Is it possible that your class could cause such a mutation on its own? Remy laughed, a sporadic hissing noise that sounded more like a hiccup but left her mouth open. Did I say something funny? Inquisitor Israel asked. Thor actually does have a resource, and a rather potent one. There is a pool of blessed water imbued with the essence of holy stones in his resting space, and he regularly soaks there during his downtime, Karl explained. Remy nodded in agreement, while the Inquisitor stared at Thor. You have done very well for your beasts. The rare resources that I have learned that you found for them and have apparently planted in their spaces piqued my curiosity. That's why I volunteered to come out when it could have been any of the royal rank high priests. He informed Karl with a sly wink. You would be startled how much they have advanced since we met. Even Ray, who still looks very much like a bloodbath spider, has skills that I've never heard of a wild beast having. She learned the golems by watching mages use them, and now they're her most powerful attack ability, nearly tripling her combat power, or doubling it while she gains the ability to attack with earth magic from a distance and protect our casters. Karl agreed. So would you say that Ray is nearly on par with the golem mage at the royal rank? Israel asked. I would say that it's not even close if she's within range to summon her golems. Her other skills lean more toward assassination, so it's hard to compare them, but her golems might be comparable to a whole mage on their own. The fact that they are imbued with her offensive adaptation and can use lacerate might actually make them significantly more dangerous than the average golem mage. That is a good point. Most golems are good for absorbing damage and crowd control, but it takes a secondary skill to make them truly dangerous. Something like durable constructs, as your teammate Dana has, or a shared attack skill. I suppose the most important thing that you can be doing tonight is actually focusing on trying to get the other beasts on your team to advance. 2 royal rank threats is good, but 5 of them together is enough that there wouldn't be many who would dare threaten you along this border. Karl noticed that he amended it with, along this border, as the mountain giants were even stronger and willing to take on even the overlords that the humans had sent to stop their advance. It was probably better not to mention that the golems Ray summoned also benefited from durable constructs. It hadn't taken her long to learn that skill. Ray was much better than the average beast or elite, but if he went further out, to the lands west of the mountain giants or into the divine beast nation to their north and northwest, he would find an incredibly diverse range of threats that made magical skills a basic survival necessity. In a way, being surrounded by enemies actually protected the Golden Dragon Nation, as it created a buffer between them and the other threats that populated this continent. But that was very little consolation to the humans of the one surviving largely non-magical society. Their neighbors weren't friendly, but at least they were mostly predictable. The mixed threats of the other nations were worse from a security standpoint. As they talked, a reporter came up with a cliched look. If your highnesses could spare us a few moments, the officials from the government would like to do a group photo shoot with all of the students who have advanced recently, as well as the other dignitaries present, she announced. That meant that they both definitely needed to be there, as 2 of the highest-ranking elites on the border couldn't simply be absent from the photo shoots that were meant to show unity and strength, as well as interdepartmental cooperation. Lead the way. We're ready for the rest of the interviews. Inquisitor Israel agreed. Oh, it's not interviews now, just a series of photo shoots. You know, posing, smile for the camera and all that, she explained. The Inquisitor sighed and gave Karl a frown that made his face look much older than the mid-20s that he likely was. Let's get this over with, then. Fortunately for me, nobody expects the Inquisition to smile pretty for the camera. We've got a reputation to uphold and all. Chapter 391 Photo Shoot. I suppose that I should call Lotus and Ray back if there is a big group meeting. Karl realized as they started to walk back toward the center of camp. Inquisitor Israel laughed. I think everyone in the media and government would be happier if they forgot that High Priestess Lotus was a thing. But yes, call them back. I am looking forward to the uncomfortable looks they give her when they have to address her as High Priestess for formal introductions. I don't even think they had her do a short cameo-length interview. She said they asked her to wait 2 hours, and it hasn't been that long yet, but they're wrapping up the press duties. They almost definitely lied to her about how long everything would take, and then sent her away so that she didn't notice she was being excluded until everything was done. Karl laughed as he realized that the Inquisitor was right, so he called Ray and Lotus back to do the final meet and greet. Ray appeared in front of them, and Israel instinctively drew his sword before he saw the laughing High Priestess on her back. Hey guys, are we ahead of schedule? Lotus asked. They tried to trick you because the world wasn't ready for High Priestess Lotus, but we're about to do the group photo shoot, so I called you back. I wouldn't want you to miss out on all the fun just because they weren't going to do a full interview. Karl explained. Lotus frowned. I have half a mind to show up on Ray's back just to punish them for not interviewing me. I'm a High Priestess. I should get some respect. It was fun playing in the woods, though. Ray returned to her space as Lotus hopped down to accompany Karl and the others to the meeting. The frustration and annoyance on the face of the reporter who had come to fetch them was obvious, but that was only making it more fun to escort Ray back with them. Wait for it, Israel whispered as they reached the edge of the lights around the photo-op mingle. They had set it up to appear to be some sort of military base, with ballistic walls that were made of composite armor and then decorated on the inside to look like a garden pavilion. The cameras wouldn't be looking up. They just wanted to make certain that the location wouldn't be obvious to anyone who wasn't here when they saw the footage. Announcing Prince Karl, Lord Inquisitor Israel, and High Priestess Lotus. The staff had declared as they entered so that the ones keeping track of the photos would know who had arrived. They hadn't seen most of these elites before, as they were almost all students, but everyone needed some shots of them meeting with the visiting dignitaries and politicians, mostly so that the visitors weren't accused of playing favorites with the elites, but it was also a valuable way to network and make new connections that would help you later in life. Karl knew the theory, but he had never actually tried to make those sorts of connections. He should likely start now, he realized, as he saw how easily some of the students got along with the wealthy businessmen and policymakers. The problem was that they were all so smarmy, and obviously lying through their teeth, that he couldn't blend as smoothly as he would like. He could see the change in their skin temperature when they flushed as they were embarrassed or nervous. He could track every little fidget and tell when they lied. His enhanced senses were making it nearly impossible for Karl to deal with people who weren't completely honest. So he naturally gravitated to the ones who were the most honest with themselves, and that was the few elites among the businessmen and the clergy. Prince Karl, I am awakened warrior Nathan Roth, head of the Roth Savings and Loan Corporation. We finance homes and businesses all over the nation. One of the men introduced himself when he noticed that Karl didn't have that signature disapproving look for him. You look like you don't care for these functions, he added. Karl laughed quietly. I have thermal vision and hawk eyes. I can literally see them lying, and it's disturbing. The banker looked confused, so Karl continued. See the way he clenches his thumb and forefinger? His skin temperature increases at the same time. He's nervous, but only at those certain moments. Karl explained. Crap, you really can see them lying. How long did it take you to learn that skill? Karl smiled. I've been around people who don't see any good reason to lie, or they make it very obvious that they're not going to tell you the truth. So when I see people trying to fake it, their actions just look unnatural, and it's creeping me out. That skill would make me a fortune at the poker table. But what about that man in the gold tie? Does he have a tell? Nathan asked. A business competitor? He's confident. I don't actually see any strange reactions from him. Either he's not lying or he's very good at it. Karl replied. That's what I was worried about. He's pitching a new commercial development to anyone who will listen, and he's self-financed it. If he was running a scam, it should have been obvious to you, as it's his own money backing it. Did you have any plans for a namesake development? Royal rank elites tend to make obscene amounts of money after a while, so if you want to build a community or a high-rise somewhere, it won't be long before it's in your budget, and we can help you with not only the financing, but the permits and legal blockades that often delay development. He suggested. I will have to think about it. I haven't actually spent much time in the cities to know what sort of development would be best suited both to the area and to myself. I am a beastmaster after all, so something more attuned to nature might be best. But if you happen to see more news about me later, my plans for my work might make the choice more obvious. I just don't know where that's going to lead me next. The banker nodded and adjusted his expensive suit coat. You want to do something that is associated with your work, or the people you were working with then. That makes sense. Not everyone wants a landmark building in the capital in their name. I am told that you met Prince Corbin already, and he made that sect compound for the Spellblades. They used to be in an ancient monastery near the border, but it was becoming too dangerous for new students, so he relocated all his people. That's actually a great idea. Perhaps if there are more beastmasters in the future, I can set them up with a place that raises tamed beasts, so they don't have to head out into the wilderness looking for rare monsters or make a random guess as to what their first beast skills will be. Karl suggested, "Do you really think that they'll be more like your mark in the future?" Someone asked from behind Karl. "I do. Now that there is one, there are likely to be others. But there are also similar classes like the Rangers that bond a living partner. Most of them end up bonding with a common animal. But what if they could bond with a relatively docile monster instead? They would get the benefits of something like a warbear instead of a hunting dog. It might make a noticeable difference to their progression if they were able to find monsters that weren't wild and territorial when they first entered the academy." He explained, "You are quite dedicated to assisting the growth of the elites. Are you planning to apply to the Bureau of Elite Development?" The man asked. "Colonel Valerie is a good friend of mine, and Commander Morgana, who might be Princess Morgana soon if I'm judging her power correctly, is an agent and a member of my team. But as for officially joining the Bureau, that isn't in my immediate plans." The visitors didn't seem to know what to do with Karl's independent stance, and the man just nodded vaguely as he failed to determine Karl's current alliances. "I'm afraid I missed your name," Karl added when the man didn't say anything else. "Oh, my apologies. I am Director Jones of the Military Finance Committee. We're part of the Department of Defense, and in charge of ensuring that money is being properly allocated for the needs of those defending the nation," he explained. "It's a valuable job, Director. From what I can tell, your committee has been doing an outstanding job. Nobody expects money to be endless, but none of the locations I've been stationed at were desperately short of supplies." Chapter 392 Impress the Moneymen. Once the Director of Military Finance broke the ice and showed them the way to interact with a ranking elite who wasn't picking factions, more of the politicians began to come over with similar ideas. They didn't try to sell him on joining them or push their particular niche. Instead, they just discussed current events, which Karl was missing out on at the front lines, or they praised the work that others were doing if it related to the topic at hand, and made sure that Karl would at least recognize their faces if he saw them again. "You know, I've had a question for a while now. Why do they call these ranks Prince, King, and Overlord? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? It's not like I'm going to become King of the Golden Dragon Nation the next time I advance." Karl commented. One of the reporters spit out his drink as he began to laugh, while the government ministers managed a bit more decorum. "It's actually borrowed from older times and not created for the elites. You see, in the magical kingdoms, as well as most of the beast nations, a king-rank beast or mage can hold a territory. Normally that's only a few square kilometers, but it is their undisputed territory. A prince is not quite there, but they lord it over the other beasts in their territory if it doesn't have a stronger leader. But the overlords are the ones with the power to force kings to work together. It's been translated through a few languages, so it might not be perfect, but it works well enough for the time being. There is a whole progression for the divine beasts, but we don't have most of them on this continent. There isn't enough food here to support them. They need the continents with more magic, so we rarely see anything above Overlord. But if you are more widely traveled, you will find territories controlled by, or even populated by stronger beasts. You won't see many humans there. We're just not a powerful enough species to survive that, but Overlord is only halfway through the rankings in this world." Director Jones explained. "I recall that the Archbishop was above the Overlords, at the totem rank." Karl replied. An aging mage at the ascended rank, who Karl recognized as one of the producers for the news station, nodded politely as he approached. "Yes, he's a totem rank cleric, a rank above the overlords. The mountain giants also have totem rank leaders, while the divine beast nation goes one rank further and has a mythical rank black dragon leading them. That's why they rarely attack us. It might be a servant of the god of death, but the black dragons understand that you need to keep a healthy population if you want the deaths to continue at a steady rate into the future." That was both depressing and remarkably pragmatic. Karl hadn't realized that the black dragons were into things like sustainable populations. Of course, they were also known to decimate entire regions, indiscriminately killing 1 in 10, and then moving on. So perhaps he had just misunderstood their nature. It didn't take the others long to get back to their favorite topic of the day, though. "So is there any sign of when the rest of your beasts will advance?" one of the businessmen asked. "I would say that a second one should be at royal rank within the week, but the other two aren't giving any clear signs," Karl explained, for about the 10th time that night. The man smiled. This class of yours is like dropping a nuke in combat. You're one elite, but when you show up it'll be 5 royal rank threats at once. The giants can prepare for a single strong elite, the same way that we prepare for a royal rank giant. But when the beasts come out, it's just an overwhelming change in the state of the battle. Karl nodded. There are advantages to sending a particularly strong royal rank leader with a team of commanders to deal with a threat. We're not exactly overloaded with strong elites, so it's better not to take risks when we don't have to. Director Jones looked excited, as this was getting back to his area of expertise, though he was only actually in charge of supplies, not troop deployments. "You have ideas on how best to send out the teams?" he asked. "It's just a thought that I had about the ability to deal with threats. You see, if you send a leader at the high end of a rank along with a team 1 rank below them, you have the best chance of dealing with a surprise threat above the estimated level. So if you send a strong ascended leader with an awakened team, they're safer overall without changing the composition. Then, when they reach ascended, send them with a strong commander until they're further up the rank and take over a team of a rank below them, or they have formed a solid team of their own. Teams that know each other are still the best, but for random groups, leaders at the top and not the bottom of their rank makes the most sense. If we keep doing it that way, they will all have experience fighting at their own rank with a stronger leader, so when they take up a team position, they will already be trained for the threats that they are there to protect the leadership team against." Karl detailed his thought, while the few elites and mages among them looked impressed. The producer tapped his chin as he thought. "You know, that's how most stable groups are already. Either the leader is at the peak of their rank, or they've got skills that make them surprisingly effective in combat, like the Spellblades, Magical Knights, or elites with rare classes like your Beastmaster." Karl nodded. His team was mostly made of people who would be well suited to leadership positions, but they were better together. They had been working together for quite a while now, or like Morgana, they just fit so naturally into their role that there was no friction or overlap in what their skills should be doing. With her new skills, Karl couldn't think of an ascended team that wouldn't happily steal his Dana away to lead them. Once she had mastered a movement skill like the other knights were using, she would be incredibly deadly in combat, supporting her golems. There was a chance that she already knew one. The skills she had gotten were Disruption Blade and Windwalker combat style, which was a bit ambiguous. It might include movement skills as well as combat skills, given the name. They hadn't needed to actually test the new skills yet, and even with the book it might take a few days to get used to thinking differently, so you could fight in close combat as a mage. The others had all gotten skills that were more similar to their existing abilities, except maybe Ophelia. Her new transformation was a dire bear, which was basically an overgrown warbear. Karl was looking forward to seeing how that thing looked in combat while enraged. In his mind, it would be like the cartoon superhero Smash, a nerdy gamer kid who got huge and blue when he was angry. Only she would be massive and furry when she raged. Chapter 393, Dug and Hawk Showdown. The gathering broke up off-camera, people running around to take shots of everyone mingling. Karl's reluctance to mingle actually made their life easy, as he was with a group in the background of many shots and he just had to move between them for individual photos. They didn't need a photo with everyone, just enough that they could film multiple articles with whatever fit. In contrast, the hyperactive ones like Lotus were harder to properly photograph because they kept disappearing, or appearing with the same people over and over, so you could never get a shot with the people you wanted. They talked to 100 people in the evening, but every time the camera caught them, they were with the same ones. That would just cause scandals if they posted too many. The bored population wouldn't see a hyper-nature priestess talking to all the fun people. They would see a married politician with a much younger woman in multiple photos, as if they were a couple. Lotus wasn't helping that situation, as she had no qualms about hanging off people, and there were multiple pictures with her in either Bob or Tank's arms, gaining elevation so she could see what was going on. Karl almost felt sorry for the reporters who had to do damage control, so they didn't cause rumors that would get them yelled at by ranking elites or their bosses. "Prince Karl, could we get one last photo?" one of the reporters asked as Karl left with his group. "Of course." They all turned as a group, and Karl put an arm over Dana's shoulder as she leaned against him. Doug had done the same with Morgana, who was currently tipsy enough that she wasn't yelling at him, while the others arrayed themselves around the couples. "Thank you all. Have a splendid evening. Will you be at the General Mess Hall in the morning?" the reporter asked. "Perhaps. We may be busy again tomorrow with the aftermath of today's advancements," Karl explained. The reporters left them, and Karl's expanded group, including the Mackenzie brothers and Morgana, returned to the fort for the evening. Now that they had hammocks there, the trio hadn't returned to the teachers' dorms for an evening since, and Karl didn't blame them. The same dorm tent as Tank, and Karl could hear him snoring from the mess hall if the big berserker had a morning off. Anyone with enhanced hearing had to be suffering or using earplugs to sleep in camp, They had the next day off, and Karl was looking forward to sleeping in, but first thing in the morning, the sound of loud celebrations woke him up from a deep sleep. What is going on out there? He muttered to himself as he equipped his suit and rolled out of his hammock. Oddly, there was nobody in the fort. They were all outside, gathered in a circle on the ground while Hawk and Doug stared each other down. There were vines in between them, being blocked by a wall of fire, and both of them were surging with power as they competed. Why they felt the need for a power game before 6 in the morning was a mystery, but they were dedicated to it, and Hawk was so focused on his work that Karl wasn't even picking up any stray thoughts from him. Karl sat down in the entryway and watched the challenge while the other beasts slept. Both Hawk and Doug were right at the boundary to the royal rank advancement, and their contest seemed to be to keep up with each other. The vines enlarged and contracted, while the flames shifted in color, adapting to each other and maintaining the stalemate. Flames would burst from a new location, headed for Doug, only to be intercepted by a new vine, or a new vine would be intercepted by a ball of fire, increasing the density of the conflict every time one of them had a slight advancement. It looked like any progress that they were making were balancing each other out, at least for the first few minutes. Then Hawk's body began to enlarge, and his feathers started to turn transparent with flames. The wall of fire was pushing back the thorn vines now, and Doug's forehead was rolling with sweat as he worked to increase his peak power output. Then Hawk's flame body went from a red-orange to a deep vermilion, and his power surged as his body expanded from condor, sized to nearly 5 meters in wingspan, as his wings spread in a majestic sweep of fire. Doug's power was growing as well, and a soft green light surrounded his vines, which had been burning away. Now they were slowly repairing themselves, but not fast enough, and in only a few seconds Hawk had overcome him, and the flames hit the barrier Dana had placed over the cleric. The two of them grinned at each other, pleased with their success, and Karl wondered if Doug had managed to make it to royal rank. Hawk clearly had made the advancement, as his feathers had changed. It was a particular characteristic of most monstrous hawk species, in that they were visually identifiable not by size but by coloration. It had been true of him as a windspeed hawk, and now as a dragon hawk. But the new feathers were fantastic. They were literally made of solid fire, as far as Karl could tell. They still looked like feathers, but the opaque portion was paper-thin, and the rest of the feather was rich vermilion red flames. Lotus climbed on Doug, sitting on his crossed legs with her nose centimeters from his chin, as if a shorter distance between them would help her understand better. "Did you learn a new skill?" "I got a new skill when I made High Priestess. Do we get another at Royal?" she demanded. Doug poked her, and Lotus glowed with green light before looking confused. "What did it do?" "It's a regeneration spell. It applies to me and my living targets. That naturally includes my summoned vines, and that's what you saw. But more importantly, you didn't mention that you got a spell at Commander rank." "What did you get?" Lotus ignored his question and went over to carefully attempt to pet Hawk. She didn't know if he was actually on fire or just looked like he was, and there was one easy way to find out. "Not going to answer?" Doug asked. "Later? There is a royal rank feathered friend here, and I have to know," she replied. She stretched out her hand, and Doug laughed. The flames dimmed under her hand as Hawk adjusted them to not scorch the priestess, and Lotus beamed in pride, then smacked out the smouldering sections of her sleeve before repairing them. "So they can burn, but they can also not burn. That is fascinating. You are a beautiful hawk," she cooed while the bird straightened in pride and spread his wings to show off his enlarged size and majesty. "The Lotus appreciates me." "Oh, you think because I'm not interrupting them that I'm not proud of you?" "I will preen your feathers all you want later. Let them have their fun," Karl replied with a soft laugh. The little experiment this morning had not gone unnoticed, and Karl saw that there were dozens of teachers hanging out in the background, along with a few news cameras and Director Jones of the Military Finance Committee. It was still nearly dark out. The sun wasn't even over the horizon yet, so most of the camp was still asleep, but the energy had caught the attention of someone in charge, and they had sent over cameras. "Hawk, make a loop over the camp. The cameras are running, and this is your chance to really show off your majestic feathers for the world," Karl suggested. Hawk gave Lotus a friendly headbutt, and then took to the sky. The glowing flames of his feathers lit up the sky as Hawk used Flaming Body to enhance his appearance and make himself easier to see. With a 5-meter wingspan, Karl estimated that Hawk had to weigh over 15 kilograms now. Truly prodigious for an evolved windspeed hawk, and the trail of fire that he left behind him as he swooped through the morning twilight made beautiful patterns for the cameras to follow. Doug smiled at Lotus. "I see now. You didn't want to step on Hawk's moment. We can discuss your new spell later. Don't think I will forget. You never forget about things, even when you should forget about the little things." Lotus pouted. Doug and Tessa both laughed, knowing she was referring to something from her training years. "Hawk is glorious, though. Not even the Rogues will dare to challenge us from the sky now," Doug agreed. Chapter 394, Bags and Skills. Karl focused on his mental spaces, which seemed to have settled a little now that Hawk had advanced. They were all at the same royal rank standard, and he could feel the possibility of adding another, but as he focused on all of the things that made up his mindscape, he found something new. There was a simple white cloth bag there. Karl stared at it for a moment, wondering where it had come from. He didn't recall getting a bound storage bag. "Hey, does anyone else have a bag in their bound items? Like a piece of gear, but just a white cloth bag?" Karl asked. There was a moment of silence as everyone checked, and then Dana's surprised gasp. "Where did that come from?" "That's why I asked you. I don't remember getting a bound bag. Was it from the trial?" Morgana sighed and shook her head. "Was nobody else paying attention? There were 3 chests and a bag for everyone. We opened the chests, then got distracted by the big shiny box, and the bags vanished into our bonded items. I've already moved my backpack and spare essentials into it. The bag holds much more than it looks like it should." Karl went back to his hammock and grabbed his backpack, then focused on tossing it into the bag he was bonded to. The whole pack vanished, despite being 3 times the size of the white bag when it was outside his mind, and Karl could see from the top that he still had nearly half the space left. "That bag is brilliant." He called to the crowd on the ground as he realized that no longer would they have to lug around backpacks when on patrol, or risk the packs getting damaged during a fight, or trampled as they were forced to move after taking them off for a battle. Plus, Karl could now store his own personal items, and not just things that were useful to one of the beasts. He would be able to actually carry useful everyday items without worrying about the weight or pack space. Well, with half his bag already taken by the essentials in the backpack, he would still have to worry about space, but not to the same extent. The outsiders were still distracted by Hawk as Karl slid down the ladder to rejoin the others in congratulating Doug on his advancement. Hawk came back as the sun climbed higher in the sky, and Karl realized that they had caused too much of a spectacle to have a quiet breakfast alone in the fort. They were going to have to join the guests for breakfast, but they could play the guessing game and see how long it took for someone to realize that Doug's aura had changed, and he was now a royal rank priest of the Green Dragon, the nature god. The camp was busy by the time that they came back, as everyone had realized that Hawk had advanced, and it was the talk of the academy that morning. He was their eyes in the sky, and everyone knew that Karl was relaying scouting information from him to the rest of the students. So, the fact that he was now royal rank, and most likely even more capable than he had been at detecting enemy movements in advance, was bound to get the students excited. The soldiers were just happy to have anything royal rank along the line. They didn't care if it was an elite, a foreign mage, or a friendly monster. It just had to be on their team. Most of the visitors were already packed up, with their bags sitting beside them, and the cargo crews were loading the equipment into buses for the ride back to the closest safe helipad. Even with the extra confidence in the safety of the area, they still weren't going to risk public figures flying this close to the board conflicts when they could safely send them by bus for the last hour of their journey. The dining hall was packed with elites about to go on shift, and everyone was too engrossed in stories of yesterday to be paying any attention to other groups outside their table, so Karl was reasonably certain he would have to wait for someone to notice. And wait, they did. By the time that the meal was over, nobody had noticed, and then the group was off to one of the training tents with Morgana, while Bob went off to teach a class, and Doug went to help with the healing corps. There were always ongoing injuries, so all of the clerics who had downtime went to help out, and Doug had just gotten a new regeneration ability that seemed like it would be quite powerful. Lotus followed behind him, ready to take notes, while Karl prepared to take his geography lessons, and Dana was dragged away by the magical knights to practice their new skills. "You don't need to practice your new skills, do you?" Morgana asked as she brought out the textbooks. Morgana nodded. "Good, then you can continue lessons on schedule. Now we just need to actually get through a lesson once the rest of the students arrive with questions for you. It's not easy being famous. Just wait. You're about to find out. I can feel that you're at the bottleneck already, so you're almost certainly going to make royal rank now that you have new skills." Morgana looked curious. "What do skills have to do with it?" "It's a theory that the beasts and I devised. One of the things that all royal rank creatures have in common is that they have a skill that is not common to their race. The same seems true of the elites I have met at royal rank or higher. They all have a skill that is not part of their basic kit. So now that you've gained some new skills from the trial, it should be much easier for you to make the transition through the bottleneck. I'm good enough with the armor already, and the other skill is once per beast. I'm not going to use it on them until they hit an absolute dead end. If they get to a bottleneck, and they simply can't get past it, even after the others have, then I will use the skill to let them evolve and advance, to hopefully move them far enough forward that they can rejoin the main group." Karl explained. The students came in as they were talking and remained silent so they didn't interrupt this vitally important discussion. Everyone wanted to know what it took to make the royal rank, and Karl had just dropped the equivalent of a nuclear bomb on their understanding of rank. Advancement. Most of the majors in the class had assumed that it was just a matter of potential, that most of the elites got stuck at commander rank because that was as good as they were. But what if it was a matter of lacking a skill that was compatible with their new rank? If what they needed to advance was a skill that could move to the royal rank, then the whole strategy behind their training would have to change. Or perhaps not for all of them. One of them was a lightning element mage, and he now had, thanks to Karl donating it to the inscriptionists. Chapter 3, Dana's Training Day. While Karl was in history class, Dana was working hard to master the new skills that she had learned. Disruption Blade was a simple one, as it operated the same way that she had seen Karl extend his barriers over his sword, except that it didn't need a blade to begin with. All she had to do was focus on the shape of the weapon that she wanted, and the spell would create one out of shimmering purple and silver energy. It was as beautiful as it was deadly, and it seemed to just cause anything that it hit to fall into separate pieces with no real resistance. Only when it hit a magical barrier did it provide resistance, acting as a solid blade in her hand. But the movements of the Windwalker combat style were a much different story. She knew exactly how they were supposed to be performed, but her body had never moved that way before. She hadn't taken martial arts, done any sort of strength training, or even self-defense courses. The closest she had come to being in a fistfight was playing with the neighborhood kids when she was little. She had done dance classes, far too many of them since she had entered the academy, but at the moment she was wishing that they had included gymnastics in those courses. The combat style wasn't just a sword-fighting style. There were movement skills and even kicks involved, and after half an hour her whole body ached in muscles she didn't know that she had. "Perhaps I can get Thor to cast refreshing lightning on me," she suggested as she slumped down to take a breather with the magical knights. "Save that for when you are in combat. You need to train all your muscles to fight the way you want without external assistance, so that if your group changes or you have to fight separately, you are not reliant upon a skill that isn't available." The lone female among the knights, whose name she had come to know was Ruth, informed her. "How long did you train to learn to fight like that?" Dana asked, hoping that the answer wouldn't be too long. Ruth smiled, heard the other knights laugh under their helmets. The magical knights are chosen from among the students who are picked for advanced training from early childhood in the orphanages. The ones who like to train, to fight, or who show a natural aptitude for magic without the divine injection awakening them. We all came from the Red Dragon orphanages, and we've all been training to be soldiers since before we started school. It was only a twist of fate that we all ended up as mages, and then proved ourselves worthy to join the magical knights," she explained. "Did you all grow up together then?" Dana asked. Ruth shook her head. "No, we all came from different locations. Those two are war orphans from the south, near the coast. That one lost his parents in a workplace accident, while this idiot and I were both turned in by our parents when they decided they couldn't afford us." Dana nodded. She had often seen it as a possibility that her own family would abandon her if they one day decided that it wouldn't hurt their public image too badly. It was hard enough for her father to hold down a job as it was. He didn't need a worse reputation that might put his access to charity in danger. "Why don't you use your names?" she asked hesitantly. "It's a tradition of the magical knights. We are supposed to be anonymous, as we often enforce penalties and hunt criminals. Giving out our names or routinely showing our faces defeats the purpose. But you're working with us for a while, and it would just be too awkward not to have one person among us that you could properly talk to, so I chose to give up that anonymity." Dana nodded. "That won't come back to harm you, will it?" The knights laughed. "Only if you end up on the wanted criminals list. You already know who I am, so I won't be among the ones to hunt you. The church would never allow the possibility that I might go easy on you or let you escape justice." "Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I thought that you were more elite soldier sorts. I didn't realize that you did law enforcement as well. It's not really something that gets described in detail for most of us. We hear the horror stories of someone committing a crime so bad that the Inquisition has to come and take them away. But I had only seen the Inquisitors a few times in my life, and the clerics at our local church didn't really go into details." Dana explained. "That's understandable. Nobody wants to think too hard about how the Inquisition or church law enforcement works. I would guess that a lot of the lay priests who do the day-to-day work of the church don't even know the details. It's not part of the curriculum, as it doesn't really matter what division of Inquisitors comes for the criminals or what their specialty is. Most of the time, when we show up, we just flash our identification and no more questions are asked. It's only the elites who need to know our skills when they're going to be fighting alongside us as allies," Ruth explained. The other knights got to their feet, and Ruth helped Dana up before giving her a warning. "Stretch after you rest. Your muscles aren't used to proper training yet. and if you let them stiffen and cramp, you're likely to injure yourself and undo weeks or months of muscle memory training. Dana didn't have weeks or months worth of training to undo, but she got the point. If you injured yourself during training, or tried to learn new skills while you had cramps, you would be learning it wrong, and your muscles would remember how to do it as if you always had a cramp or an injury. The next exercise is one that I think you will like. As a practice of our movement skills, we will be playing tag. Only if you touch the ground, you're out. I will go first. You all have a 3-second head start. Ruth announced. Dana activated the wind walk, core skill of her new combat style, to move up and away from the magical knight. Out of mercy, Ruth didn't come after her first, and Dana managed to get a bit of distance beyond the 3 seconds. But she quickly realized that the delay was a trap. She didn't have all the practice that they did in maintaining the skill, and after 15 seconds she began to stumble and nearly fell out of the sky, as Ruth drove one of her companions to the ground, eliminating him by ground contact as he tried to dodge. Then one of the others moved, so she was between him and Ruth, and Dana focused on her movement to get out of the way again as the knight charged in her direction. She made it 3 steps, just enough to get out of the way, but then lost her focus and went tumbling to the ground. Her shield flared as she hit the grass and the wind was knocked from her lungs. Dana knew she wouldn't have any injuries as the barrier would protect her, but being winded by the rapid stop was never fun. It was also far from the first or last time that day when she would experience it. Chapter 396, You Can Try. In a nest atop the tallest tree in his space, Hawk was working frantically to improve his skills. He was almost stronger than Ray, he could feel it. He just needed to push himself a bit harder to get his body to accept more mana, and he would be there. With smug amusement as the Dragon Hawk pushed himself to the limits, trying to overcome the racial disparity between the two of them. At royal rank, her combat power had skyrocketed, while his primary ability, Flaming Body, had already been at royal rank, that underwent a minor transformation toward becoming a vermilion bird. He was almost there, or perhaps he was a very juvenile vermilion bird, but Ray's racial memory said that they should be 5 times the size of his current 5-meter wingspan. Until he started packing on the kilograms, there was no way that his body was going to support a power level higher than what she could show. Even her stones were on par with his flames. Thor thought it was all quite amusing as he floated in his pond, napping the afternoon away as he soaked up holy power, but Remy was doing her best to try to catch up to her senior siblings. They had the head start, and she was just a small snake. Well, not so small anymore at commander rank, but not nearly as big as Thor or Sister Ray. Remy sung happily to herself as she worked. She had been generously donated a whole new book of spells from the library last night, and she was eager to learn what all these new magics were. Of course, the library didn't know yet that they had loaned any books to Remy, but she was confident that they would understand, since she didn't have hands to hold a pen and sign them out. Introduction to Shamanistic Magic sat open in front of her, turned to the first page. Natural phenomenon are the domain of the shaman, from blinding rain and crashing lightning to the howling winds of a snowstorm, from the fiery lava of a volcanic eruption to the crushing waves of the ocean depths, all are within the domain of a shaman. That sounded pretty awesome. She only had basic water control, which couldn't really do much, but being able to control huge waves sounded fun. Big Brother Hawk would freak out and it would be hilarious. But it was the next paragraph that really caught her attention. Shamans are far more than a force of destruction. While the might of a lightning bolt can burn an enemy to cinders, a smaller jolt can restart a stopped heart. Under massive pressure, the normally gentle water can cut through solid steel, but water can also be a revitalizing force, refreshing the body and carrying healing magic through the veins. The druids and nature clerics might be the masters of the living beings, but the shaman is the master of the living world, and their healing skills should never be underestimated. Brother Thor wanted to be a healer. Healing was a noble profession. But Remy thought that he was more suited to protecting and regenerating. That was the way of the Sero. You could hurt them, but the wounds just closed. But she might be able to do more than just her simple healing splash. With her nose, Remy flipped the pages, looking for the healing spells. There was a whole chapter in this book dedicated to shaman healing, and she wanted to see what it said. However, she only made it halfway through, past the ice and lightning and fire attacks, when she found something even cooler than a healing spell. Chapter 7, Totems. Defensive Totem. Mana Totem. Healing Totem. There was a healing totem? Why did nobody ever tell her that was a thing? But what was a mana totem? You used mana to make totems, but what did it do? Remy flipped the page with her snout and stared at the diagram in front of her. Healing Totem provides a constant stream of healing to all targets in range. That sounded a lot like what Sister Lotus could do, and that spell was one of her favorites, so it had to be good. Remy looked at what the totem needed and began to build one out of the bits and pieces that were in her space. When she sent out totems, she didn't send the real ones, just a projection of the ones that she had made in here. So they were never really smashed, and they could just be summoned over and over. The book talked about making them and transferring them to your mental space, but that was for common humans. She was a spirit snake, and she had a space of her very own to work in. This sure was easier when she had a textbook. The last book had been all ancient mumbo-jumbo, but this one was just gibberish letters for her to ignore, and then very detailed diagrams with step-by-step instructions. Remy couldn't read the common language very well. She was much better with the ancient runic language that was used for spells, so she had no idea that the complex words were actually more instructions. By Step, she made her new totem, while Ray watched struggle to catch up to her. Step the bloodbath spider wasn't actually slacking. She was working on improving her silk as she sat in her web. It was better already now that she was at royal rank, but the new advancement had opened up new possibilities, like fire-retardant silk. So none of them noticed that Remy was actually the one making real progress that day, or that she nearly had a healing totem functional by the time that Karl returned to the fort that night. By the next morning, she was reasonably certain that she had a working prototype. Her happy singing woke Thor, who actually lifted his head out of his pond so that he could see into her space more easily. "What are you making, little snake?" he asked curiously. "I made a healing totem from the information in this book. It's pretty cool, or it will be if it works, like I think it will. According to the book, it's supposed to send out pulses of healing energy every second. So your magic protects them and makes them regenerate, and then the wave's off. Healing will patch up the parts that are left over," Remy declared proudly. "Oh, you thought it all out. So you will do the extra healing while I do the extra protecting?" Thor asked, intrigued by her logic. "Well, you are much bigger, I'm just a small snake," Remy replied confidently. "But when you reach royal rank, you evolve, right?" Thor asked. "Yeah, but I don't know what it will be yet. Probably a shaman, maybe. Do snake shamans look different? Or will I be an actual Naga shaman next? I don't feel like I'm growing arms, but perhaps," Thor shrugged, splashing water about. "I don't know how snakes work. I'm not even certain I know how birds work anymore. I thought that they stayed the same color, but hawk doesn't. But I think that if you want to be a Naga and have arms to hold your own totems, you could be one. Or you could stay a small and cute snake and just put the totems on the ground. They work well on the ground, and silly monsters like to chase them." Chapter 397 Opinions. The beasts had a lot to think about now that two of them were at the royal rank. Remy and Thor still had to advance, but their major concern was that there would be another space opening soon. A new space meant a new brother or sister, and none of them knew what sort of sibling they would like to have. "We should get another one for the front with Thor. Thor and Ophelia aren't enough to block the whole front," Remy suggested. Ray thought about that. If there was another, she could send her golems off on adventures more often. Yes, another one at the front would be good. Then we would have a person on each side of Thor, she agreed. "I think we need another scout, so I don't have to do it every time. I could be an extra mage and throw fireballs at things all day," Hawk thought. "But Ophelia can be a bear now. Does that mean she gets her own spot?" Thor asked. None of them knew the answer to that. "I think Ophelia is like Dana. You can't pull her into the space because she's already an elite," Karl suggested. "That makes sense. A human who wasn't an elite would be useless, though. So what we need is a front fighter to accompany Thor and Ophelia, who can also fly and scout when they need to," Ray announced. Karl laughed. "Well, I will keep that in mind, but usually flying things don't want to fight up close. That's why they fly. Why are they making it hard for us?" Remy complained. "If we could find a way for Ray to grow wings," Thor began. "Ray is pretty big to be learning to fly, but Remy is still waiting to evolve, right? Maybe she can learn to fly," Hawk offered. Remy thought about that. Maybe she could develop wings. Were there winged snakes? She hadn't seen them in her borrowed books, but there might be. Or she could work on a wind magic spell that would let her fly like Dana Mage and the Knights did. That still seemed like a lot of work when she could just catch a ride on someone to get where she wanted to be. If he wasn't touching the ground, how was she supposed to know where things were? Remy has a point. She relies too much on her tongue and ground vibrations. She would be a lousy flying scout. We will have to find Karl a better new member. While the beasts argued about who their new sibling should be, Karl relaxed along the line for his shift. He had decided that not calling them all out was the best course of action so that he didn't scare the hill giants away, or make them think that there was an increased military force here. They already knew about him, but it was better not to let them believe there were more royal rank combatants here. Karl listened to them argue about the next team member all shift, but as they were returning to camp for dinner, Karl's group was intercepted by a military messenger with documents for them. "Prince Karl, your extended group is needed for an emergency. Please bring them all to the bus and we will go straight to the landing pad," the messenger informed them. "All of us," including the knights?" Karl asked. "Yes, sir. All of you, including the High Priest, Agent Morgana, Commander Mackenzie, and the knights. They all headed for the line, but the messenger stopped them. You should get your packs and other personal belongings. This could take more than a day. I am not privy to the details, but you should bring your belongings." Karl smiled. "We all received a reward that allows us to store our belongings. We should be ready to go unless someone left something behind." Everyone shook their heads and they continued to the bus parking area. The driver started moving as soon as they were loaded, racing down the battered dirt road as fast as he safely could in the large vehicle. If they had a smaller vehicle that could carry a dozen passengers, it would have been better, but the smaller off-road vehicles were only suited to a maximum of 5 or 6 elites. The driver didn't say anything, and Karl didn't expect him to know anything, except that it was urgent that this group was brought back to the helicopters. What was normally an hour-long drive took them under 30 minutes at his breakneck pace, with the passengers bouncing around in their seats, but their ride was waiting for them. And there were other elite teams already in the helicopter that Karl was being waved into. "Good, they didn't have to search too long for you. Sorry about the short notice and what will be a long night. There's a monster outbreak that we need an additional prince to deal with." The crewman welcomed them as he shut the door behind Karl's team. "What happened? Give me the abridged version if necessary," he insisted. "We noticed an anomaly within the southeastern region, near the Magma Dragon's territory, 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. It was then determined that the threat level of the monsters leaving the anomaly included high commander rank monsters of the ogre varieties. The usual response teams for the southeastern region are currently deployed to the mountain giant border, which puts you at the top of the response list." Karl nodded. "I understand. How large of an area has the threat spread to?" "Less than 1 square kilometer, but the monster density suggests that the ogres are preparing to defend the area." Karl sighed. Attacking a fortified position with an unknown enemy force was going to be a headache, but if there was an anomaly at the core of it, they might actually get some benefit out of this situation. "How long is the flight?" Doug asked. 1 hour 15. "All right, wake me up when we're 5 minutes out. We just came off a shift on the line, and it would be better if we got a bit of sleep before fighting all night." He insisted. "Of course, High Priest." Karl closed his eyes to get some rest while they made their way to the target, headed straight south, so they didn't approach the frost giant border too closely before they reached their destination. It had been mostly quiet along that front, but there was no need to stir them up with powerful auras from a group of elites in transit. A change in the pitch of the helicopter's noise brought Karl out of his meditative trance, and he saw the groups who were there before his team preparing to depart. "Everyone is going down close together. It's a few minutes early, but you can wake your team," the crewman announced. There was no need. They were already all awake. "There are no teams in the area at this point. You are the first. Group 1 will be on the north side. Group 2 is on the west." Karl nodded and accepted a map of the area from him. The area was flat and lightly forested without any nearby landmarks. It was safe to say that they would probably not be sneaking up on the ogre camp, even if they were dropped 5 or 10 kilometers out. Chapter 398. Ogre Anomaly. They had circled to approach from the west, which would put Karl's team down first. "Team 2, get ready to deploy. How far out do you want to be?" The pilot shouted over the intercom. Karl looked at his team, and Doug gestured downward, then closed his fist. "Drop us right on top of them, as close as you can get," Karl informed the pilot. That sounded like crazy talk to the other team, but for Karl's group, it wouldn't be so bad. He would summon the beasts right into combat, while the magical knights could fly. The rest of them would form up on the edge of the ogre defenses, allowing them no time to shift their formations, and the fight would be on. The helicopter dropped fast 100 meters from the ogres, as close as the pilot felt wasn't the sky. Suicidal on his end, and Karl charged out at the head of his team, sending Hawk into, while Ray and Thor fell into position with the group. Remy found herself momentarily homeless, as she usually stood next to Dana, who was now with the magical knights, but she soon found a spot between Morgana and Doug to cast from. Karl fired 3 arrows with blizzard on them from left to right across the visible monsters, blinding and damaging the weaker ogres as his team advanced, while Hawk began his bombardment from above. Ophelia shifted into a new dire bear form, and Karl realized that he had greatly underestimated how large she was going to be. Ophelia, in werbear form and buffed, was 3 meters tall and must have weighed close to 300 kilos. Ophelia, in dire bear form, was over 4 meters tall while standing on all 4 feet. There was no comparison. The new form was massive, though she might not appreciate it if someone mentioned she was roughly the size of a delivery truck. Ophelia and Thor alone were enough to hold the front line. It was hardly necessary to send Bob forward, much less the magical knights, who had stepped up into the sky with Dana and tore into the ogres with their spells. Attacking from so close gave them all the advantages, and Dana's golems appeared deep within the enemy ranks, sowing chaos as they fought back to back. Then Ray lobbed a boulder in the air, and Shadow stepped to it so she could do the same with her golems before hurling the boulder at the ogres. Then she retreated to her defensive position and began firing stone bullets at the enemy, keeping them from flanking the group. The ogres were mostly ascended, and with the royal rank, chain lightning spreading from Karl's arrows, they were falling like crops being harvested. Even the blizzard wasn't going to take long to kill them, and Karl was prepared to fire more of the enhanced arrows into the deeper ranks near the anomaly. The ogres were preparing to charge at the invaders, but what Karl was waiting for was word from Hawk or Ray's golems that they had found the royal rank ogre variant that the army suspected was here. Cutting down the weak ones was a simple task when they had gathered like this, but if they couldn't find the leader fast enough, it might escape. A royal rank ogre loose in the wilderness was a catastrophe waiting to happen. Hawk, make sure that none of them run away. We don't want them causing problems somewhere else. From his vantage point, Hawk could see the whole formation, but from what he was relaying to Karl, it seemed that the ogres were gathering commanders for a counterattack. There are incoming two-headed ogres, Hawk warned. Those should be the ogre mages. Etin, Karl thought they were called. They couldn't use too much magic, but their fireballs would be much more effective than anything that the other ogres had managed to accomplish so far. The other team will be down soon. Ophelia seemed to greatly enjoy her new form, and her toxic claws left the ogres twitching and shivering with the slightest scratch as black poison spread from the wound. Commander-rank lethal poisons were no joke, and even if they were only slightly wounded, the ogres would be dead within minutes unless they were healed. That she was bigger than the ogres didn't help their chances, and a swat of her. The fact massive paw was enough to throw them off their feet and shatter bones. With Thor and so many mages, there was no danger of her losing her defensive barriers, but the group's spellcasters were mostly focused on dealing damage. Dana gracefully stepped down as an ogre turned its back and severed its head with her new disruption blade before stepping back up into the sky. Karl almost felt sorry for Bob. Everyone else had gotten so many ridiculous new powers, while his new skills were much less flashy. He had gotten a new slam skill that sent out a shockwave in front of his shield when he attacked with it, and the blow was hard enough to send 3 rows of ogres staggering. That wouldn't tell what his second skill was, or if he was even using it. Thor cleared a path with Earthquake, then charged forward into it, gaining more ground and trampling the surviving ogres underfoot. Karl moved up, waiting for the Etin group to get a bit closer before he focused on them. However, the moment that Hawk hit the first of them with a rend explosion, Ray moved her golems to tear into them, racing the Dragonhawk to see who could kill more of the real threats. They hated losing to each other, especially in cases where Hawk didn't have to do any real scouting duties. "Are they even intending on letting the rest of us do anything?" Morgana asked as she watched the ogres fall. Doug chuckled. "Probably not. I forget that your magic doesn't have a very long range, and we've got so many ranged fighters right now, without the threats of giant stones coming our way, that not much is getting close." The witch doctor's magic was much like Blizzard or Ophelia's toxic claws. It took a few seconds or a minute to deal its maximum damage, but nothing was living that long. "The other group is coming our way, chasing the ogres." "I don't think the ogres care," Hawk updated them. "Any sign of a royal rank ogre in the group?" "Nothing so far. Not even many commanders, just some strong ones." The response to this appearance might have been overkill, Karl decided. But after a few seconds to look at the map, he realized that there were 2 coal mines within 10 kilometers of this point. The loss of production would be a national security concern, so it was better to divert extra resources for the day. The emergency response fights were supposed to be a sure thing, not a hard fight after all. Yes, they're starting to run. This is my time to shine. As he flew off to bomb the deserters. "He's just running away early so that he can say he didn't lose," Ray joked. That might be true, but it was Karl's orders to make certain that nothing escaped. That's his job. Don't give him a hard time and make him consider abandoning it. "I don't want to be chasing ogres through the woods all night." Chapter 399, Meet in the Middle. The 2 groups began to converge, and Karl could see the fear in the other group leader's face, as he saw the spider golems putting in work to shred their way through the ogres who had come from the other side of the anomaly to try to remove the threat. The golems weren't interested in the humans, though. Once the 2 groups got close enough that Team 1 was becoming concerned about how controlled that carnage actually was, the golems turned to fight off in a different direction, between. Leaving the last few dozen ogres, group and theirs alone, Karl noticed Hawk diving into the field of bodies and assumed he must have seen something that looked tasty, or possibly a survivor that was hidden from his explosions. But the bird came back up with a sword clutched in its claws, and made a large loop before dive-bombing the ogres, using the blade as a projectile. Unsatisfying. Hawk informed him with great sadness, as he followed the blade with a barrage of fireballs across the heads of the ogres, very unsatisfied. Everything is too big to eat again. Remy agreed with great sadness. Hawk laughed and threw a rend attack at the ground, then dipped beneath the tall grass to pick something up. Here, try this, it might be tasty, he suggested. The bird tossed a large common-grade ferret monster over the heads of the defenders, and Remy instinctively struck at it, dosing it with venom before giving it a squeeze to make sure it was finished. Oh, not bad, it's got a good texture. We should go out and do this more often. Karl sighed as the two beasts got distracted. If you're done with your mid-battle snack, we've still got work to do, he reminded the wayward pair. Remy shrugged off his concern. A large part of her damage output was her totems and blizzard spell, and both of those were still active. She had even given Lotus and Doug one of her healing totems to hold on to until they expired. She wanted to test them, and it looked like the targeting runes worked, since they were not healing the ogres, but nobody was injured, so she couldn't be certain that they were properly healing anyone at all. Maybe once the other group got here. They didn't have refreshing lightning, so they might be taking some damage for the totems to heal. The two groups reached each other, and Remy immediately rushed over to put her healing totems in the middle of the other group. They also hadn't taken much damage, but one warrior had a scrape on his arm, which healed on the first pulse of the totems. Victory! I have proof that the healing totems work, Remy declared. Closing a scratch wasn't exactly a high standard of healing, but it was what they had to work with, and the healers in the other group didn't specialize in long-duration healing like Lotus did. They would do an area heal at the end of the fight for all those little scratches and scrapes, as they didn't affect the combat abilities of the group. Did the snake just cast a healing totem in the middle of our group? The other team's royal rank warrior asked. Yeah, she just learned the spell, but we've all got a lightning barrier on us, so nobody took any damage to test it. One of your guys had a scrape, so she put out the totems to prove that they worked properly, Karl explained. The team leader took a moment to make sure that he didn't hear Karl incorrectly. It was rare that anyone just learned a new skill without extensive training or some sort of special resource. Most of them had only learned a few since they started their second year at the academy, so to hear that a snake had just learned to make healing totems was mind-boggling. We will circle the anomaly back in the direction we arrived from, and we will meet you in the middle. It looks like most of the threat is cleared, but we will need to do a full sweep to ensure none of them fled. He responded, instead of getting sidetracked by the shaman snake. I have a royal rank dragonhawk hunting deserters and ensuring that nothing fled the area already. I will update you if we find anything. Karl agreed, then led his team toward the trail of carnage that the spider golems had left. There wasn't going to be much left to kill by the time that they double-checked all the ogres to ensure they were dead and didn't have any magical items on them. But it was important that they did not leave survivors, and Ray had discovered that many of them had new types of rocks and magical plants. The plants could go to Thor for a bit of variety in his diet, but these special rocks didn't shine or glow, so Ray was collecting all that she could. As magical resources, many of them had purposes beyond simply decoration, including a few fire elemental stones that Karl saw could be used to make concoctions to help Hawk, and a water element stone to help Remy. He really had to put more work into finding all the ingredients that went into these concoctions. There was a very real chance that he might be able to bring the team to the peak of royal rank in record time if he could find the identified ingredients. The problem was that none of the names it gave were the common ones in use for the items that he needed, so when he asked about them, there was only a slim chance that a librarian of the Blue Dragon or some other researcher might recognize the ancient name for the resource. None of the stones or resources in the spaces could make a resource that he hadn't tried yet. There was a chance that some of them could be used twice, but from what he knew of growth resources, they usually didn't have the same level of effect the second time. The others were picking up random items as they progressed, mostly stuffing them into the silk bags on Thor's sides so they could donate them to the armory for credits. The spider golems made their way to the other team, then doubled back, looting what they could understand from the instructions Ray gave them. Mostly it was larger magic items that the ogres had, which baffled the other team. Where are you even going to put all that? You can't possibly need a load of awakened and ascended rank weapons and jewelry, he asked. We put it in bags on Thor, and then we load it in the helicopter when we leave. It keeps the main line stocked with random stuff, and sometimes there is an actual treasure. The team leader looked around at the mess, and then at the anomaly. Should we check that? It might still be allowing monsters out, he asked. Ray, send a golem in and see what happens, Karl instructed. The golems jumped into the anomaly, spiked forelimbs first, and the group anxiously waited for a few seconds until Ray gave her update. It's empty, no treats. Chapter 400 Anomaly Stable. Karl shook his head at the other group leader. The golems report that it is empty, no targets. Then random items began flying out of the entrance to the anomaly. Hey Charles, is it a lottery machine just paying out after we beat the defenders? One of the other team members called to their leader. How the hell should I know? Just look for valuables. Prince Charles laughed. It was actually just the golems throwing anything that looked valuable out of the anomaly. None of the team members wanted to risk going in, as anomalies were known to close unexpectedly, and you could well be trapped inside indefinitely, but the golems could just be dismissed if it started to close. Everyone had to be attentive if they were going to sort the loot, though. The golems were just throwing stuff out without looking at the exit, so if the next item out was a weapon or a chest of coins, you could take some real damage if it hit you. There was a surprising amount of stuff coming flying out of that anomaly, and Karl began to wonder what in the world was going on when the golems reappeared, holding a large box between them and dragging a massive ogre corpse. Ray, I thought that there were no enemies inside, no treats inside, just a smelly guy. He doesn't look tasty at all. They killed it once all the good stuff was gone. That sounded an awful lot like the final boss of a dungeon instance. But it was a commander-rank ogre lord, and he was wearing the mangled remains of a very fancy set of plate armor. The other team began to strip him down, hoping that something could be salvaged, while Karl's team did their best not to laugh at Ray's attempt to look innocent. Karl hadn't said anything out loud, but it was pretty clear that she had lied to him about what was inside the anomaly. While they were looting the ogre lord, the anomaly shimmered and turned red, then blue, before stabilizing into an oval portal. Did it just stabilize into a dungeon entrance? Prince Charles asked. Karl turned to the clerics. If anyone knew, it would be them. Both of the clerics with the other team were in white with gold trim, high priests of the main branch, the healing specialists. They began to cast a spell, creating some sort of glowing barrier over the portal as they chanted and prayed. It took about 10 minutes before they were finished, and then the clerics stood and smiled at them. It is now a stable, low commander rank dungeon. There should be 4 commander rank bosses in the dungeon, while 2/3 of the ogres are still ascended. It should be stabilized now, and if it is, then the ogres would be trapped inside. That also means that we got all of the ones that escaped after it formed. If there were any of them still wandering around, the anomaly wouldn't have stabilized. One of the clerics, a man in his late 20s with his head shaved to hide a severely receding hairline, explained. Who do we call first? Karl asked. This was the first time that he had been on a mission like this, but the last time he had found a system-related thing, he contacted the Inquisition, who handled it all for him. The cleric pointed behind Karl, and the magical knights laughed. Ruth nodded before replying. He has a point. Normally, you call the Inquisition, and they send a team to secure the area, or one of the elite security teams if we don't have an Inquisitor nearby. But we're already here. I will call it in, and then we can let the church's asset management teams move in. That makes sense. I wonder how long it takes to reset after a team goes through, Karl suggested. That's part of what the next teams to arrive will determine so that they can maximize the benefit. Of course, we already got all the loot from going through once, split between the 2 teams, with some extra ogres from the respawn. Prince Charles noted. Karl sighed, and Ray gave the entrance a longing look. As efficient as it might be to send your beasts through the dungeon, protocol is to leave it respawned so that they can make a proper investigation. Some dungeons respawn on a timer after death and not all at once, so it might only be partially respawned if we clear it now. He explained. Bob and Doug both nodded in agreement. They had been through this before. All right, I guess we just call in and wait. I will let Hawk scout until our ride arrives. Hawk was happy to comply, and he took off to go see if there was anything interesting in the area. The 2 nearby coal mines would be close enough for him to scout, but he didn't want to scare them, so he would stay out of sight. Chances are, he wouldn't see anything more than some common monsters, but some of those were tasty, like the boars. If there were wild boars, he might grab one just for old time's sake. Unfortunately, as a royal rank beast, everything fled the moment that they sensed him, and the only creatures he could find were the ones that hoped that going to ground or freezing in place would be less likely to attract attention. The humans might have no idea that he was here, but the other beasts knew, and they were terrified. The inhabited areas of the nation were regularly patrolled to clear out stronger monsters, and even an awakened rank monster could live like a king in many areas, so they were not at all prepared for a royal rank bird monster to show up this far from the wild territories. Oh, there is a helicopter. No, 3 of them, all from different directions. Did we do something to annoy them? Hawk asked. I don't think so. They're just excited that the anomaly stabilized into a dungeon. Hawk returned to the group now that there were helicopters, and people who might not understand that they were on the same team. Humans were slow like that. All of the beasts except Thor retreated into their spaces as the teams approached. Thor had Tessa sitting on his back, so it should be pretty immediately obvious that he wasn't a threat. But the others didn't trust strangers quite that much. The first thing that Karl noticed was that while they were all green, the 3 aircraft all had different logos on them. One was a church group, one had an official government logo on it, and a third had a symbol that Karl didn't recognize. Only when it got within a kilometer could Karl read the logo for the Bureau of Elite Development. That should be a sufficiently varied group to make all the decisions that needed to be made here. The emergency had been solved, now it was just up to the teams to gather the data that they needed. The sun was beginning to set as the Bureau team was the first to land next to the gathered elites. The side door swung open, and Colonel Valerie stepped out onto the trampled grass. Seeing that it was the big boss, Karl, Morgana, and Prince Charles all came forward to greet her. "Colonel, good to see you again. The area has been scouted and verified secure. There is nothing above common rank within a 2-kilometer radius." Karl greeted her. "Look at you, all professional. I like the new armor, by the way, that had to have cost a pretty penny." She replied with her usual business scowl firmly in place. "It's a skill, actually. Free repairs, I just need to summon it again." More familiar faces followed her out. Jody, Anis, Dave, and Jill led 6 more unfamiliar faces out of the helicopter, all carrying large crates of gear for whatever they were doing here. "I hope that you weren't in a hurry to go anywhere. There is a lot of work to be done, and we are going to need both of your teams to remain in place for security and testing purposes." "Colonel," Valerie announced as the Bureau members disembarked and prepared to set camp. "Understood, Colonel. Let me know what you require, and I'm certain we can sort it out." Karl agreed, while Charles simply nodded and walked away. The government and church teams landed on the opposite side of the battlefield, and 2 security teams charged out to make sure that the monsters were truly dead. They would realize soon enough that there was no need. Ray had already done that when she was looking for pretty rocks and loot for Thor's bags, Chapter 401, Cleanup Crew. As the other teams spread out and checked the corpses, they began to pile the ogres into great mounds, preparing for either burial or cremation, so that the rotting ogre flesh didn't attract swarms of scavengers. They might not be brave enough to come too close to the elites, but they would pick away at the edges of the battlefield, and gorging themselves on commander-rank ogres might be enough to increase a few of the lowest common grade monsters' strength to the point that they might be a real threat to the villages and mines. It didn't really take much for the average village to be threatened. An awakened rank boar would be a nuisance to outlying farms, but a swarm of awakened rank rodents would be a nightmare to try to purge from the village. The problem was that it was beginning to get dark already, which would make it difficult for the teams to work on the cleanup, and far too easy to miss valuables as they worked. Part of their job was to collect the magical items off the bodies and ensure that valuables from the anomaly were not left on the ground to be collected by other monsters, which the presence of multiple magical items would attract. Karl watched the annoyed and dejected faces of the newly arrived teams, who were making a strategy to deal with the mess. "Why don't I send my beast to take care of it? They can sense magical items more easily than any of us, and they're strong enough to pile the bodies," Karl suggested. "Oh, he's thinking ahead. We can take the really good bits and give them the rest," Hawk replied greedily. "Don't you have enough? Let the little ones get something. It's not like you actually need anything here. Ray already got the best stuff off them." Karl sighed. "Why don't we have Hawk and Ray loot, while Thor and Ophelia stack the bodies? Then, when we're done, Hawk can set them all on fire," Remy suggested helpfully. "Thor and Ophelia?" Karl asked. "They're the 2 biggest," Remy replied, dipping her head in the Remy equivalent of a shrug. "I noticed that you didn't include yourself in that deployment," Remy pouted at him. "I don't have hands, how am I supposed to loot anything?" "You have water control, you can strip them of armor, rings and weapons as well as anyone else," Thor chuckled. "Oh, you got called out. Time to join the cleanup team, little sister. You 3 go ahead, and I will get the bear to help me pack the trash." The Sero wandered over and gently headbutted Ophelia, who was talking to Bob, then looked at the ogres and motioned for her to follow. "Did I just get drafted to help clean up?" she asked incredulously. "Your bear form is 2nd biggest on the team. Plus, now that you're fully bear, I can enlarge you without you having to rage." Karl laughed. Ophelia frowned. "Why do I get the feeling that I just became an honorary member of the Beast Squad? I mean, you are a 4-meter bear in disguise. Thor thinks you're a big, cuddly new friend." Thor nodded happily and bumped Ophelia again, encouraging her to come clean with him. "Fine, but I will have you know that I'm not a maid." She informed the Sero, who promptly began tossing ogre bodies on a pile. She transformed and Karl cast brutality on everyone, so they could toss about the ogre corpses more easily. The new arrivals seemed shocked to see them already at work, while they were still making plans, but the last bits of daylight were already fading, and Karl didn't know if anyone knew a good light spell. The border forces would use them for night raids, But Karl had never seen anyone on his team actually cast one beyond the minor one they taught mages. "Are they doing the work for us?" one of the government security guards asked. "Yeah, they will load the bags on the lightning Sero with magical items as they can sense them from a distance. Then they will stack the bodies and the Dragonhawk will light them on fire," Karl explained. "Oh, that's a Dragonhawk. I thought it was a baby vermilion bird," the security guard replied while giving Hawk a suspicious look. "He has been evolving as he gained power. He just reached royal rank, and the change in coloration happened then." The security team shook their heads at the thought of a royal rank Dragonhawk loose in the area, but he seemed to be quite tame, and wasn't getting aggressive even when he got close to the strange humans. As they got into it, Ophelia was beginning to enjoy herself, scooping the bodies up with her claws and tossing them across the battlefield onto the nearest pile. She could see why Thor was so into it, and why he was using both his upper horns and his tail to swat bodies. The answer to Karl's question about light came from the bureau team. Jill cast a bright light above the battlefield to supplement the light coming from the newly formed dungeon entrance. The work was going quickly, and Thor had already dropped off 2 sets of bags at the camp so he could continue to get loaded down with loot from the ogres. Now that they weren't planning to keep or carry any of it, they were just taking anything magical and putting it in the bags. The others could sort it out and load it in a vehicle to take it away. That was somehow satisfying even to Ophelia, who was doing her best not to laugh as the corpses piled up and Thor's loot bags filled again. "Hey boss, that's all the loot. Now we just need to move the last bodies, and Big Brother Hawk can light them on fire." Remy informed them a few minutes later, right before she came slithering into the camp, terrifying the workers who hadn't known she was here. The squeals of terrified humans made the other beasts and the nature priests laugh, while Remy just slithered up Karl's back to look around with her head a meter above his. "A little warning would be appreciated, man. You can't just surprise us with a venomous snake," one of the church's workers complained. "There is a giant spider out there as well. Kindly don't attack them as they're coming off shift. They put in significant effort to gather all that loot before they stacked the ogres," Karl reminded them. Colonel Valerie gestured toward the piles. "You can have Hawk light them up now. Just ask him to make sure they're burning hot and not billowing smoke. This is going to smell bad no matter what, and roast ogre doesn't smell much better than day-old dead ogre in the sun." One of the clerics chuckled, and a golden barrier surrounded the camp area, which was just outside the battlefield where Karl's team had finished the fight. Anything closer would have been soaked with blood, so they had chosen to camp further from the anomaly instead of setting up a defensive perimeter around it. The cleric's spell took effect, and Karl noticed that the smell of sweaty bodies instantly vanished. That was a valuable skill for anyone to have in the field, removing scents from a camp. That was the easiest way for monsters to track you down while you were sleeping. But today, it was more important to keep the smell of burning ogres out. Chapter 402, Artwork in the Wild. It didn't take long for Hawk to have the piles cheerfully burning, with massive flames licking at the sky as the Dragonhawk swooped back and forth, adding fire to the ones that were beginning to smoke. Despite the amount of fat on their bodies, they didn't actually burn all that well, and without Hawk or a fire mage, they would have had to dig a massive hole to bury them all. The teams were setting up their tents, and the other response team was pulling a massive canvas construct out of a bag that the church team had brought. But Karl and his team had no intentions of sleeping on cheap cots or putting in all that work to erect a tent. "Ray, would you like to make us a temporary fort?" Karl asked. "Just us. The magic knights as well. One fort big enough for us all. At ground level, but you can suspend hammocks for everyone in it." Ray got to work, using a number of downed trees as the base for her latest work of art, and spinning a new fort that Karl could tell would top all that came before it. At first it looked fairly normal, straight walls and a steeply sloped roof. Then she began to add fake windows to the walls, and a large spire at the front. She was recreating the capital cathedral out of silk, at the scale for a 12-person tent. She even went as far as to grab a crate with a camp stove from the supplies to put in the fireplace hearth she had designed at the base of the cathedral's iconic chimney, which in reality led to the kitchens. "You have got to be kidding me," someone muttered from the far side of the group, as Ray was putting the finishing touches on her masterpiece. Ray had learned to make her silk quite stiff when needed, so the structure was most likely self-supporting, but she had still used a half-dozen trees shaped into posts for the foundation, quickly carving them to the dimensions she needed with her limbs. Karl heard Lotus giggle. "It's a masterpiece, a true work of art by Princess Ray. Now it might seem a bit odd to have it placed out here in the middle of nowhere, but we can probably leave it for future visitors. They normally build a building over the dungeon entrances, right?" One of the government agents sighed. While that is true, the construction normally doesn't include a scale replica of the capital cathedral made of royal rank silk, First off, do you have any idea what that tent is worth in raw materials alone? Second, why? Just why? Lotus' giggle turned to full-out laughter from most of Karl's group, leaving Bob to answer. Ray likes to make a statement. There are new people here, and you didn't show her enough respect as a princess, so she decided to show off a little and help you appreciate her, he explained. The government workers needed a moment to process that bit of information. We don't have an official protocol for that, do we? Are beasts bonded to an elite considered an extension of their rank? Do we treat them the same? Is it based on their intelligence and species? One of them asked his supervisor. The man got a contemplative look on his face. There is no unified policy, but I would say that when it's a royal rank spider the size of a small car, it probably wouldn't hurt to be a bit more respectful. The Magic Knights laughed as Ray put the final touches on her masterpiece and came to stand out front. The flaps of the front wall fell closed around her, creating the false image of the front of the cathedral. Then she vanished into her space, ready for a nap after all that work cleaning and setting camp. Dana stuck her head in the door, then turned back to the group, laughing. She even set it up like the cathedral. The hammocks are upstairs, while the main floor is open with the stove. Plenty of room to set up tables for breakfast or hold meetings, she explained. The upper floor also had a curtain at the back for a shower room, though the shower spell wasn't a Ray specialty. The clerics could take care of that in the morning. Or one of the mages. But as Karl thought about it, Remy had a thunderstorm spell, so she could make it rain on command as well. There was no reason that his group would ever have to go without good hygiene. What is the watch schedule for the evening? Prince Charles, the leader of Team 1, asked as everyone gathered inside the glowing dome that was protected from the smell of burning ogre. The night watches will be taken by the security teams. They have the rotation already planned, and stations set. One of the government representatives explained with a gesture to the edge of the camp, where men in black uniforms were stationed. Karl wasn't certain that was going to be sufficient, but unless there was an attack by something stronger than what Hawk had detected in the area, it was as good as any other night watch. I will make sure they don't miss anything, Ray added, as she prepared to head to the bell tower of her new fort. There were windows on all sides, so she could scout the whole area without moving much, and she would blend in perfectly with her own silk, so there was a good chance that nobody would ever know that she was up there, resting and watching for a chance to die something into snack-sized bits. She was destined to be greatly disappointed, and even Ray knew it. But that didn't mean that she wasn't going to keep a diligent watch until the sun started to come above the horizon, and she switched spots with Hawk so she could get her morning nap in. It was good to be outside in her web on watch again. In the army camp there were so many people around that she wasn't really on watch, she was just observing the humans. Here, there was a chance, however minuscule, that something might actually stumble into the traps that she had quietly set around the fort as she built it. For the elites in the fort it was a surprisingly peaceful morning, but the silence was such a stark contrast to the constant sounds of artillery, either nearby or distant, that they all found themselves unable to remain in bed. Doug adjusted his robes as he stretched the morning stiffness from his muscles. We will start on breakfast downstairs. I brought in tables and benches last night so we can eat in the fort. Did you want me to grab something from the supply tent to add to it? Karl shook his head, as did most of the others, but Lotus smirked. I found a good thing in their supplies. I will bring some over as long as it's not mislabeled, she announced. The little cleric jumped out the window and slid down the sloping roof, then onto the ground, while Tessa laughed. You know, she did the same thing from her room in the dorms when we were in school. Nearly landed on High Priest Gerald one day, only centimeters from stomping his head. She laughed. Chapter 403, Breakfast of Champions. Lotus returned only a few seconds later with a large carton of liquid eggs. That was a true luxury in the field, as they had to be kept refrigerated or frozen, so they weren't sent to army units. Instead, you got powdered eggs, which were later rehydrated, and not nearly as good. Oh, Lotus found the good stuff. I'm sure that the government officials will miss that, but it's going to make for a great breakfast. Doug laughed as he started to cast nature magic to produce fresh ingredients. Tessa brought in 2 large flat rocks that were placed on a small metal table and gestured at Karl. Hawk, you're up. Just a bit of flaming body on the stones to get the breakfast started. Hawk rolled his eyes. He did this nearly every morning. He didn't need instructions from Karl on how to prepare a stone to make breakfast. Having it up on a platform like that was different, though. Normally they set it between 2 branches and he only heated the middle. The tabletop was stainless steel, and Tessa knew that while it wasn't perfect, it wouldn't be injured by the heat from the stone. But the only folding chairs that anyone had brought were plastic, so they weren't an option, and she didn't feel like going to get branches for a stand or having the nature clerics grow some. Hawk heated their griddle stone and the clerics got to work, while the rest of the team relaxed for a few minutes. Hawk even volunteered some of his precious stash of meats, though Karl noted that they were some of the last awakened rank stockpile, which didn't keep up with his nutritional needs anymore. They were a great help when he was young, but now they were essentially junk food. That was one of the drawbacks of a carnivorous beast. They needed meat to survive, and powerful monsters generally weren't a sustainable resource. As they moved up the ranks, finding large amounts of food for growing high-rank beasts would become increasingly difficult no matter what, but keeping the meat-eaters fed would be much more difficult if they were the size of Thor. There's much of their needs, but not all, and they needed the intake to help their growth. That would be a consideration for Karl in the future. If he could find omnivorous monsters, it would make his life easier. Or perhaps he could find something esoteric like a monster that ate rocks or something. No, that could be a pain as well, as finding magical resources was even more limited than monsters. While Karl was distracted by his thoughts, Colonel Valerie came in with the heads of the other two teams who had come to secure and study the anomaly. A man in a suit that looked extremely out of place in a room with cloth walls and a grass floor started the meeting. Good morning, Team 2. It is good to see you all up and cooking so early. We have a lot to do today, but the primary goal for now is to test the difficulty of the trial and to check the nature of its rules. Many of these trials have an entry limit, either a number of teams at once or on the size of the teams or the time between entries for specific people. Those all need to be tested and catalogued, but the first on the list is team size. The most common limits are 5, 10 or 20 people, however 20-person dungeons normally have a very distinctive entrance. So, we will start you with a 10-person team, 8 of which will be elites, and 2 of whom will be researchers from the agencies. Karl considered that for a moment. Is it a matter of trust for the results, or a matter of specialized knowledge for the recording? Karl asked. The specialized knowledge and recording equipment, I'm afraid. The man sighed, then smoothed his freshly ironed coat in a nervous gesture. That's all right. Now that I know that, we can arrange the members in a proper order to enter. If it splits the team in half, we should still be able to make 2 groups who can efficiently collect the data that you need. Karl explained. Oh, how is that? Karl gestured out the door in the direction of the anomaly. If that thing will only allow groups of 5, it should split the team after the 5th member enters, correct? So we will put 4 of our people in front with a proper group composition and power, and then the 2 researchers in the middle, followed by another 4 elites. We might have to draw straws on who gets left behind, but it's easy enough to arrange the teams for the highest likelihood that we will have a safe journey. The overdressed man nodded. Oh yes, I suppose that does work. We were going to recommend just coming back out if the team was split by the dungeon. Karl shrugged. Well, that would tell us how long it would be before we could enter again, but not much else. If the wait is excessive, for example, an entire day, we would be wasting time. Colonel Valerie looked at the man in his expensive suit like he was an idiot, but that really wasn't much different from her usual glare, so Karl wasn't certain how many of the others could really tell what was on her mind as she allowed him to continue. Right. So if the teams are viable once you enter, we will ask that you gather all the data you can about locations, vegetation, resources, monster power levels and equipment, as well as the environment inside the dungeon. The researchers with you are combat, trained professionals, but they are not elites, so don't expect too much of them. Other than that, can you create 2 teams of 4 that will be capable of defeating a low commander rank dungeon if you should get separated? Karl considered it, then nodded. I think if we send the Mackenzie brothers with Morgana and a magic knight who can use golems, they shouldn't have many problems. Commander Bob Mackenzie is very close to the royal rank as well, and he is a defense-type warrior. The second team would be me plus Dana as our mage, Ophelia the dire bear totem berserker, and whoever wins rock, paper, scissors between the remaining pair of clerics. Tessa and Lotus turned to glare at each other in challenge. If there were going to be one team member over the limit, there was going to be some competition for that spot, especially if Lotus wasn't going to be able to slack off and ride Ray around the woods while everyone else worked. Karl turned to Bob. Does that work for you? I know you won't have a royal rank attacker on your team, but Doug does have regenerating vines that are a pretty good crowd control spell. Not to mention that the vines had thorns, and he was at royal rank, so they would likely do as much damage as either of the spellcasters. Ruth shook her head. None of the knights were compatible with the golem spell. All right, then Dana with Bob, and I will take both clerics while the knights have leisure time to take care of their other duties. Ruth nodded. That would be appreciated. There is always paperwork to do after this sort of mission. Karl nodded happily, and the rest of his team tried not to laugh. Better you than us, sister. We thank you for your sacrifice. Doug informed the magic knight with a glowing smile, while the knights began to realize that they'd been duped. Chapter 404, Honest Jobs. The government man took out a binder full of carefully typed pages and checked down the list before speaking again. Right, that should work. The researchers are ready now, so we should get started as soon as you have eaten. he announced. Would you like to join us? We made plenty, Doug asked. The man shook his head, while Colonel Valerie took a seat at one of the tables across from the silent church representative. We won't be more than 15 minutes if you would like to let the researchers know of the updated plan and the order for our entry. They finished breakfast quickly and found the 2 security guards at the entry to the dungeon, both equipped with some sort of fancy equipment in a backpack and clipboards. With a nod, they fell into position, and the team entered. Karl was the last to enter, and as he stepped through, he found himself with a much smaller group. The dungeon had split them into teams of 5, as the government man had said was possible. Ew, it smells so bad in here. Like the laundry room of the boys' dorms mixed with an overflowing latrine. Lotus complained before covering her face with a bandana. Thank you for that vivid mental image, but you're not wrong. The smell of an ogre camp will not be at the top of my list of favorite memories. Karl chuckled. Their researcher was already making notes, and a light on the backpack was blinking, showing that it was doing something. Karl had no idea what it recorded, but if the specialist said it was important, he would believe them. Do we have the manpower to clear this dungeon? The researcher asked as he counted the 5 of them, which included 2 clerics. That was not usually the recipe for a powerful team when it was this small, but once Karl called out the beasts, things changed dramatically. Thor bugled a challenge that had the nearest group of ogres coming their way, Ray called out her golems, and Remy crawled up the pole on the researcher's backpack, nearly toppling him over backwards. He's not an elite. Regular humans have balance issues, Karl joked as he lifted the confused snake off the terrified researcher. He's bigger than Sister Morgana. Why can't I climb him? Remy asked. Because regular humans are weak, and his backpack is heavy. Your weight was going to make him fall over on his back. Tessa ran up Thor's back and settled into position after Ray spun a quick web saddle for her. The researcher looked shocked at the dramatic change in circumstances, and it was obvious that nobody had thought to inform him of the abilities of the team that he had been sent with. To the researchers, it likely didn't matter. The elites were here to gather data for them, and that was the extent of what they thought of the matter. Karl watched as the meter in the man's hand went crazy and peeked out for a moment before settling down again. What is the meter reading? Karl asked. Energy signatures. It's like the testing device. It measures maximum energy output, but in a wider area. It's how we officially categorize the monsters. Then that first peak was from my team? Karl asked. The researcher nodded. It's not designed for Royal Rank battles. I will have to sort out the data from the monsters later, but if you can try not to have your team use long-duration spells, it will help my readings. Remy, avoid Blizzard and Thunderstorm. Thor, unfortunately, we will have to avoid Circle of Protection. Karl instructed. The golems moved forward, and the ogres shouted as they attacked, causing the meter to move up a bit over halfway. Then the golems attacked, and the meter pegged the needle wildly for a few seconds before the ogres were dead. What the hell? The researcher mumbled. Oh, they're imbued with offensive adaptation. The skill must activate when they attack, and that will be what you're reading, Karl explained. I see. This could be difficult. I need to see every ogre attack so that I can record individual power, but I'm not sure they all got a chance, he explained. Karl considered the answer for a moment. I can have the golems hold back so we can get data before they murder the ogres. If possible, that would be wonderful. Also, the fewer team members attacking, the better. It makes it easier to sort the data. I know that sounds a bit insane, even to my ears, but I've never worked with a prince or a spider who can solo entire teams of ogres before. He finished his notes about the area, and then nodded politely to Ray, who sent her golems over to taunt the next group, who put up a valiant fight for about 10 seconds before Ray decided they had waited long enough and had them attack. There was only one commander rank ogre in that group, and there were none in the next 2 groups, though the second one had a mage who carried a long staff and repeatedly hit the golems with fireballs. There was some damage, which Lotus quickly repaired with a pair of healing spells, which seemed to work just fine, even though the golems weren't actually living things. Perhaps it was because they were made of a plant-like material, and she was a nature priest. Karl wasn't all that clear on how holy magic worked. Perhaps they were healed just because the gods agreed. When they got to the first boss, a peak commander rank ogre lord with 2 massive blades in his hands, Ray gave Karl a look that said she had better be receiving some help for this one. Karl knew that the golems could and would kill it. They had already eliminated one of the bosses on their own when the teams first arrived, but Ray was becoming suspicious that they were just using her as their workhorse while everyone else slacked. Karl turned to the researcher. Will you be able to get readings if all of us go to deal with that? Reluctantly, the man nodded. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. We have to pick out their data from the attacks of a whole group. This has been so much better that I wouldn't want to if I didn't have to, but against the dungeon bosses it's inevitable. Plus, only a few of your beasts will be similar in power output to the boss, so it shouldn't be too bad if they don't use channeled spells. The golems let the Ogre Lord get the first swing, and then he got one more in on Thor before he was hurled onto his back and mangled by a combination of golems, fire and lightning magic. 3-on-1, the rank advantage made the fight short and brutal, but just long enough that their researcher could get some data. Karl smiled as the Ogre Lord's body vanished, and a large chest appeared in its place. Now for the fun part. Let's see what the dungeon rewarded us with for defeating the first boss. He joked as the furious scratching of a pen on paper replaced the sounds of battle. Chapter points of reference. As Karl opened the reward chest from the boss, something flickered in his vision, almost like the notifications that appeared inside dungeons and trails, but obviously in his vision, and not in the air in front of him. It was almost like the information was on a pair of goggles in front of him, but it vanished after a few seconds, and never got clear enough that he could properly read it. The lid on the chest flipped open, and a small pile of items were found inside. Gained 1 skill point appeared in Karl's vision, making him pause. "Did anyone else see that?" he asked. "See what?" Lotus asked, coming to stand beside him as Remy slid up his back to see what was in the box. Karl looked through the items but didn't touch anything yet. There was a chance that it would bond to him if he picked it up, and this was a commander-rank dungeon, and he had royal rank armor as a skill. It would be better to let the others make up for any items that they might be missing. There was a pile of cloth, some chain armor. A collection of gems Identify skill said would have no particular benefit to the beasts, but they were magical and not just pretty. Then there was a dagger, a wand and a square item wrapped in cloth that looked like a book. Karl liked books. So did Remy. He carefully lifted it out of the treasure box and opened the cloth wrapping. It was a book, bound in red leather, with a dragon head on the front. That was promising, even if it didn't have any words on the cover. Usable by clerics, red dragons. The words appeared in Karl's vision again. The strange goggle effect when this effect appeared was a bit disorienting, but the message was clear enough. He couldn't use it. "Hey Tessa, I think this one is for you," Karl called as he held out the book. Tessa leaned over, using the rough surface of Thor's scales to keep from sliding off, and grabbed the book before sitting back upright. She flipped the book open and smiled. That wasn't the response that Karl was expecting, as the book didn't vanish. "It's not a skill book, it is a hymn book. The pages are full of red dragon cleric battle hymns, and keeping it equipped adds bonuses to my holy magic," she explained. She let go of it, and it appeared in a smaller form, hanging by a chain from her belt. It was locked shut, but if it was just a hymn book, she didn't actually need to open it. She already knew the songs, and she wasn't a bard that needed to sing in combat. Not that she didn't sing in combat on occasion, but that was more to keep Thor amused while they waited than because it helped with anything in combat. The other items were removed one at a time, and none of them particularly appealed to the members of the group, but once the last item was removed, the box disappeared. "None of us plan to keep this stuff, so we will put it in storage for later," Karl explained. The researcher nodded. "That is fine. Anything you get from the dungeon is yours to keep. I'm just here to observe and record." Karl scooped the spare items up and put them in the spider silk bags that Thor wore as part of his work uniform. That included Tessa's saddle. They moved out to take on the next groups, this time sending Ophelia first, so she could practice her fighting skills in dire bear form. Her toxic claws easily tore apart the ogres, and even the blade wielded by the commander-rank leader of the group was no match for the refreshing lightning, shielded claws of the dire bear. Ophelia shifted back for a moment between groups. "Hey, that's pretty cool. In this form it still counts my weapons as equipped, and I get the life steal from them when I kill things with my claws," she explained. "That will be huge later. The more damage that you do, the more you will heal, and if you have poisoned multiple targets, you should get a steady stream of healing in return from the life steal," Karl replied, impressed by the utility of her new form. Ophelia smiled as she transformed back and charged another group, testing that theory. Instead of focusing on one target, she used Swipe, an innate skill of her new form that worked with toxic claws, and black poison began spreading from the wounds on all 4 ogres in the group. They weren't breaking Thor's refreshing lightning, as the massive bear was surprisingly agile, but Karl could see the pulses of magic flowing from them to Ophelia every second or so. "That bear is a menace," their observer noted. "Yeah, bear totem berserkers are beasts in combat, and that new transformation she got the other day is definitely not a rank 1 skill." Karl agreed. "Might I ask where she got it?" Karl winked at him. "There was an advancement trial on the hill giant border, but you didn't hear that from me. I don't know whether it's classified or not." The observer nodded. "It's been ranked as need to know. and I already knew about it. I just didn't know that it was your team. Was Team 1 the other one to enter? Karl shook his head. No, they arrived in the helicopter for this response. I don't know where they were stationed. Still, 2 dungeons for your group so close together is huge. Not many elites get that lucky with their assignments. That made Tessa laugh as she looked down from Thor's back. The world dragon favors him. Everywhere that we go, things are destined to go wrong in all the right ways. Everyone who has been in his group has advanced as much in the last few months as they did in the earlier parts of their lives. None of us were commanders when the war broke out, and now look at what Ophelia can do to a whole team of ogres. Just as she spoke, one massive paw crushed an ogre's face, shattering bone before the claws tore the flesh apart. You have a point. That's not low commander rank combat power. The next boss was carrying a staff with a large jewel on top, and Remy was eyeing it with greed. I need the shiny stick. I can have the stick when we kill it, right? She asked. If it doesn't vanish when he dies, you can have it. Karl laughed. The bodies in the dungeon simply vanished after a few seconds, leaving piles of stuff on the ground now and then. Mostly it was just coins, but they had picked up a few pieces of cloth and leather armor and a few crude magical weapons as well. The observer nodded, and the attack started, with Remy instantly going for the ogre's neck from behind to poison him while she slid down his arm to attempt to steal the staff. One way or another, she was determined to have it, even if she had to bite his hand clean off with only 2 teeth to get it. Unfortunately, Karl's attempt to be helpful was a bit too much, and the stun, enhanced maul strike crushed its skull, which made the body vanish a half-second after Remy gained control of the staff. With the boss dead, the staff was also gone. Chapter 406, Loot Goblins. The loot chest appeared again, and the system information flickered in front of Karl's eyes a bit more clearly. Gained 1 skill point, first dungeon clearance bonus. So he wouldn't be able to farm as many skill points as he wanted by simply returning here every time he was able. That was a bit sad, but he supposed that skill points shouldn't be too easy to get if they were a reward. Inside the chest was a similar assortment of items to the first boss, but no book, and unfortunately no staff either. However, there was a gem of elemental power that Remy was quite excited about when she took it in her mouth and sent it to her space. I need that for making a new totem, she explained. Well, we won't refuse you the loot. You're the one most suited to it. None of the other items were something that they needed, so they were loaded into Thor's bags, and the golems took over again as Ophelia transformed to talk to Karl. I think I'm really getting the hang of fighting on 4 feet. At first it was strange, as I'm used to being upright in werbear form, but with a bit of practice, I think this will be just as effective. I'm going to need to learn a few more ranged skills, though. Everything I specialized in applies to my weapons or body. But if I'm mostly using 1 paw at a time, it would be better to have some range when things try to run. She explained. Karl nodded. I will make you a rend book later. As a bear, you are almost guaranteed to be able to use that. But you have rake now, right? That's got a bit of range. Yeah, about 3 meters. It's good enough in melee combat, but chasing things that are running away is annoying. Ray laughed in Karl's mind. She also hated it when enemies ran away on her. Thor liked to chase them, and Hawk didn't have to, but she disliked all the extra effort when the target was just going to die anyhow. It should at least have some dignity and not annoy her in the process. Rend was a simple skill to make, as he knew it well enough. So Karl made the book as they walked along after the golems, who were showing off for the data man. Their enthusiasm brought the group to the final boss, a massive ogre lord in tarnished golden armor, the one that the golems had brought out last night. Wait, Ray, don't send the golems after that. The other group was hoping to recover the armor. I don't know if the body will stay, as this is now a dungeon. It likely won't, but some of it might be in the reward pile if we don't destroy it. Karl cautioned, You're going to deal with it personally? The researcher asked as he prepared his recording devices. Yeah, I will sort it out. Karl agreed as he hefted his maul onto his shoulder. The ogre lord sneered at Karl and hurled a boulder at him as Karl approached, but it simply shattered on, refreshing lightning. And Karl darted forward, swinging upward with 5 stacks of flaming body, set to project out from his weapon. The strike landed squarely between the beast's legs, and Karl saw the others flinch in sympathy as the ogre lord was lifted off the ground. Then the flames of the ability came jetting out of his mouth as his body was caught by the skill. The remains and the armor fell to the ground in a heap, then vanished to be replaced by a large golden chest, nearly 1 meter tall and 3 meters wide. That was much larger than the others, but not so ridiculous as the reward chest in the trial. Gained 2 skill points, first dungeon clearance bonus. Karl had been looking forward to that, but the image in front of his eyes slowly cleared. System rebooting. Interface temporarily unavailable. Karl took that as a good thing. Maybe he would be able to get additional information, or even more benefits, once the system was rebooted. If the system was fully active for him and the other elites, the Golden Dragon Nation would gain the sort of benefit that hadn't been seen in generations. Words appeared in the air above the boss. Calculating rewards. The researcher stared at them in shock. "You see that? What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like it." Karl gave him a confused look for a moment before realizing that he wasn't an elite. That is normal for trials and other instances. It's how the system informed people of important events and rewards. Give it a moment, and everyone here should get something. He explained. Updating rewards. Level 0 member detected. Ooh, I can pick a random reward. The researcher mumbled, and before anyone could stop his uniform was gone, and he was standing in front of them in tight black leather pants and a pink floral shirt. "What the ever-loving fuck?" he shouted, dropping his backpack full of expensive diagnostic equipment to check himself. "Hey, calm down, it's a system reward. What did it say, and what did you pick?" The researcher was clearly in shock as Karl grabbed him and shook. "Get yourself together. What did it say, and what did you pick?" The man blinked slowly as his brain stopped rattling in his head. "It said, would you like to randomize? And I picked yes, and now it tells me that I am a grand sage, and I gain bonus starting power for every day that I remained a virgin." The clerics did their very best not to laugh, and Karl stared deep into the man's eyes, just to make sure that he wasn't joking. 30 years, 1 day 16 hours. Apparently, I'm supposed to become an awakened rank grand sage. The researcher continued. Lotus burst into laughter. "It's real. Boys really can become a sage if they remain a virgin to 30. This is not funny, High Priestess." The sage insisted. "It is a little bit funny. I like the outfit, though. It's very stylish." The little priestess added, not bothering to hide her amusement. "What about the rest of you?" he demanded, unwilling to accept that he had been punked by the dungeon, but nobody else had. Karl pointed to the message in the air. Level 0 member condition solved. Calculating, reward granted. Karl saw words appear in his vision again, the interface he believed that the system called it. Then there was a simple scroll in his hand. Karl unrolled it and smiled at the fancy lettering on what appeared to be a coupon. Skill Master Rank 3 single-use token allows one bonded beast's skill to immediately evolve to a skill 1 tier higher than their current tier. The full skill was in his class skills. Skill Master Rank 3 available, 100 points, allows all bonded beasts' skills to evolve to a skill 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. It might have been too much to ask for a 100-point skill from a dungeon reward, but picking one skill to become a better version of itself was a huge bonus. Ooh, that is a good thing. "Whose turn is it?" Ray asked, as she sensed what Karl was reading. "I just got a new book, so it's not my turn," Remy sighed. "I just advanced, and so did you. So I think it's Thor's turn." Hawk reluctantly agreed. He really wanted to know what Flaming Body would evolve into, but Thor put in great effort every day without getting any special benefits. He deserved this one. "All right, big guy, you ready?" Karl asked Thor, who had come over with Tessa still on his back. She was also holding a scroll in her hand. "What did you get?" Karl asked. She unrolled the scroll and smiled. "1 epic grade, Commander rank armor piece of my choice." Tessa unrolled hers and then cheered and began a happy dance. "We will get back to her. What did you get, Ophelia?" Karl laughed. "I got Toxic Claws, damage over time changed from 1 second per application to half a second." They all turned to the researcher, who was looking grimly at the scroll in his hand. "I don't know if I even want to open this," he muttered. Lotus stopped dancing and went to pat him on the shoulder. "Relax, these rewards are always good things. It's the random rewards that are more exciting." "What did you get?" the newly promoted sage demanded. Lotus turned her scroll around with a huge smile. "Skill advance 1 tier, shock, heal, revive." "Are you telling me that you can now bring the dead back to life?" the researcher demanded. "Yup. I am the perfect healing specialist now. I can do everything. Heal, area heal, long duration heal, revive." Now Thor was excited. A tier for a skill was a confusing concept, but it could be beyond anything he had been thinking. All you had to do was let Lotus pet someone, and they would come back to life now. "I think she's got to cast a spell." "She's not a healing ointment," Ray corrected him. "It's not a magic pat. That's sad." Remy giggled. "I think she can still pat you while she does it, she just doesn't need to." "Are you ready, Thor?" "I'm going to use the scroll," Karl warned. "Do it. All my skills are worthy." Skill advance 1 tier. Refreshing lightning, eternal lightning, barrier-type skill. Shields the target while increasing defensive skill effectiveness. Regenerates health and stamina for affected targets. The blue barrier of refreshing lightning changed blue to gold, and Karl felt the stress in his muscles fade away, as if he had just gotten up from a long night's rest. Chapter 407, Thor the Eternal. "Did you give your reward to Thor?" Tessa asked as she examined the upgraded barrier. "Yes, it's an upgrade of 1 tier for refreshing lightning. Eternal lightning is the new name. And while I don't have solid data on it, I can already tell that the stamina refreshing effect is much stronger than the original." Tessa and the others nodded. "It is incredible. I feel like I just had a good nap, and we've been through a whole dungeon." Ophelia laughed. "That's because you didn't even walk through it. You've been sitting on Thor all morning." The researcher picked up his pack and settled it back in place. "I don't suppose that I can lie about my class, can I?" Karl laughed. "There should be a mark on your arm. If it's somewhat ambiguous, you don't need to give them the actual name that the system told you, just your skills and anything that you know about it. If you try focusing on the words interface, status, or skills, you might get a bit more knowledge." "Interface," Lotus cheered, then began swatting at the air in front of her. "Did we damage her? She seems a bit off lately." Karl whispered to Tessa. "I don't know. I will have to monitor her snacks for a while. She might have started taking hallucinogens to cope. Lotus isn't exactly the best-suited person to high-stress situations, or the most mentally stable, you know." Karl raised an eyebrow, questioning that statement. "I seem to recall that she loves to pick fights. A little battle against ogres shouldn't be an issue." Tessa sighed. "Ones that don't involve real violence. But she's a nature priestess. They're almost always stoned anyhow. If there was a chance that she was going to start screwing up because she was too high to function, they would have to deal with her." Doug was known to smoke a lot, but always after work, not before. "Interface." Tessa mumbled, then blinked in surprise. "You know, I've tried that many times before, but it never worked. I wonder if these last few instances have helped stabilize or unlock the system's features?" she asked. "I think that is right. I was seeing the interface flicker on and off when we were doing the dungeon. I don't think we have everything that it used to have unlocked, but I think we're very close to having a fully functional version of the system." The researcher was staring at the mark on his arm, which looked like an old man pondering his orb. Sage was a good name for it, but there was at least no negative connotation to the mark itself. "When we get out, we should ask the Colonel if she knows about a mark like that. She might be able to tell you more." Karl suggested. "When I said skills, I saw that I have spells available, and they seem like normal mage spells." The sage whispered, just loud enough for Karl to hear. "Good, then you're a mage class. That's easy. Now you just need to know how to get points to buy the spells." The sage frowned. "I'm afraid to learn how this class gets points, but I have 14 right now, and that's not quite enough to get 3 additional skills." Karl shrugged. "They normally come from accomplishments and feats. The more you challenge yourself, the faster you get them. I suspect that Lotus should have an awful lot of them. Nature clerics tend to do crazy things, but Tessa should have a bunch as well." Tessa shrugged. "Nothing happens when I try skill as a command. Clerics might just get what their gods give them." Ophelia came over with a frown. "It says that feature isn't unlocked when I try. All I can get from the interface is a bunch of stat numbers that mean nothing to me, except health and mana. Those show as a percentage." Karl hadn't been paying any attention to those. He could see them as a pair of globes, red and blue, at the edge of his vision when he had the interface active, but they were just full, so he didn't think about them. Besides, it was usually pretty obvious when you got stabbed or beat with a club. Health was a relative thing. He didn't need a globe to tell him when he'd been getting his ass kicked. But more interestingly, there were grayed-out functions. There was some sort of money counter that was translucent and unavailable, and another function that had no label. Karl focused on pressing the button, and found that he was in his own mental space, the one where he had formed the focus to meditate when he was working on improving the beast spaces. That was pretty cool. Useless, as it was faster to access it directly, but cool as a feature. There were more locked features in the interface, but none of them had labels, so Karl didn't actually know what he was missing out on. He had the important parts now, though. He could bring up a list of his skills and skill tree. He could see a bunch of numbers for his stats, which he was slowly learning to interpret, and he could see the contents of his storage bag. He could even pull things out of the pocket of his backpack without taking the whole pack out, and he could put things back into the pockets. That was a huge improvement over accessing the bag directly in his mind. "Should we head out and give our reports? They're going to wonder what we're doing if we linger in here too long," Ophelia suggested. The researcher sighed and looked at his new outfit. "All right, let's get this over with. Please don't tell them any other details about my class," he pleaded. Don't worry. We can tell them that you're a sage without any other connotations. But look at it this way. You have a more functional system interface than most elites do, and you just awakened. Karl replied. Ophelia smirked. Yeah, and it's not like they didn't know you were a virgin until the weekend after your 30th birthday anyhow. He sighed and led the group out of the dungeon, where he nearly ran into a man in simple grey mage robes. Greg, why are you dressed like a homeless mage? The sage asked. Dude, what the dragon are you wearing? You don't get to criticize my outfit when you look like a sleazy pickup artist. I will have you know that as a reward for being the first group to clear the dungeon, I was granted a class marking. I'm now a sorcerer. Karl's researcher laughed and turned his arm to show his friend. Like this, I'm a sage. The other soldiers and researchers from the 3 study teams gathered around to hear the stories, and the rest of Karl's team gathered to share their reports. Bob smirked. I will go first. I believe we got identical dungeons, so I will just detail the loot. The first boss had nothing much of interest, but the second dropped a spellbook for Dana. It's hanging on her waist now. Apparently it adds even more damage to her spells when she already has Destruction, as a skill boosting her output. Then on the final boss we all got scrolls and the system interface unlocked. Karl chuckled. On our first boss, Tessa got a hymn book that boosts holy magic. Then on the final boss we got scrolls. I got one that advanced a skill by a tier. So Thor's refreshing lightning is now eternal lightning. Bob visibly lost much of his enthusiasm. Damn it, and I thought I had gotten the greatest skill. I got Titanic Slash from the same sort of scroll. Slash upgraded 1 rank, and now it creates a massive sword up to 20 meters long for the attack. Ophelia smirked as she patted him on the shoulder. Oh, he's not bragging. The best gains in our group were for Lotus, who had a healing skill upgraded to Revive. The other group, and all the magic knights, went silent as they stared at the little priestess, who had been doing her very best not to just blurt out her good news. Doug sighed. You've got to be kidding me. The little troublemaker was blessed with Revive. She's going to be completely insufferable once she gets back to the cathedral. What did you get? Karl asked. Doug's face seemed to grow scales over the next half a second, and he pulled up his sleeves to show that they went all the way up his arms as well. Green Dragon Armor, Chapter 408 reports to write. Karl's team sat down to write their reports on the trip into the dungeon, while the 2 researchers were intensely questioned about their experiences during the awakening, and the remainder of the research teams analyzed the data to confirm the power levels and create a basic guidebook for future visitors to the dungeon. The actual report wasn't hard, they just repeated what they had seen and done in the dungeon, and most of them were just observers, as they hadn't fought anything but the boss. I hate that I'm actually starting to get good at these. Karl sighed as he finished the report only a few minutes later. The recollection of the dungeon hadn't taken long, and Thor happily reminded him if he forgot anything or got an ogre's positioning wrong. With that done, all that they had to do was wait, or in Karl's case, wait and try to come up with a good plan for Dana's birthday. He hadn't. Expected them to get shipped off to the middle of nowhere in the last few days, and here he couldn't even bribe supply staff to help him with something fancy. Instead, he was going to have to turn to alternate sources for help. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an urgent problem. Dana's birthday is coming up very soon, and I did not prepare before we left the base. Now we need to get her a gift, something that she will appreciate and that she doesn't already have. What's a birthday? Remy asked. It's an annual celebration of the day you were born. Normally your friends try to get you your favorite thing to eat, and then they give you a present. Karl explained. Ooh, I can make her new robes, Ray suggested. That's not a bad idea. Do you remember her size and what she likes from when you made the last outfit? Karl asked. Yeah, I remember. I think I can do better this time. The other ones are good, but with some practice, I think that I can make a special outfit for her. Remy slid through her swamp for a while, and then picked a plant. Give this to Sister Morgana, and she can make a special potion for her. I saw it in one of the witch doctor's books. Thor made an annoyed noise. He had no idea about a tradition like giving gifts. He didn't collect things for giving away. Don't worry about it, buddy. One good thing from all of us is enough, and we've already come up with 2. But I bet that when it's Tessa or Lotus' birthday, you might be able to do something for them. Remy looked up at him from her space. If you can spare a bit of that purple flower, that would be good. It also goes in the potion, Hawk chirped happily. Then I will find a good thing to cook. You said special food was part of the day. We've got lots of food, even Thor has many good things to eat. Thor nodded happily. He might not collect as much shiny stuff as the others, but he had more types of good plants than Hawk had types of good meat. He grabbed them every time he saw them, and some of them would even grow for him. Karl looked over at Morgana, who was arguing with Doug about something, and got up to hand her the ingredients. Morgana, I have a couple of plants here that Remy says would be useful in a potion. I didn't catch the name, so I'm hoping that you know which one it is. He explained as he handed the two items over. Ghost leaf and mage bloom. Did she say why she thinks I can make it? Morgana asked. She said that she saw it in your book. Karl explained, then lowered his voice, as a present for Dana on her birthday. Morgana thought about it for a second and then took out a book from her storage and began to flip. Oh, I see what it is. That's not a potion, at least not exactly. This book is for beneficial hexes, a specialty of the witch doctor class. The one she is thinking of is body butter. It removes the wearer's scent and gives flawless skin. It will even remove most scarring. I wonder why Remy would have picked that. Because ogres smell bad and nobody wants to smell bad. Karl laughed as he relayed the message, making most of the room look over to see what he was joking about. Morgana smirked and nodded. I can make that. The other ingredients are all simple things that I can actually get right here. Those are the two active ingredients, and then they get mixed with water and some mundane oils for the base. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Morgana patted him on the shoulder. Don't forget that she isn't the only one with a birthday coming up. That was true. Lotus, Ophelia, and Tessa were all in the next month or two. He didn't know the rest, but surely he could come up with a gift for everyone. Or maybe he could enlist Lotus' help, and he could be that friend who always gifts clothes. It was royal rank silk. It would actually be a very valuable gift, even if it didn't cost him anything. Of course, for people who had all sorts of valuables, giving expensive gifts meant much less, and it would be the good meal that was likely to be the best remembered. He had grown up in the mines, and they didn't give gifts often either. But that was just because they couldn't afford it. The most common gift for kids in the lithium mines village was for someone to cover their shift and clock in as them, so they didn't get a black mark for missing work and got a day off on their birthday. By the time they were adults, the tradition changed to putting them on the good jobs for the day. Hawk flew out of his space to make a scouting patrol and look for good things to eat, while Ray started making plans for decorating her Dana. They had been relaxing for most of the afternoon, when the man in the expensive suit came over with a notepad. Can we get a volunteer team to see if they can go back into the dungeon? 6 hours is normally the shortest time period, with one day being more common. He explained. Yeah, that's not a problem. Did you need a whole team? Karl asked. Full enough to efficiently clear the dungeon and reset the timer if it does let you inside. He explained. The Magic Knights laughed and the bureaucrat gave them a confused look. He is a royal rank beastmaster. He could go in alone and clear out the dungeon. I guess you haven't gotten a chance to read the reports yet, Ruth explained. I normally don't. It's not like I will be able to make use of the information in them, and it's not my department to prepare the elites. My team is here to arrange the infrastructure for the protection of the asset and to deal with the scheduling. For a commander-rank resource that has stabilized, it is of critical importance to the nation that we allow access in as efficient a manner as possible. That made sense. Sending ascended rank students and soldiers through here would be huge for them, as it gave commander rank rewards, and it would really help their growth rate. The difficulty wasn't high, and the bosses hadn't shown any particularly nasty tricks. They might have if he didn't kill them so fast, but they all looked straightforward. All right, let's get to work. Karl agreed as he got to his feet. Dana and Ruth stood to join him, then Ophelia and Tessa. Karl had expected Lotus to be excited about a chance to play, but she must have worn herself out earlier. Karl leaned over to speak with Doug. Can you check up on Lotus? She's been a bit off, and we're not sure if it's something that she has been taking or if the stress is getting to her. As a fellow nature cleric, we thought that you should be the best qualified to be able to help. Doug nodded back. I think I have an idea of what's going on. I will talk to her while you're all out. It's best that we talk in private. Karl patted him on the back and led his team out of the tent. 2 runs a day wouldn't be all that bad. Chapter 409 Dumplings. Karl led the team to the entrance of the dungeon, where the members of Team 2 had just exited, along with their researchers. Anything good? Karl called as he led his team toward the entrance. Nothing like what you guys pulled out on the first run. We got armor and a skill book, though, so we can't complain about that. It would be nice if the book was a bit more rare than Fireball. But you take what you get, and Fireball is a pretty decent spell. Prince Charles called back. Well, you couldn't get the sort of first clearance bonuses that they had found on every single run. It would just be ridiculously overpowered as a resource. Are we all ready? Karl asked as he reached the portal. As long as you didn't leave the beast behind, we're good to go. Tessa laughed. Karl stretched out a hand and felt it stop as it touched the surface, as if it was solid and not just a portal to the dungeon. It looks like we can't enter yet. The portal surface is solid. Karl explained to the government minister, who was still tagging along behind them. Well, That is unfortunate, but not entirely unexpected. We will try again with Team 1 at the 24-hour mark. Your team is free for the remainder of the day as long as there is no emergency. Thank you. We will be around if you need us, and I have team members scouting the area to ensure it remains monster-free. Karl agreed. Hawk was actually looking for something that was more tasty than an iron-tusk boar, but there wasn't going to be anything too close, and everything in the dungeon was no good for eating. Even the giants tasted like a delicacy compared to the ogres. I think I found what we need. It doesn't belong in this area, but it looks tasty. Hawk informed Karl a few seconds after he turned away from the portal. Oh, what did you find? A deer thing with wings and a weird tail like a dog. Karl had no idea what that should be called either. What is it doing now? Picking a fight with farmers. Can I hunt it? It's only awakened rank, but it looks tasty. Dana smiled. And here I thought that you would go straight to Ray to make something. All right, bring it back here, and we will see what we can do about getting it butchered and roasted. Karl could only imagine how terrified the farmers were when what looked like a baby vermilion bird swooped down to kill the monster attacking them, and then flew away with it. But he could tell that it only took a few seconds before Hawk had his prize. He happily dropped the beast next to the cathedral fort for the others to prepare, and Morgana came out to see what the commotion was. That is the strangest-looking periton that I have ever seen. Normally, they look like giant birds with antlers, but this one is almost all stag, or perhaps it's not a periton at all. It is rather weak for one of their species. Where did Hawk find this? She asked. A few minutes' flight away, harassing some farmers. He said that it looks good to eat, so we were going to ask the clerics to make up something good. A special celebration dinner of sorts. Karl explained as he placed an arm over Dana's shoulder. There's one more day, Dana reminded him with a smile. It will take time to get a full deer ready and roasted. But don't worry, I have asked our resident princesses to assist with the procurement of proper gifts. Princesses? Well, technically Remy isn't a princess yet, and neither is Morgana, but they're both cooperating on a most wonderful birthday gift for you. Hawk laughed, a keening shriek that startled the workers and made the other team members laugh along with him. Oh, you did, but you thought it would be a surprise. I get it now. I guess I'm a bit too transparent, but Ray is really looking forward to giving you your gift, and we can't let her down. Ray was very proud of what she had managed to come up with. She had based it on a blend of all of the fighters that she had seen so far, and made what she thought would be the very best outfit for her Dana. It was turning out to be a masterpiece of fashion, in Ray's opinion, and it would give Dana an extra layer of light armor over her metal armor. Why don't we make a shredded meat roast? The sort so tender that it just falls apart with a fork. I can convince Doug to make fresh bread on the tent stove and we can do a fancy dinner. Don't suppose that we have options to make chicken and dumplings, do we? Asked. Dana Hawk searched his inventory for a while. There weren't any beasts that really tasted like chicken, and the rocks were the only bird, but they weren't good. I can ask the teams if they have chicken. We haven't hunted anything like that so far, or I could head to town and get a fresh one. Karl offered. Dana nodded. If you're going to go that far, get a turkey instead if they have one. Turkey and dumpling stew is great. All right, let the teams know that I will be back in an hour. I'm just going to head out and get some fresh ingredients. Dana and Doug walked in as he was making plans, both looking much more relaxed and happy than they had for a while. Is there anything else you need me to get for dinner? Lotus nodded happily. If you can get us some heavy cream, I want to make a cake. It doesn't work right with powdered milk. Get more butter as well. The stocks here are margarine and it's not the same, Doug added. Karl knew that the general store at the mines should have everything that they needed, but as he wanted both cream and butter, it would be best to stop at a farm if there was one near the mines. Yes, the whole kilometer before the mines is farms. There were cows there and more animals I didn't care about. You might get a meat bird, Hawk informed him. It wouldn't have the nutritional value of the deer monster, but the nostalgia factor of a childhood favorite recipe couldn't be beat. Now that he had all their requests, Karl took off through the woods, headed for the mines in the direction that Hawk had informed him he would find a farm. They likely wouldn't have a credit exchange machine, but he could give them coins and gems from the dungeon with an exchange note to take to the bank in town. The exchange rate might be a bit hard to judge, but he had so much loot in his storage bag right now that it wasn't even funny. They had intended to split it as they did the items, but Karl had never gotten around to dropping it off for the agents to sort today, so he had half a chest full of loot. Chapter 410 and Cake. Karl slowed to a stop at the edge of the farm to approach at a more human-looking jog. He wasn't trying to terrify the people or their animals, and running across the field faster than anyone would dare to drive a car was likely to do exactly that. As he jogged down the driveway toward the house, an older man, likely the father or grandfather of the current generation of farmers, came out to greet him. That's some mighty fine stamina, Johann, he announced once Karl had come to a stop. Thanks. A long jog is good for the lungs. I came toward town looking for a few things to make a special birthday dinner for one of my team members. It's her birthday and we're stationed in the wilderness some distance off, ensuring an anomaly is dealt with. The man nodded. If you need to commandeer some items, we will spare you what we can. There is more variety at the store in town. Karl smiled and took a pair of gold coins out of his bag. They might be from the monsters, but they're pure gold. The bank should take them in trade without an issue. All I need is a turkey, fresh heavy cream, butter and some cake mix if you have it. It would be easier than making one from scratch. The old man was looking at the 2 gold coins in shock. Sure, they were from the monsters, but that was still 4 ounces of gold. A young man and woman came from around the corner of the house, likely from the barn, and Karl nodded to them, alerting the old man to their presence. Ah, meet my boy Gerald and his bride-to-be Roxanne. Karl smiled. Congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. Let me see here, I do believe that I have just the thing for a wedding present. Karl pulled 2 items out. A simple gold chain with thick links in the style most men preferred, and a ruby pendant. Working men didn't wear a ring. Instead, they would put their wedding ring on a necklace so it didn't get damaged. If tragedy or the plague hit and nobody was left to take care of arrangements, the chain holding his ring was supposed to be enough to pay for both of their funerals, so that a married couple always knew they would be taken care of and could be buried with their wedding rings. The farmers stared at him in shock. Sir, we cannot accept a gift like this. It is too much. Karl laughed. It's only right. I am a royal rank elite. How could I give a wedding gift like I still work the mines? Besides, I'm here on business. I need a turkey, heavy cream, butter and cake mix. A prince? Sir, we apologize. We didn't know. They all bowed in unison and Karl laughed. Stand. You didn't know because I didn't tell you. I'm not here to flex my rank, just to get ingredients for a birthday dinner. A special lady to me wants turkey and dumplings for dinner, and our cleric wants to make her a cake. The young woman ran inside and came back out with a large wicker basket full of goods only a minute later. The pantry and the freezer must have been right at the door because she was fast, and there was a frozen turkey in that basket. Karl added 1 more gold coin when he saw that there was not only cake mix, but also a bag of confectioner's sugar and a bottle of vanilla extract to make icing in there. Those weren't items that most farmers kept on hand unless there was a celebration coming, so they were likely bought for the wedding. Here, take these straight to the bank and get them traded in. Karl explained as he passed the old man the money, then took out his notebook and wrote down some basic information. Prince Karl, 95,988. Coins traded for luxury foodstuffs, he wrote. That should be enough for you to trade them to the bank for a fair rate without being accused of anything. Now, I should get going back to camp. Good luck with the wedding, and I wish you all the best. He turned and jogged back the way he came, but he could hear the family celebrating, along with a few other voices from the house, before the slapping of feet headed for town marked someone's departure. By the time that he made it back to the camp, Karl could hear that there was really a prince rank elite in the area, and Karl's identity code. They must have taken his words seriously and ran directly to the bank to trade in the coins before anything could happen to them. 3 gold coins wasn't a huge hit to Karl, not when he had 1,000 or more of them in his bag, but it was likely to convert to an entire summer's earnings for the old man, far more than the food was worth. I've got everything that you requested, plus confectioner's sugar, vanilla and pre-made cake mix, Karl announced as he reached the camp. Then he took the basket out of his storage and placed it on the table in the kitchen area of the fort. You're back already with a frozen turkey and everything else we asked for? Doug asked, startled by the speed. Yeah, I stopped at a farm just before town and they had everything. That would be the bank in the mine village that we were hearing on the radio, verifying the monster gold that I traded was legitimate. Nobody will miss a coin or 2. Karl laughed. Doug laughed. Well, we were just going to turn them all in for credit anyhow, so I don't see any reason we shouldn't use them to barter. Clerics take a vow of poverty and charity, so giving it away every time we interact with others seems like the right thing to do. A few extra coins on a farm won't hurt the economy, but it will help the farmer. While Doug talked, Lotus dug through the supplies to see what they had. Oh, you got really good stuff. This is even top-quality sugar. All right, we should be good to go for the birthday dinner. Now, are we starting first thing in the morning, or did we have to work? Lotus asked. I think we will have to do a dungeon run in the morning unless it rejects us again. They were saying the most likely scenario is 1 full day, so that means morning tomorrow we should be able to enter for a second time. Karl explained. Perfect, then we can do the birthday dinner after that, and then have some girl time. It's a thing that we used to do at the seminary academy, We would either make or acquire some makeup, and then we would give the birthday girl a makeover. Tessa laughed. Oh, and some of them were terrible when we were in the early years, but we're pretty good at them now. Karl could only imagine what a bunch of teen girls who had been raised by the church, who didn't advocate or even normally stock makeup, would have done in their first attempts at a makeover. Chapter 411, Private Fort. Ray, can you make a smaller fort far enough back in the trees that people in the camp won't hear us? I would like to take Dana for an evening alone, Karl requested. I can do that. I will get everything set up for you, and I know the perfect spot. Ray replied instantly, suggesting that she'd already been thinking about this topic. Ray exited her space in the distance and darted off to a spot near a river that Hawk had scouted on his way back from hunting for good food. It was over a kilometer from camp, far enough that sensitive ears shouldn't hear what they were up to, and in nice strong trees so they could be up in the air like a proper fort should be. I will get everything set up for the evening. I know about these things. Well, Karl couldn't say that he had more experience with women than Ray did, so he wasn't going to argue with her logic. Now he just needed a smooth way to get Dana away from camp. Really, it shouldn't be too hard. Hawk was in the tower of the fort, and if he stayed there all night, Karl would have his early warning system in place in case something went wrong. 15 minutes later, that she had everything that she needed ready. There is a fort, the birthday gift for my Dana, a change of clothes for the evening. Everything you might need, she informed Karl as she settled into her security office web a few dozen meters away. The other crews at the dungeon had brought pressure cookers, so the clerics teamed up to make a proper stew with the deer creature that evening. Bob had made fresh bread for them, and the smells coming from the fort were incredible. But the rest of the camp was cooking dinner as well, and the bureaucrats weren't the sort that skimped out on their meals when they were in the field, so his team likely could have made something fancy just by pilfering the three groups for some specialties. The government researchers had brought plenty of supplies for the elites that they were holding on station, but Karl's team had always preferred to cook for themselves. What is the plan for the evening? I'm guessing that Karl is going to steal the birthday girl for the evening. Bob asked as they finished dinner. Karl winked. Ray has already set it all up, but Hawk will stay here all night, so if something happens we can be back in only a minute or two. Then shoo. Have a good night, and we will prepare for the birthday celebration when you get back in the morning. Karl held out a hand to Dana, who blushed and accepted the help to her feet, before Karl swept her up into his arms and jogged off into the woods. Where are we going? We're supposed to be protecting the civilians, she asked as Karl ran through long grass in an open field on the way to the river. We will only be a kilometer from camp, close enough to be back before most of the humans have even noticed anything is wrong. Trust me, it will be worth it. Karl spotted the fort right where Ray said it was supposed to be, with the bloodbath spider waiting in a nearby tree. She had made it a simple design, spacious, with a fully suspended floor, so that it would all be stretchy and soft, with no hard spots where branches passed underneath. There is a change of clothes inside. Have fun. Ray says she made us an outfit for the night. I don't know what she made, but there is a present in there for you to open in the morning as well, Karl explained. You know, my family could never afford birthday gifts when I was growing up. This is a whole new experience for me, and a private fort overlooking the river in the moonlight is like something out of a fairy tale, she whispered. Dana got excited about the idea of a fairy tale birthday and hopped out of his arms to run up the ladder and check out the view and the gift that Ray had left for her. Karl jumped up from ground level and found Dana holding up a bit of thin black silk with a deep blush on her cheeks as she stared out into the fading twilight through the open window. I think it will look fantastic on you, Karl whispered as he stepped through the entry. There are clothes for you as well. Dana smirked with a gesture toward a pile of cloth beside the door. Karl picked up a matching black set of silk pajama pants with his name embroidered on them in white thread, though his were a bit thicker and less detailed than what Ray had made for Dana. He suspected that the spider had an innate bias, but she was giving them as much privacy as she could with her mind linked to Karl's. Dana licked her lips as she saw Karl strip down and change into the thin silk, then steeled her resolve and changed into the nightie that Ray had left for her. The silk fell to her knees, but as thin as it wasn't actually hiding anything. Absolutely stunning, Karl stammered as he took a step in her direction. He barely registered her nails digging into his back as he pulled Dana into his arms and pushed her bouncing curls away from her face. Dana closed her eyes in pleasure at the feeling of his fingers massaging her scalp and gasped at the feeling of soft lips on her neck as Karl kissed his way down to her collarbone. She instinctively leaned forward into his body as he pulled back, longing for more contact, but as his hands slid up her hips under the silk of her nightgown, her back arched in pleasure. There was something strange about tonight. Her skin was far too sensitive. Every touch was like lightning through her body, and she couldn't get enough. She found herself straddling Karl's lap as he fell back into a swinging chair, and when his lips found hers, all thoughts of anything outside the fort faded away. Dana blinked her eyes in the early morning light, and flashes of last night came crashing down on her brain, along with a soreness in her body like she had never felt before. She recalled the intense urge to taste him, and falling out of the chair when she tore his pants off. There was no silk between their bodies now, and Dana desperately hoped that her gift from Ray had survived the evening. It was definitely the sexiest piece of clothing that she had owned in her life, but it was so soft that she would happily wear it to bed every night. More memories of the evening returned to her mind, and she buried her face in Karl's chest in embarrassment. "I think it's a bit late to be body shy," he whispered in her ear. "Do we have to get up?" Karl kissed her forehead. "We can stay here a little longer. Remy set up a shower in the corner of the fort, and we're going to need it before we leave, but we don't need to hurry." Chapter 4:12 Birthday Morning. An hour later, Dana was intimately familiar with the benefits of sharing a shower, and they were finally clean and ready to go back to the camp. Dana had found her new nightgown sitting in a pile under the window, hastily discarded and thrown across the room. She picked it up and blushed as she realized that it would need an intense cleaning before it could be worn again. However, when she thought about wearing it again, it bonded with her, vanishing into her mental space as clean as the moment it was made and ready for its next use. She would have to thank the spider for putting in so much work to make gifts that could be safely reused, no matter how much they were mistreated. The silk was nearly indestructible, and if you were bonded to it, it would always come back clean. Dirt and stains were not brought into the mental space with a bonded item, though it wouldn't repair any damages they managed to do to the thin silk. Ray left your present by the hammock. Karl reminded her as a gentle smile came over Dana's face. Dana leaned over to pick up the present and rolled her eyes when she felt Karl's hand on her backside. She had thought that the novelty would have worn off by now, but no. Karl was fairly certain that he would never get enough of that view. "The present goes over armor," Ray reminded them, bringing Karl's thoughts back on course and away from activities that would lead to needing another shower. "Ray says it's fitted to go over your armor, the set you got from the traitors," Karl relayed. Dana put on the armor, then took out the large box with a pink ribbon on it. It was beautiful, and the box had been stiffened with stronger spider silk to give it the semi-rigid texture of cardboard. Ray had really improved her versatility with the silk once she'd advanced to royal rank. Inside the box was a black combat outfit, loose pants that tucked into calf-high boots, with a waist-scarf, a tunic-style shirt, and a long grey coat that split up the back with ties to attach the lower section to your legs for mobility. It also had a hood with a detachable face mask that would only leave the eyes and forehead visible. The style was halfway between the assassin clans that the rogue class teachers belonged to, and the more that Dana stared at it, the more that she loved it. She would be able to fight easily with a sword, reach any reagents or potions she needed for magical combat, and it was all royal rank silk, so most blades wouldn't easily cut through it. The outfit bonded once she took it from the box, and Dana equipped it with the hood and mask up. "Ray, it's beautiful." Dana gasped as she examined herself. Karl untied the wide black sash at her waist and retied it over the coat so that everything was held close to her body, and all the storage pockets were accessible without shifting her clothing. "There we go. That's how Ray meant for it to look," he explained before stealing one more kiss. "Now I really look like an assassin," she noted, impressed with the improvement in functionality with the outfit rearranged. "Tell her to put mana in the coat. The coat should be enchanted or magical somehow," Karl explained. Dana tried it and found that it began to blend into her surroundings. Ray had managed to keep a little bit of her upgraded stealth ability on the silk after it was woven, so it blended with the color of the fort silk. It wasn't as good as when Ray was doing it herself, but when she was attacking in limited visibility, Dana would be extremely hard to track. "All right, we should head back. Breakfast will be ready soon, and then they will want us to go through the dungeon again before we take the rest of the day off." Karl sighed. "I will race you back. And I will call Hawk here to burn the remains of the fort. That place is a biohazard. Thanks, Ray." "Ooh, that was sarcasm, right, Sister Ray?" Karl ignored the ongoing banter between Ray and Remy as he brought up eternal lightning over both of them, both for the energy refreshing and the healing effects. Both effects were much stronger than when it was refreshing lightning, and by the time that they were back in camp, their limited sleep last night didn't matter, and they were in peak shape, ready for the big bosses of the 3 departments to come call them for a dungeon run. If Karl had to guess, the healing rate of the eternal lightning Skill didn't match up to what Lotus area healing had accomplished at ascended rank, but it might have been a match for a constant stream of awakened rank healing. When it was combined with Remy's new healing totems, they should be more than the area healing had done at ascended. That was enough that the two beasts would actually be considered a proper healer in most groups, as the effect was on everyone and not just one target. "Oh yes, I forgot one thing." Karl informed her as they walked into the fort for breakfast. "What's that? Happy birthday." His announcement got everyone's attention, and they all turned to see Dana enter the tent in her new outfit. "Is that what you made her? I like it. Full coverage for anonymity, functional, flexible, and durable." Ruth complimented Ray's handiwork. Dana took her hood down, and everyone noticed that her ponytail was tied with the pink silk ribbon from the parcel, giving her new look a bit of a girlish softness, even though it was blended in neutral tones that matched the ground and furniture in the tent. Tessa and Morgana jumped up out of their chairs to grab her and turn her side to side, admiring the new outfit that Dana had gotten for her birthday. "That is incredible. I think that half of the rogues in the academy would kill for that, and that's before you consider that it's a royal rank stab-proof outfit," Ruth noted from her chair at the back of the room. Tessa examined Dana's legs and nodded in satisfaction. "It's got commander rank leather as soles on the boots and a wide heel. If you're riding in a saddle like I do on Thor, it would make for a much more stable position than a flat sole." She gestured to her own boots, which had a similar heel, and Ray clicked her mandibles together happily. Everyone was praising her design features, and nobody had found a flaw in it yet. That had to mean that she had made a nearly perfect outfit. She was slowly becoming the greatest bloodbath spider in history. If she kept it up, maybe they would rename the species after her. The Ray spider had a very nice ring to it, and it would remind people that she could do so much more than turn them into a bloodstain. Not that she didn't enjoy turning things into bloodstains, but it was far too limiting for a creature as majestic as she was. Chapter 413, Morning Run. As if the sound of utensils drew them to the tent, Colonel Valerie arrived with the head of the church research team as soon as the food was served, and happily sat for a meal. "We will need a team to go check to see if they can enter yet." The other team did the 12-hour check, and they couldn't enter, so we are hoping that it is only one day of waiting, and not a full week or something even longer. The colonel explained as she cut her eggs to let the yolk run out over her potatoes. Once a day does sound like a rather good deal. The amount of gear and loot that could be brought out by multiple teams farming a dungeon every day is rather impressive. Karl agreed. "Eventually it won't be worth it for the team anymore. Some dungeons will let you enter indefinitely, and they are the primary source for our lower-level equipment, but that is very rarely true about one as powerful as a commander-rank dungeon. If we could just farm equipment drops from a dungeon at this level, we would be able to provide much better gear for our soldiers." Colonel Valerie laughed. "So what is stopping it? Is there an entry limit beyond the timer?" Karl asked, unsure how this worked. "Normally, yes. Each person will only be allowed to enter so many times, after which the dungeon won't provide them any more rewards if they continue. So you can keep going in, but you won't get any loot. What if it were 1 out of 5 with a fresh team? We could keep someone here from the Inquisition to lead weaker teams through so they could get the benefits." Valerie shook her head. "Just like with the members without a class, a fully formed dungeon considers all members. Now, we expected that they would just be excluded from the rewards as they didn't have a class, and actually giving them one was a shock, but the principle still applies." "So we're likely going to be here until the dungeon stops giving us rewards?" Karl asked carefully. There were sure to be limits on what she was allowed to tell them, and this had been an emergency deployment, after which the response teams would normally be sent to a new location. That meant either back to fight the hill giants, or off to a new battlefield. Colonel Valerie nodded. "That's right. Team 1 will be reassigned later today off to another emergency call, while your team will remain here until the construction of the new facility is complete and the long-term staff have arrived. Construction will start today, after we have determined that the dungeon is indeed repeatable. That isn't expected to be an issue. There are rarely cases where an instance stabilizes and can't be repeated. Normally, the single-entry versions vanish after the first use or fail to fully stabilize, like the first advancement trial that you underwent." Karl nodded in understanding. It made sense that a stabilized dungeon wouldn't have the same sort of restrictions on it as an unstable instance. It would have been much better if they could just assign someone to farm them for equipment, though. They were at war on too many sides, and being able to send elites out to train in a predictable dungeon before going to the front would probably reduce some of the trauma when they face giants in real combat. "Are we at our timer yet?" Bob asked as they finished eating. 10 minutes ago. We start the timer when you leave the dungeon, as that seems to be the most reliable version of what the dungeons consider 24 hours to be." Karl's core team, Tessa, Dana, Lotus, and Ophelia, stood to join him in the mission to the dungeon, and the two clerics winked as they prepared to head out. "Oh no, you don't. Lotus is staying here. We've got work to do. You can take one of the others. Doug reprimanded them. They were the two nature clerics, and there was a birthday dinner to prepare. Doug wasn't about to let the second chef escape for hours to go play in a dungeon if he didn't get to come with her. Lotus sighed, and Bob patted her on the head as he got to his feet. I will take her spot today. We will let the nature clerics do their thing, and then we will be back for lunch. Karl noticed that Morgana and Colonel Valerie shared a secret smile as they were headed out, so he was certain that the Colonel knew what they were up to today, and likely had something planned for the evening, as Doug was intent on making lunch and not dinner. Fortunately, Dana was facing the other way, adjusting her face mask and hood, which were attached to each other, and she wasn't fully accustomed to yet. The cloth armor might not prevent broken bones from the impact force, but it would keep her from being cut or hit with particularly nasty sprays. Now that she was learning a combat style that mixed blades and spells, often in close quarters, getting sprayed with blood or something worse was becoming a concern. Karl led the team to the dungeon entrance and extended his hand so he didn't walk face first into the portal if it was still closed. Luck was on their side and the team passed smoothly through, with Bob moving to the front to take his usual position as tank, while Karl called out the beasts. I'm almost to royal rank, I can feel it. I was so close last time I was in here that I could feel the barrier trembling, and I think that now I will be able to advance. I've got a good feeling about this time, Bob explained. In that case, lead the way. The golems will support you, but a bit more practice with your new skill might be just the thing that you need to push you to the next level. Karl agreed. The others weren't going to argue. There was no observer in here with them, so they could move as fast as they pleased, or take breaks between the bosses so they didn't come back out too early before the food was ready. The others would definitely know if they were slacking, but there wasn't much that could actually be done about it even if they were aware. Bob led the way, knocking the ogres to the ground with his shield slam, and then chopping them with titanic cleave. It was a pair of mana-intensive skills, but it severely wounded all of the ogres, and the golems finished them off before any of them could even defend themselves. They didn't even slow when they made it to the first boss. Everyone just attacked, hacking it apart in seconds to see what would be in the box. Boss defeated. This time the announcement wasn't in the air above the chest, but in Karl's view, as if he had the interface active. He didn't keep it up all the time as it was just distracting, especially with his highly enhanced vision, but seeing the announcement was enough to remind him that he was gaining more system functions by the day. Bob opened the chest, and inside was a small assortment of armor, along with a large number of coins. Split coins or claim, Karl saw from his interface. Split, he chose. 73 gold coins gained. Karl checked his interface quickly and saw that the money function was now active, while everyone else looked around, confused as the money vanished. It gave me the option to split it. Check your interface and your bag, it should be there. Karl explained. Oh, there it is, right in the bottom of my bag. Well, that's a fun new function. Auto-splitting the money makes things much less difficult, especially when you have a berserker in the team. You know how they feel about math, Bob joked. Me? Excuse you very much. Your math is worse than mine. Ophelia laughed. They tossed the armor pieces into Thor's bags, and Tessa checked the ring that was left in the bottom of the chest. A ring of fireball enhancement. It only works on the fireball spell, but it increases damage by 15%. She explained. Might as well put it in the bag. None of us use the actual fireball spell, but the two new mages might. Chapter 4-14. Cleared. The second boss went very much the same as the first. Swarmed and beaten within seconds with nothing they needed in the chest, but this time the coins just auto-split the first time that someone touched one. Oh, now it seems to be the default setting for the dungeon. The others who come in will love this if the setting doesn't just apply to us. Though, if they don't have a storage bag, I wonder what will happen. Ophelia noted as they finished adding the items from the second boss to Thor's bags. They moved on to the third boss, letting Bob lead the team, but the closer they got, the more that his frustration was growing. He was stuck at the bottleneck, and there was a missing ingredient for him to advance. But there was hope that the last boss would help him break that, and judging by the look on his face, Karl was certain that Bob wanted to fight it alone. All right, give it a go. The ladies will keep you healed. Karl agreed before Bob could ask out loud. The warrior prepared himself, and Thor refreshed, eternal lightning on him while bringing up circle of protection on the boss's platform. If Bob was going to fight alone, that was about as much as they could do for him, and eternal lightning was a much more potent skill than any defensive ability the warrior had. It would also improve the reduced damage effect from the circle of protection, and he should be able to hold off the boss with minimal healing. The Ogre Lord's club crashed down on Bob's shield, which glowed with golden holy light as eternal lightning activated. Then Titanic Slash crashed down on the beast's shoulder, carving a deep furrow in the armor and causing a spray of blood. But between two peak commander rank opponents, the battle was incredibly evenly matched, and only the extra abilities from Thor were keeping Bob in the fight. The two warriors circled as they tested each other with quick strikes, then a flurry of harder attacks intended to put each other off balance. Karl had never noticed before how similar the fighting style of an Ogre Lord and a warrior class elite was. But other than their weapons, even their skills were similar. However, Bob was quickly gaining the upper edge with superior sword skills, and the Ogre Lord was taking repeated strikes whenever a strike was blocked or parried well enough that he was left out of position. It was clear to Karl what Bob was missing, though. He wasn't understanding the change in energy patterns between commanders and royals, and Karl wasn't certain that fighting commander rank ogres would help him in that regard. It might actually be better for him to spar with Karl, so he could experience the feeling of royal rank power repeatedly without needing to risk his life. It wasn't really something that most elites did when they were in the field. There were plenty of other targets to fight, so Karl hadn't thought about it. But for someone like Bob who was stuck at the bottleneck, it might be just the thing. After a particularly brutal exchange, Bob stepped back and gave a nod to the golems. He had realized it as well. The answer to breaking the bottleneck wasn't the Ogre Lord. The golems were on the wounded dungeon boss in under a second, and 3 seconds later it was falling dead to the ground, while the final chest of the dungeon appeared. Cooldown timer 240,000. The golems were on the wounded dungeon boss in under a second, and 3 seconds later it was falling dead to the ground, while the final chest of the dungeon appeared. Cooldown timer 240,000. Bob sighed as the reality that he hadn't made the advancement sunk in, and Karl went over to give him a conciliatory pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much, I'll spar with you while we're here, and you might find what you're looking for. I can tell that you're so close to understanding, but there is no way to explain it until you already understand." Karl informed him softly. "Thanks. I'm sure it's something small that I'm missing, but I just can't seem to get it." With a somewhat defeated sigh, Bob opened the final reward chest, and then smiled down at the interior. "I think this one is for both of us. Check this out." Bob laughed, motioning for Karl to come inspect the loot. On the top of the pile of armor pieces and weapons sat a single skill book. Bone Crusher was a budget version of Shatter that caused extra damage that bypassed armor. Karl called it a budget version because it didn't stack on top of another attack. It was an attack skill of its own. It also didn't do as much damage, Karl guessed, as the book was only the mildly decorated Tier 2 book, and not one of the fancy ones that skills like Shatter would create. "Oh, that does look good. Any warrior class can use it, so I should be able to, I think, and then I can make a copy for you, one for Ophelia, and a copy for the church library." Karl agreed. "Should we wait in here while you do that, or will they take a long time?" Ophelia asked. Karl shrugged. "I will find out once I've learned the skill, I guess." He picked up the book and opened the cover, letting it teach him the new skill. Then he checked with Skill Book to see what it would take to make the copies. "I need Commander rank Blood and Bone Dust. That's easy enough, I can borrow some from Ray or Hawk." Tessa provided a pen and paper, and Karl sighed. "I'm really going to need to start carrying writing tools with me, so I don't always have to borrow a pen and paper when someone wants a skill book. All right, this should be fairly short. Most warrior class books are." Karl began to write out the skill, and finished the first book in under 10 minutes, which made Ophelia laugh. "The KISS principle holds true for all warrior skills, I guess," she joked. "KISS principle?" Tessa asked. "Keep it simple, stupid." The berserker replied, snorting with laughter. "Berserker-friendly books is what we called them when I was in the academy," Bob added. Karl finished the second book, and then handed both over to the group's warriors. "All right, let me know if you can't use them, and we will give the spare to the church." Ophelia laughed at the hope in his voice, as she opened the book and learned Bone Crusher at the same time Bob did. "Sorry about your luck, you'll need to make another one later, but tomorrow, I think. We've got a birthday lunch to get to today. They should be almost done with the cooking by now." The berserker reminded him. Karl wrapped his arm around Dana's shoulders as Bob sorted through the rest of the chest, and Thor laughed in Karl's mind. "What's so funny? You don't need to rub on her. She still smells like you." Thor laughed. Ray joined in. "Only humans would think that a shower would wash away the scent of skin-to-skin contact. She will smell like you for days." Karl took off a glove and let his hand brush the back of Dana's neck as he moved to help load the loot into Thor's bags, which made all of the beasts laugh. Now the scent wouldn't fade until at least the end of the day. Chapter 4 The 15 Cookies explained. They made their way out of the dungeon and found Colonel Valerie, along with a large number of researchers waiting for them. "How did the run go?" she demanded, notepad at the ready. "The 24-hour cooldown is confirmed. It notified me as we finished. So the timer starts after the last boss dies. Mostly we got armor and some accessories that we all have better versions of, but we also got one skill book. I will make a copy of it later. Karl. You used the book right away instead of passing it to the inscriptionists. A portly researcher asked in horror. I have a skill for making copies of the skills I already know. It's a bit odd, but I have already given the skill to Bob and Ophelia, and that used up my creation attempts for the day. Karl explained. Colonel Valerie smirked as she knew that was an outright lie. He could make more than just 2 books a day. She had the reports from his interview with the Archmage. All right. We will let you get to the birthday celebration that your team is preparing. There will be a large team arriving this evening to build the structure over the dungeon entrance, and we will be holding a small social event to welcome them, she explained. Bob chuckled. That sounds an awful lot like more important people are coming, and we need to keep them entertained while the news cameras hound you and the other team leaders for information. I'm not going to say that you're wrong, but what I will say is that attendance is compulsory, so put on your very best outfit and maybe trim your beard. Bob scratched at his stubble and shrugged. I will see what I can do. You're welcome to come over for lunch. Dana wanted turkey and dumplings, so the other half of the team has been working on it all morning while we were in the dungeon. So that is why you're with them and not Lotus. They needed someone else who could cook. All right, they've been over to steal enough ingredients from us this morning. I will have to come visit to see how it turned out. That startled Karl. He had brought everything that they requested for the birthday meal that was planned, so if they were looking for more, they must have added more to the menu that the 2 nature clerics couldn't create on their own. When they entered the fort, it looked like someone had been prepping for a church bake sale. There were 4 large pizza ovens lined up along one wall, 3 long griddles with pressure cookers or possibly steam pots on top set along the other, with 2 massive mixers in the middle next to dozens of tubs full of baked goods. Doug waved as Karl entered the tent. Just in time. Help unload the small cakes from the steam pots and get them out on the cooling racks. We've got another batch ready to go. Happy birthday, Miss Dana. Here, have a cookie. Doug gestured to what looked like a 3-gallon bucket full of ginger snap cookies, and Dana laughed, pulling one still warm cookie from the top of the pile. Oh, these are amazing, but how did you even get so many of them made? We were only gone an hour or so, Dana asked. Magic, Doug deadpanned. Lotus nodded and loaded fresh cupcakes into the steam pots that Karl was emptying. They had 3 layers of racks and a bit of water in the bottom, so the contents steamed to perfection, which was a bit different from a baked cupcake, but they looked delicious. Then she cast a spell over the pot as she put it on the grill and went to load the next. With that as a reminder, Karl noticed that the cookies in the ovens were flattening suspiciously quickly and realized that the clerics must know some spell for rapid baking. Doug gestured to one of the ovens. We need more hands. Everyone but the birthday girl, hop to it, keep the line moving, and we will have sweets for weeks. Dana, enjoy your cookies. Lunch will be ready in a half hour. The procession of baked goods in and out of the ovens and steam pots was a smooth process for the next hour, until Doug decided that they had enough now to feed a small army, as well as provide snacks for the arriving guests and construction workers. Then the item they had all been waiting for, the turkey and dumplings, was ready to be served. There are cornbread mini-loaves in one of those bins. Grab some to go with the stew. We have far too much for just us here, so we can eat it all day, Doug announced. Lotus scooped up a large bowl for Dana, and then decorated it with onion greens and placed a small loaf of cornbread, shaped like a bread loaf instead of a biscuit, which was a bit odd to Karl, next to it with a pat of honey butter. Perfection. Happy birthday, the little high priestess announced. The ladies moved out of the tent where the tables to eat at had been relocated, and Karl went to Doug to get some answers about Lotus' strange behavior lately. Did you manage to find out what is up with Lotus? He whispered. Doug smiled and nodded. It's part of becoming a high priestess. We all develop a closer bond with the dragons, normally with one in particular, or with the goddess herself. Lotus just happened to bond with a newborn green dragon who hasn't seen anything before, so its voice is constantly in her head, demanding to see new things and experience new settings. We've been working on toning down her voice so Lotus doesn't get as distracted. I got a more normal connection with the goddess directly. She is less chatty unless there is something that she needs to happen. It might take a while, but eventually she will return to as normal as Lotus gets. Karl laughed. Well, that's good news. I thought that there might be a major issue, but she just gained a newborn Lotus dragon. So it's a bit like getting a kitten. You just need to let them explore until they learn everything they're interested in. Doug laughed and shook his head. The green dragons might be upset to be compared to curious kittens, but I can see where you would get the impression. Newborns of all species are similarly inquisitive. They both grabbed lunch and headed outside as the ovens were still hot, and the interior of the fort was a bit stifling with so little ventilation, even with the door open. Dana went for seconds, then thirds, until she was leaned up against Karl's side in a food coma. None of them were in any hurry to do anything. They were just relaxing in the sunshine until the sound of helicopters alerted them to new arrivals. 10 of the double-bladed transport helicopters, and 2 that carried a large metal container. Beneath them were coming into sight, presumably with the construction crew and materials. I can see why helicopters are afraid of hill giants. I could take those out from here, Ray noted idly as she lounged in the bell tower of the fort. The first helicopter landed, and a whole crew of workers piled out and began to spread around the site, setting stakes and lights for the other helicopters to land at for unloading. I think it's safer that we just wait here until they're all done with the unloading. They don't look like they're going to have time for cookies until later. Much later. They're very energetic about the prep work, aren't they? Karl agreed. Even more workers came out of the following helicopters, and Karl began to wonder just how many people it actually took to build the structure over the dungeon portal. Some of them would likely be the long-term caretakers of the location, but there had to be 50 new people here, and the area they had staked out for the building was not much larger than an average house. If that was as large as the building was going to be, they had far too many workers. Did they plan to just give everyone one piece to assemble? That would be the most unique strategy Karl had ever heard of for a construction team, so they have something else in mind. Chapter 4-16 Honored Guests. Once the helicopters were all on the ground, the workers started to stake out other building locations as if they were making a small village around the dungeon. Now it made a bit more sense. If they were going to make a dozen permanent buildings at the same time, they might actually have a use for all these people. Bob looked around at the work in progress. This is chaos. It looks like they're going with metal frame and sheeting buildings for most of the structures, but they're going to need to build a wall around the whole complex if they're not going to make something more sturdy. They don't usually keep elites on station at these things, or at least not strong ones. So they need some sort of protective barrier that will keep the wild beasts out of the complex. Doug brought out a cake, sliced for the whole group, and they turned people watching into their afternoon entertainment. The important people weren't here yet, or at least they weren't coming over to talk to the elites, so nobody was in a hurry to get up from their seats. Late in the afternoon, a feeling of approaching power drew Karl and the beast's attention to the west. "Do you see something?" Doug asked as he noticed that Karl was distracted. "There is more than one overlord coming. By the speed, I am guessing that they're in a helicopter. It's too fast to be a car even if there was a road that came to this spot," Karl explained. "You can tell that from this distance?" Ruth asked. "Yeah, or one of the beasts can, which is the same thing because when they are alerted, I am alerted." Karl replied with a shrug. "It's not Overlord Drake," Ray noted. "And there are 3 of them, I am pretty sure," Hawk agreed. 3 overlords, Hawk thinks. None of them are Overlord Drake, who I have often crossed paths with in the past. Karl explained. Bob laughed. "It seems like every time we run into someone famous, you're already friends with them. Even the Colonel is an old friend of yours already, and you're only just about to finish your first year at the academy." Karl shrugged and waited for the helicopter to come in sight. "I have met a rather extraordinary selection of people so far, I can't deny that. I even met the Archbishop for a few seconds." Bob looked like he was going to ask, then realized that the incident was almost certainly classified, and while they were pretty relaxed in their assignment to accompany Karl, there was still a whole team of magic knights from the Inquisition sitting right next to them. Karl saw Colonel Valerie in the distance, motioning for them to change. "All right, it looks like it's showtime. Everyone get into your formal best, the important people are on their way in." He was about to change to his suit with the royal rank cape when Jody, one of the familiar Bureau of Elite Development agents under Colonel Valerie, came jogging over. "Stay in your armor. The fancier, the better. They have a camera person with them. They'll be expecting staged photos. Most of you should be fine as is. Just Karl and Bob will need to change." Morgana was in her usual black dress, the clerics were in their robes, and the magic knights never changed out of their armor in public. So it was really just Karl, Bob and Ophelia who were in casual wear. Karl changed into his armor with the fur-trimmed ice giant cloak, but without his helmet, while Bob changed back to his shining knight outfit with the most glorious horned helmet equipped. Ophelia giggled as she checked her armor. "It feels weird to be wandering around in armor, but as a human. All my fighting is done in werebear or direbear form, so I'm never really wearing armor in human form." Jody smiled at her reluctance and then examined the group. "Karl, what's up with the Dark Light Host tabard?" he asked. "It is part of the armor created by the skill. It adapts to the situation, and today it thinks that I need a tabard." Karl replied with a gesture of defeat. "So, it doesn't always have a tabard?" Karl shook his head. "I have seen it without the tabard, but normally it does have it. Sometimes it creates a tunic and puts that under the chestplate. I think it's formal enough, and it's still a symbol of the world dragon, so it shouldn't cause any issues with photos. Good enough for me." Jody led them over to the main camp area, where the small helicopter was about to land with the 3 overlords in it, plus 3 other elites and the 2 pilots. We should all be there to greet them, especially the royals. Jody muttered as he hurried them along toward the landing zone. Karl and Doug got there just in time to take spots in the front row with Prince Charles and the team leaders of the response teams. The first man out was an overlord in shining silver armor with a golden tabard and close-cropped blonde hair. He had the look of the perfect noble gentleman from a romance story, and Karl could see that there were more than a few of the women giving him admiring glances. Not Colonel Valerie, he noted. Perhaps they were on bad terms. The next out was a man in a black hooded outfit that was somewhat similar to Dana's but without the coat. It was the common stealth outfit for a rogue-class elite, but Karl thought it was a bit extra to be wearing it here with his face covered in the middle of the day. It wasn't like a black outfit actually helped him blend in with anything here. That man noticed Dana right away, and then did a double take when he realized that she was a mage and that the coat was a royal rank item. The quality was clear in the construction, and the adaptive coloration made it even more valuable. The last man out was a mage in deep blue robes that seemed to sparkle with an entire galaxy of stars, as if you were looking at an eternal void and not a piece of clothing. That is spectacular. I need to learn how to do that. Ray sighed as she admired his outfit from her space. She had created her own fake stars all over, but if she could make something that realistic, she could completely redecorate her home. She could even make it look like her favorite trophies were floating in the void. Their assistant stepped out behind them, with the co-pilot serving as photographer, and began the formal introductions. Overlord Johann, the Shining Knight, representing the 1st Military Fast Response Battalion. Overlord Neil of the Inquisition, and Overlord Ahmad, the Legionary Golem Lord. The man informed them simply. Colonel Valerie stepped forward. I am Colonel Valerie of the Bureau of Elite Development. This is Lord Inquisitor Mabel, then Minister Davies of National Treasures, followed by Prince Charles, Royal Priest Doug Mackenzie, and Prince Karl, the Beastmaster. Karl was more than a little startled that he was introduced with a title when the others weren't, but when he saw the eyes of the overlords light up, he knew that the colonel had done it on purpose. Chapter Overlord upgraded. Overlord Johann strode directly to Karl with a smile on his face. It is a pleasure to meet you, young prince. We have heard much about your talents and exploits lately. Karl took his outstretched hand with a smile. It's an honor to meet you as well. It isn't often that we are graced with the presence of overlords out here in the wilderness. The Shining Knight laughed and nodded. That is true, but this is a unique situation. There are only a few repeatable dungeons active in the nation, and only one other is at the commander rank. The fact that this one is entirely ogres and far enough from the border that it won't be easily contested is enough to pull us out here for the day to take a look. Overlord Niall was more interested in Dana's outfit, and he was silently inspecting her, turning Dana side to side to get a better look. Was that a reward from this dungeon? It seems too high level for that, he asked in a low voice that was clearly altered with some sort of voice changer. Dana shook her head. It was a gift from Prince Karl, made by his royal rank bloodbath spider. Dana looked shocked that she had said that out loud, and Karl began to suspect that the overlord from the Inquisition had a skill that made people tell him the truth. The final overlord made his way across the rest of the group before settling on Karl. I am told that you can make skill books. Do you suppose that you could make me one of? He asked, though the tone suggested that the request was merely a courtesy and declining was not an option. Certainly. I have an excellent fire element skill if you are compatible. Tell me, do you have any sort of bestial affinity? The skill was designed for use by a beast, so it can be considered a prerequisite to using the skill book directly. I believe you can still learn by studying the book, but you know how that goes. Karl agreed. The mage lifted his hood upward slightly, and Karl caught a glimpse of fluffy blonde ears on the top of his head. That should work wonderfully. I can make it for you before you go, or whenever we get time this afternoon. Finally, not an evil magician. Hawk cheered. Then Ahmad the mage paused and sniffed the air. Was there a celebration already planned? I smell all sorts of fancy baking. Karl nodded and gestured behind him. It is Commander Dana's birthday today, and our nature clerics were kind enough to make a remarkable number of baked goods to celebrate. Would you care to join us? Once we finish with the rest of the welcoming, but do save me some of those cupcakes that I can smell if you would. That shouldn't be a problem, there were hundreds of them made. One case full reserved for the Overlord wouldn't be a hardship to anyone else. The Overlords moved on, saying hello to everyone, or in the case of Overlord Niall, saying hello to his fellow Inquisitors and the Magic Knights, then standing back so people didn't bother him. He wasn't really the talkative sort, but that wasn't all too surprising for a member of the Inquisition. While everyone else was busy, Karl walked over to Overlord Niall and lowered his voice. I don't suppose we get to know what happened that you all came here today. It's a monumental occasion, but you are an emergency response team, and there are still 2 princes here and only 1 man with a camera. no reporters. Karl saw the thermal outline behind the mask change as the man smiled. I suspect that we will find out sooner rather than later, but that is classified above your pay grade. Shit, I didn't know they were paying me. Karl joked, making the Inquisitor laugh and pat him on the back. Let your spider know that if she is willing to make another of those fantastic outfits, I will pay her full asking price. Karl nodded. Ray is a simple and sweet character. She really only wants one thing. Blood from a king rank or higher beast, enough to fill a bathtub. Overlord Nile blinked slowly as he processed that. What in the world would she want with that? Is she short on food? Karl shook his head. No, we've got plenty. But when she is getting close to advancement, she will literally bathe in the blood of her enemies and absorb their per grow. It prevents bottlenecking. So, as fresh as possible. I can arrange that, but it might take some time. I will make it on credit. Thor says it's good for people to owe you favors, Ray suggested. She says that she can make it on credit and you can repay her, Karl relayed. So they actually speak in your mind. Interesting. All right, I will make that deal. Ray started to work in her space as Karl and Nile shook on the deal. She couldn't come out and play without terrifying all the workers, and the strange overlords were a bit scary, so keeping them happy seemed like a good idea. The two waited silently, as all of the aspiring politicians and bureaucrats from the government group chatted up the other overlords and their assistants, who Karl assumed were assigned to them by the military, as they were only ascended rank elites and couldn't possibly be part of the actual response team. All right, everyone back to work. Overlords, if you would like to inspect the design, you are welcome to. Colonel Valerie informed them all in a stern voice that said they had wasted enough time already. The crews split up, and the original 3 response teams went to supervise them, while the 3 overlords grabbed the members of Team 1 and dragged them along to the fort, following Karl's team. Did you make a tent out of weight? That really is royal rank spider silk designed to mimic the capital cathedral. Bloody brilliant. How do you even pack it, though? Overlord Johann laughed. It was actually created on the spot. Ray, the bloodbath spider, is quite the artist, and she likes to build art exhibitions to show off her skills everywhere that we're going to be stopped for a while. Karl explained. Ruth laughed. Look upstairs, it gets even better. It's got dividing curtains and hammocks for 2 expanded groups, plus a shower room. The main floor is currently set up as the kitchen to do all the baking for Commander Dana's birthday. Overlord Ahmed stepped inside, and Doug gestured toward the sealed containers full of baking. Take your pick, we will be passing them around the camp later, but everything is made fresh today. The Catman Golem mage happily grabbed a cupcake in each hand, and Karl could have sworn he saw the mage's eyes glow in victory as he obtained his prize. Overlord Johann laughed. Well, Ahmad got what he came here for. I swear that man shouldn't have any teeth left with a sweet tooth like that. But we don't have much else to do but sit here and watch the construction teams work for now. That made it even more obvious that the meet and greet wasn't the reason they had come, but they certainly weren't going to discuss it. Chapter more fire. The presence of additional people didn't slow them down, though. So, I hear that you agreed to try to make Ahmad a new skill. Do you think that it will be able to adapt to his level? Finding skills that don't cap out at royal rank or lower has been one of the hardest parts of trying to advance. Overlord Johann asked in a jovial voice. This one is somewhat special. I think it should be able to adapt enough to match up with an overlord rank mage, but it was a bit of a nightmare attempting to find one who could actually use it. The chances of just stumbling across one, and such a powerful one, are crazy. Karl joked. Hawk had all the materials that he would need already prepared and waiting for Karl, and he dropped them on the table as he was speaking so that Karl couldn't back out now. One way or another, he was going to make that book. Karl smiled at the angry bird's insistence on spreading fire skills and started to work. The flaming body skill took much longer than the warrior skills to write out, but there was a whole table full of baked goods in front of him, and Karl only needed one hand to write with. The inscriptionist would cry if they saw your skill book creation process. Overlord Ahmed laughed. Yeah, I don't usually snack while working as I don't want to get crumbs on the book, but it's too good to miss out on. The mage shook his head. No, I meant that they need intense focus, constant mana transfer, and multiple reagents to create the book. Oh, that makes sense. I can do the mana transfer easily enough, but Hawk made the ink for the book before he put it on the table. There are 5 different fire elemental ingredients mixed in there, blended with his royal rank fire and my spiritual energy. He might not be an inscriptionist type class, but I'm still a royal. Karl slowly finished the text, and with a final surge of mana it formed into a deep red tome that seemed to flicker with flames under the surface. It was locked with a golden strap, and the design was absolutely exquisite. This is a thing of beauty. Does the library have one yet? Overlord Ahmad asked. No, they said to hold off for now, as the restrictions on the book are so extreme. Hopefully you will be able to use it. I think that you meet all the requirements. The mage crossed his fingers for luck and carefully opened the latch on the book. So far, so good. It let me look at it. He breathed. Then he flipped open the cover, and a surge of red light flooded from the book and surrounded his body as the book slowly vanished. It looked like it was working properly, Karl thought. At least for the first few seconds. Then a gust of magic blew back Ahmad's hood, allowing fluffy cat ears to poke free, as the fur changed to a deep flaming orange and red along with his hair. Power poured from the Overlord as the flaming body spell took effect, and his eyes glowed bright crimson. Then a deep red shine settled in over him, and Ahmad smiled. It works. Overlord rank defensive skill, flaming body. He gasped, still shocked, even though he was the one using it. It's not just defensive, you can use it to coat weapons to attack, and with practice you should be able to use it to enhance your fire attacks. Karl explained. The Overlord smiled and created a flame in his hand, then focused and let the power of the flaming body spell flow into it. I think that will take some time, but for now, it'll be a huge benefit for me because I can do this. As he finished speaking, Overlord Ahmad summoned 4 golems that looked like overgrown hoplite legionaries with their banded golden chestplates, small round shields and short swords. Then the flames surrounded them, and they gained an extra layer of protection, as well as a damage enhancement to their weapons. Johann whistled in appreciation. Now we're talking? Overlord golems with an extra barrier. Is that stronger than the regular barrier spell? Dana laughed and Ahmad smiled. It's the primary defensive ability of Vermilion birds. It's on an entirely different level than a basic barrier spell. Karl explained while the mages struggled to stop laughing. Overlord Ahmad nodded. While the barrier spell can be used with Overlord rank strength, it's still a Tier 1 ability. The flaming body skill is a Tier 3 or possibly a Tier 4 ability. I can't use it to its fullest capability yet, as it's an adapted species ability, but it would take you 3 or 4 slashes to break the barrier on the golems. Does your hawk use it as a primary attack ability? Johann asked Karl as he considered the versatility of the skill. Indeed. He likes to fire explosive fireballs at the ground laced with rend for the extra shredding damage when they explode. The knight looked confused. You're saying that he uses a warrior's rend ability, mixed with a mage's fireball that is derived from the flaming body ability, as his primary attack? Karl shrugged. They're innate skills to his species. It only made sense to blend them, and having a sphere of rend attacks burst out is much more effective than just a fireball on its own. I will have to get you to show me that later. I've never seen such an odd thing. Many monsters at the higher ranks use creative and deadly skills, but that particular combination sounds like it would be a mass casualty-level terror. Overlord Ahmad insisted. He then dismissed the golems and ended the flaming body spell, which returned his hair and ears to their natural honey-blonde color and his eyes to green. Karl briefly wondered if constantly using a racial ability from another species could make a beastkin evolve, but that seemed a bit far-fetched. Hawk had evolved, as he learned new skills and gained power, but that was more likely to be because of the bond, and not just because he learned a new skill. Beastkin were at least half human, and Karl had never heard of a human evolving. Well, other than the ones who had randomized themselves with the system stones. Maybe it wasn't so outlandish to think that gaining new skills might have a physical impact on the user. Most skills were pretty human-compatible, but ones like refreshing lightning and flaming body were made specifically for beasts. I don't suppose that you have other useful sorts of skills, do you? You know how limited the library is. There's only like 10 skill books available, not counting the Blue Dragon barrier. Overlord Nile, the Inquisition rogue asked. For ones that you could use, I would say either Rend or Bone Crusher. I'm not sure whether you can use the second one, though. The original said it was for warrior classes, and rogues aren't really warriors, are they? Karl asked. Nile shook his head. No, we have entirely different skills than the warriors. No warrior could use Shadow Step, and no rogue can use Cleave. Lotus giggled. Ray, the bloodbath spider, can use Shadow Step, and it is hilarious. Just wait. Soon I will teach the golems to Shadow Step. Chapter 4, 19 Late Night Visitors. There were a few more photos taken as they sat and ate, watching the work. The crews were really hammering through the construction. And though the buildings were simple, Karl saw that there was a logic to the design. What they were building here didn't look like a fancy rural temple, or a holy spot of any sort. It looked like a storage warehouse in the middle of nowhere, which could have belonged to a defunct mine, or even to the furthest branches of the nearby coal mines. Making it look like an unimportant industrial facility as a disguise was a much better safety measure than just keeping someone powerful enough to deter intruders on staff. The work was going much faster than Karl had expected, and the set of warehouses were nearly finished by the time that it got dark. By then, Ray was finished as well, and she had made a simple black version of the outfit that Dana was wearing for Overlord Nile, with the same adaptive ability for the coloration. It was a beautiful set, and it would allow his stealth skills to become even more effective. "Gentlemen, would you care to join us for dinner?" The Minister of National Treasures asked just before the sun set. The overlords were still with Karl's group, sitting around eating baked goods and telling jokes. They had met with everyone who was on the site, but only because everyone came to them. At no point since they had taken a seat had any of them gone more than 5 meters from the containers full of baked goods. But there was a full feast prepared for the workers, and Doug had called someone over to bring out the desserts for everyone to share. Now that it was looking unlikely that Dana could eat even one more cookie, and he had hidden a full container of his favorites in his storage bag. He wasn't the only one. Karl suspected that everyone had at least a small container of sweets in their storage bags now, but there were still entire piles of containers full of them. The cameraman was there again, doing short meet-and-greet style photos with the elites and the workers. Normally those always made Karl laugh when they came out in the newspaper because they looked so forced, but the workers were enthusiastically greeting them all and profusely thanking them for their help in obtaining tables full of sweets. The cameraman wasn't making videos, so it didn't matter what they were talking about, and a joking conversation between a royal rank elite and a steelworker about their favorite type of cake made for great photos. Once dinner was finished, Team 1 made their way to one of the supply helicopters and left on whatever mission they had been assigned to next. That was the last order of business for the evening, and everyone retired to their tents as twilight turned to full dark. Karl had thought that the overlords would be leaving with Team 1 as soon as their business was finished, as their helicopter was still waiting for them, but they set up camp in one of the new buildings to stay the night. Karl woke in the middle of the night to the feeling that something was wrong. Ray was awake and she didn't see anything, but she was uneasy about something. He waited in his hammock, ready to equip his armor the moment there was something solid to go on. "Incoming," Ray reported, and Karl silently got out of bed, not wanting to wake the others until he knew what the situation was. He waited in his hammock, ready to equip his armor the moment there was something solid to go on. "Incoming," Ray reported, and Karl silently got out of bed, not wanting to wake the others until he knew what the situation was. His team wasn't on watch, so it wasn't his job to respond right now. Threat. He just wanted to make sure that whoever was on watch had noticed the... "What do we have coming?" Karl asked. "Big flying things. Probably drakes. It's hard to tell from this distance," she replied. Karl crept out of the tent to see what was going on with his own eyes, and easily spotted the flight of large winged things near the horizon. Their body temperatures were high, making them easy to spot in the cool evening air, but they were still close to 10 kilometers away. "Something caught your attention?" Overlord Johan asked as he walked up beside Karl. "There is a flight of what looks like drakes headed this way. I can't pick out the numbers yet, but at least 6. Ray informed me of the intrusion. Her sensory range," Karl explained quietly. Johan nodded, then tossed a black coat on over his shining armor. "They will know which overlords are here soon enough. We don't need to give them more time to plan. Just keep calm and don't do anything rash. There is a sort of ritual and protocol to this, if it really is Drake riders, or other humans on flying mounts," the knight explained. Karl shrugged. "The last time I met with Drake riders, they attacked on sight." Johan chuckled. "That might fly at awakened, or even ascended rank, but a battle between overlords with our movement skills and area attacks can cover dozens of kilometers and rage on for hours, causing massive collateral damage. If they came and indiscriminately attacked us at that power level, we would do the same to them, and our nation is much larger. Theirs is a highly populated island." There was a short pause, and then from behind Karl, Niall's voice spoke softly. "Commanders lead with valor, princes can be headstrong. But kings maintain their dignity and overlords keep the peace. Those are the customs when dealing with other humans. Dealing with beasts is much more simple. If they left their territory, there is a reason. Find out what it is. If you're invading their territory, then might makes right. If you don't have the power, you have no right to be there." That made sense to Karl. Humans might not be able to unite or even really get along, but when it came down to it, they were still the same species, so they did show each other some consideration. If this was an incoming flight of Drake riders here to try to claim or get a shot at the dungeon to advance some of their members, then it was likely possible that they could come to a peaceful agreement. The flight was coming closer now, and it was clear that there were 12 of them in total, and there were 2 overlords with the group. The others didn't seem to be as strong, but their auras could have been hidden by the 2 leaders of the group. "So do I just wait here behind you while you talk to the leaders of their flight?" Karl asked. Niall nodded. "Just wait behind me and keep your beasts in their hiding spot. If they think they're going to be jumped by monsters, they might attack before they realize that they are with us, and that will turn this whole area into a war zone. None of them was likely to fare well if there was a large-scale fight between overlords here in the camp, and the workers wouldn't take a single hit. With that in mind, Karl called Ray back before the drakes were close enough that they were likely to be able to identify her. When the drakes were a kilometer out, Overlord Johann set a light spell over the area outside the camp, signaling the visitors in, but none of the overlords' mannerisms said they were confident that this would not end in violence. Chapter 4:20 Nice. As the drakes approached, Karl realized that it was a pair of overlords with 10 ascended rank. Drake riders and mounts, they were all on the brink of reaching commander rank, and it seemed obvious why they were here. The question that Karl had was, how did they even know? They must have found out nearly immediately if they had flown all this way on drakes. Their nation didn't border Golden Dragon Nation, they had to fly halfway across the continent to get here. So they hadn't left this morning, that was certain. They landed in an organized formation, and the ascended riders remained on their drakes while the two overlords dismounted. Johann Ahmad, the leader of the drake riders, greeted them. "Kenichi, you're a long way from home. Don't you think the youngsters are a bit too new for such a long flight?" Johann replied. The man known as Kenichi laughed, his long black hair fluttering in the wind as he turned back to his wing of drakes. "Oh, I think they're just about the right age for this vacation, don't you? Why don't we sit down and have a drink while the children play, for old time's sake?" The drake rider suggested with a sly wink. That confirmed it. They knew that it was a stable, low commander rank dungeon. They had brought 2 full groups of drake riders who were about to reach commander rank, and just needed one last push to advance. This might go better than expected. They don't know that the dungeon is stable. Niall whispered in Karl's ear. Karl wasn't sure how Niall knew that they weren't aware, but most likely it was by their reaction. If they had known that it was stable and repeatable, they would likely have taken a different approach, he assumed. Johann looked like he was considering something, then smiled. "How about a small trade? This is a valuable resource after all." Johann offered. The other overlord came forward with a chest in his hands and set it on the ground in front of Ahmad. The mage opened the lid with a gust of wind and nodded with a small smile on his face. "We can let both groups of 5 go through while we have an early breakfast. There are still some fresh baked goods and stew, I believe. Would you like to join us for breakfast?" Ahmad questioned, gesturing toward the fort, where there were still a half-dozen sealed containers of baked goods. "I think it would be better if we ate near the beasts. They can be fickle." Overlord Kenichi informed them. Karl gave a low chuckle at the mention of fickle beasts, and the dragon rider gave him a curious look. "The young prince looks quite relaxed around the drakes. Is he perhaps an immigrant from our lovely island home?" Kenichi asked. Johann shook his head. "Nope, a local, but the world dragon blessed him with an affinity for beasts. Perhaps he could calm your drakes if they are feeling finicky?" The overlord laughed as his drake growled and sent a fireball into the sky. "He's just hungry," Hawk informed Karl, rolling his eyes in annoyance. "What do drakes like?" Karl asked. "How should I know? Feed it a giant leg or something." Karl laughed at the sleepy hawk. That wasn't actually a bad idea. Drakes like cold things. They overheat when they fly long distances, because they use their fire magic to fly faster, Remy added. As it moved, "How did you know that? It's in this book on beasts with elemental magic," she replied proudly. "Just how many library books did you borrow?" "The sign said you could take up to 4 at a time." Karl thought about it, and then separated both legs from the knee down on a commander rank, ice giant corpse, and walked over to the hungry drakes. "Here you go, friends. A nice cold treat after a long trip." Karl tossed the 2 royal rank drakes that the overlords had flown in on each a leg, which they caught in their mouths before making a happy keening noise that was sure to wake the entire camp. The rider known as Kenichi gave Karl a suspicious look, but Karl just smiled at the drakes and returned to his spot by Neil. Ahmad cast a spell, and a container of mixed cookies floated out of the fort, along with a pressure cooker full of chicken and dumplings that was beginning to steam. "Did you bring a table? If not, we can fetch one," he suggested. The second overlord of the drake riders brought out a large blanket from his pack and spread it on the ground between them. Ahmad put down the food, and the silent overlord brought out dishes. The 4 overlords took seats, then Kenichi motioned for Karl and Niall to join them. "No need to stand guard during breakfast. Come and join us. One of the commanders can show our children to the trial." Kenichi insisted. Karl turned his head slightly so he could see Colonel Valerie coming. "It's the colonel, or at least she will get here first." Karl spoke softly to Niall so he didn't interrupt the conversation. "You can tell that?" the formerly silent overlord asked, startled by Karl's senses. "Even if the wind wasn't blowing her perfume my way, I can see her. My night vision is quite a bit better than before I awakened, Karl joked. You do have a rather bestial affinity. To be able to see into nearly absolute darkness with a light in your eyes is an uncommon trait. Karl suspected that he might have given too much away, but the Overlord hadn't mentioned that she was at the very edge of his peripheral vision and didn't seem all that worked up about it. More like he was attempting to put Karl at ease with his presence by showing that he wasn't a fan of simple tricks, being open and honest. The Colonel stopped a few meters behind them, just into the light spell, and waited for someone to acknowledge her presence. Gentlemen, this is Colonel Valerie. As per our agreement, she will escort your 2 teams of ascended riders into the anomaly for 1 attempt each. I trust that they have brought sufficient healing potions if they don't have a cleric with them. It is a 5-person limit, so 2 healers for the group would be best. Johann informed them. Kenichi nodded, then pushed his hair back out of his face in annoyance. He must have lost his hair tie at some point because it was obvious that he didn't prefer to have it loose. Yes, we have clerics of the dragon gods with the trainees. Thank you for your assistance, Commander. We will be looking forward to good news. The 10 young riders dismounted and followed Colonel Valerie into the building where the dungeon portal was. It was inevitable that they would find out that it was a stable dungeon portal, but with a bit of luck, there wouldn't be a fight over it. They had gotten what they came for, a trip for their trainees into the dungeon, and now they were about to gorge themselves on sweets. That reminded Karl. Be careful with the brownies, they're made by the nature clerics. That made the 2 visitors laugh, though Karl did notice that Kenichi's hand passed over the brownies. Technically, they were in hostile territory, and it wouldn't be a good idea for the Drake Riders to get stoned right now, no matter how funny the Green Dragon might find it. Chapter 421, Overlord Kenichi, as the 2 visiting foreign overlords sat and ate breakfast with the local group. Now that the Drake Riders were here, why the overlords had stuck around, and why it was so important that the extra group of elites be sent away. If they could see that there were 20 or more elites who were qualified to be training in this dungeon, they would have realized that the instance had stabilized and was repeatable before they had made the deal, and they likely wouldn't have offered whatever it was that Overlord Ahmed was so happy to see. Instead, they would have gone with a less valuable offer from the start. The fact that nobody tried to argue for more likely told them fairly quickly that they had misjudged the situation, but the deal was made, and everything was peaceful for the moment, so they would have to take the markup and call it the price of training their mages. Well, Karl assumed they were mages. They had powers, but as far as Karl knew, they weren't awakened with a serum or system stone that the elites of the Golden Dragon Nation were. These cookies are wonderful. You have a truly talented cook among your nature clerics. We have one in charge of the kitchen at the Ware as well, but I must say the baked goods are somewhat lacking. Overlord Kenichi sighed. I'm not sure which of the 2 here is responsible for the cookie recipe, but they're both very talented bakers. It makes deployment much more pleasant. Karl agreed. Oh, you get to travel with a nature cleric that is truly fortunate. Surely you don't take them to battle. The nature clerics are not known for being reliable combat partners or particularly fond of combat. We do not force our clerics to go against their aspect's nature in the Drake Isles. Karl smiled. The nature god's high priestess that travels with me is a healing specialist with excellent cooking skills and an intense fondness for exploration. She might complain if we wake her up early, but I don't think anything we have asked is contrary to her goddess. I don't suppose that the giant spider monster has anything to it. I've never met a green dragon who could resist that. The other Drake Rider Overlord joked. It might have a small amount to do with it. Ray had been in her space since just after the riders were spotted, so unless the quiet man had senses that were better than hers, he must have known something about Karl before he arrived. It had been most of an hour, and the teams were due to exit the dungeon soon. Karl could see the tension of the overlords as each additional minute passed. The longer they took, the more they must have struggled. Unlike Karl's team, which was on friendly ground when they went in, the purpose of coming with the overlords was to secure their exit after they had finished, and had hopefully made it to commander rank. Karl could see that Overlord Kenichi was itching to do something, and was about to get up when a portal opened, and a group of shouting soldiers rushed out 50 meters from the camp. The overlords were all on their feet instantly, and it was only after they were standing that they realized the new arrivals didn't belong to either side's nation. Did we put up a grand opening everyone welcome billboard or something? Karl muttered, and the pair of Drake Riders burst into laughter, shattering the tension of the situation. Overlord Kenichi spat on the ground. Witry, what are you doing here? The most glorious oracle foresaw that there would be a great opportunity for the 4th grade mages at this place and time. I can sense the dungeon entrance from here, Dragonslave. The man in front of the group of mages, another overlord, snarled back. A significant portion of the top fighters of 3 nations were now gathered in a hostile standoff in the middle of nowhere, and Karl began to worry that the young Drake Riders were going to come out to the middle of a massacre. The mage gave everyone a disgusted look, then his eyes landed on Karl. "Is this your dungeon challenge champion? He doesn't look like much." The mage continued. Karl winked and blew him a kiss, which made Kenichi laugh even harder. Karl had no idea what a dungeon champion was, but they had shown up with 10 commander rank mages, and if it was a battle between champions, nobody but the group's leader could beat him one-on-one. But if it were the leader challenging, he would be fighting one of the 3 overlords at his own rank. Overlord Niall smiled under his mask. "Are you certain that you want to make an overrank challenge? You might not have anyone left to challenge the dungeon after. I am certain you will find our entry fee eminently reasonable." Karl couldn't tell how powerful the attack magic of a foreign mage might be at the commander rank, but Niall was right. None of them would be able to touch him in combat. The mage glared at him, and Karl saw the thermal image of the 10 Drake Riders exiting the dungeon. Colonel Valerie was holding them in place while the argument continued outside the camp, but nobody in the other group seemed to have noticed they had returned yet. Karl did a quick head count, verifying that all 10 of them had made it out of the dungeon. The mages sneered at Karl and quietly began to encourage their leader to take the challenge instead of paying the bribe. So that was how it worked. The Drake Riders had just paid up and sent their teams in without a fuss. It was fast and efficient, so they were already finished their run, and once Karl could get a better read on them, he would find out if their payment had earned them any advancements to commander. The mage turned back to his team and silenced them with one raised hand. "We have conditions: no deliberate lethal blows, no enchanted blades, and a full charge format." The mage demanded. Overlord Johann smiled. "No summons, no supporters," he countered, "on either side." The mage insisted. That could be a bit of a mess for Karl, if he couldn't call out his beasts to support. "Humans are stupid. We can fight from in here. We just can't call the golems," Ray informed him. That was likely a rule violation, but how would they prove it? When the beasts cast a spell from their space, you would have to be able to see into the spaces to know that they were helping at all. The mages nodded in encouragement, and their leader extended a hand for Johann to shake. "Set the arena boundary and we can get started," the mage announced. Niall leaned over to whisper to Karl, low enough the others shouldn't hear. "No aiming for the head, and don't let your beasts come out. As long as you don't aim for the heart or the head, you shouldn't be accused of trying for killing blows. Do you have a weapon that isn't bladed?" Karl took out his maul and placed it on the ground between his feet. "Oh, that should do just fine. Potions aren't prohibited, so if you have some, you can use them to buff for the fight. Outside assistance is prohibited in general, so no support spells from your team." The rogue added, "I just wish that I could use Ray's shadow step ability. This could get much more fun." Karl whispered back. The mage leader was now glaring at Kenichi, who was still laughing. "What in the 7 gods is so funny?" he demanded. "You should have paid the bribe. He's going to beat the ever-loving hell out of your boys." The mage spat at Kenichi's feet and turned away, sending his team to the large circle that Overlord Johann had inscribed with an attack spell. They might be neighbors, but they were obviously not any closer friends than the Drake Riders and the Golden Dragon Nation were. Or perhaps it was personal. It was about 50 meters across, plenty of room to fight. Normally that should favor the mages, but it was also a small enough space that Remy could cover it with a thunderstorm, while Karl added a blizzard. "Do you need preparation time?" Johann asked. "I'm good. I've already eaten breakfast, as I do despise fighting on an empty stomach." The knight patted Karl on the back and gestured to the marked arena. "If they can't get up for 20 seconds, they're eliminated. I recommend aiming for legs, easy to heal after, and it doesn't leave them with a grudge." Chapter Witchery Mages. The 10 mages were quietly joking with each other as Karl entered the arena space. "A warrior? They think that a royal rank warrior can take the 10 of us. We might as well have made a pairs challenge." One of the boys joked. "He sure is confident for a little herbivore of a man." The girl beside him added, "Make that one a smashing post," Thor insisted, offended by the insult to his food choices. "Are we ready?" the mage team leader asked. Karl had initially thought his name was Witry, but that was also the name of a country north of the hill giant nation, next to the Drake Riders, Island. So, it was most likely addressing him by origin nation, not name. Karl slung them all over his shoulder and nodded. The mages began casting their spells as he brought up Eternal Lightning, Flaming Body, and Circle of Protection all at once, then cast Blizzard at royal rank, while Remy started a Thunderstorm. "Don't use totems. They will ask too many questions," Karl insisted as he launched himself forward. The closest mages were caught off guard, and the girl who had insulted Thor's love of plants was sent flying with a sickening crunch as Karl's shoulder slammed into her chest. The lightning shock from his barrier shattered her defensive spells, and her robes didn't even slow his momentum. The maul with only a coating of flaming body, shattered the thigh of the boy beside her, and he crumpled to the ground as the caustic rain began to fall and thunder echoed through the arena. Karl tossed out chain lightning, stunning the mages closest to him before he moved toward the back of the arena, where the majority of the mages had gathered. He raised his hand to aim chain lightning, an unnecessary little mental trick, but Ray used it as a cue to be dramatic, and began firing bullet-sized stones from near the palm of Karl's hand, spraying them into the remaining mages, who struggled to keep their barriers up. A fireball came flying at Karl, and Hawk blocked it with a wind barrier, stopping it half a meter away. Shit, it's not a warrior. He's a shaman with a hammer. One of the mages was cursing. What do you need beasts for if you can fight like that? Overlord Kenichi asked. Beasts? The mage overlord demanded. He's a beastmaster. The first report we had of him, he had a bird of some sort, and a bloodbath spider fighting on his side. Neither of them were called for this fight, as Johann banned summons. Not that I think a dozen commander-rank golems would have changed the situation all that much. A royal-rank bloodbath spider would have annihilated them before they could touch him. Niall sighed in frustration, as all of the combat power intelligence the Drake Riders had gathered on Karl was shared with another country, but the Golden Dragon Nation and the Drake Riders were not friends. They were just playing by the rules to avoid an overlord-rank fight. Something back in the arena area caught the attention of the witchery mage, and he turned back, with his eyes wide in shock. Karl couldn't tell what he was looking at until he traced the man's attention to the first woman he had shoulder-checked. She had an empty potion bottle in her hand, but she was also casting some sort of spell that didn't have a visible effect. A spell that was at the royal rank. The pair of Drake Riders laughed. What was it the oracle said? A great opportunity today for the commander rank, right? Well, there you have it. That makes 2, no 3 now, that have advanced to the royal rank after understanding the difference between ranks and breaking the bottleneck. Karl had heard that sometimes losing a fight could be a greater learning experience than years of practice without a grave challenge, but he hadn't expected that they would send commanders so close to advancing that watching their friends get beat up would be enough to trigger their advancement. They weren't the only ones who were using the fight as a learning experience, though. The Magic Knights and Dana were comparing notes on the fight, and how it might have been improved or adapted to their skills. They also used primarily magic and not physical strength, and while he used mostly magical attacks, Karl had gone for close combat to use the bodies as a shield instead of trying to dodge their attacks while throwing spells from a distance. The witchery overlord opened a portal and silently gestured to his mages, who filed through mostly limping or nursing injuries, with a few still unconscious and being carried by their teammates. Nobody was going to die, so it was a win for everyone in a way. He got to stretch his legs. The mages learned that the royal rank bottleneck wasn't just a small step, and the civilians at the camp didn't have to deal with a large-scale fight. Politics were honestly a giant pain in the ass, but with all of the young Drake Riders coming back out now, Karl had some hope that the day's drama was mostly over. Over for him, anyhow. The overlords and the politicians behind the scenes would certainly be busy dealing with other nations finding out about their new dungeon instance. There was a good chance that someone was in real trouble for whatever leak had brought people here only days after it stabilized, and before the locals could make good use of it, but that was also not his problem. Chapter 4-23 High Traffic Area. Once the mages from Witchery were gone, the young Drake Riders came out from the building with excited smiles on their faces. 6 of the 10 had made it to commander rank, and Karl knew that they would all have at least 1 or 2 new pieces of equipment going back with them. The dungeon was an excellent source of resources for the commander rank, with some ascended items being possible from the ogres on the way to the bosses, along with the coins. That was the trade-off. They had to pay to enter, but they got something in return that may or may not have been worth more than what they paid. Realistically, the experience alone was worth quite a bit, as the dungeon was a controlled environment, where you could send specific fighters without surprises. The Drake Rider overlords made a sharp whistle, and the younger riders gave Johann and the other overlords a sharp salute. Then they ran to their mounts, and in one smooth movement, they were aloft, soaring up into the sky on the wave of warmer air blowing over the tree line. It's always creepy when they do that, Johann complained. Do what? Karl asked. That mountain takeoff had been textbook perfect. It was like they were doing a synchronized gymnastics routine. Karl didn't see anything creepy about it at all. The knight gave Karl a confused look. Vanish. It's creepy when they vanish like that. Karl turned and watched them fly away for a few seconds before he realized that it was just echolocation and thermal imaging that still saw them. Oh, sorry, I can still see them, so I didn't realize they did a thing. Niall smiled and shook his head. Your senses really are insane, but to think that you could see through invisibility cast at the overlord rank. Karl shrugged. It hides the visual image of them, but not the thermal image, or their radar signature, for lack of a better word. The echolocation that Ray uses to see in perfect darkness, along with her heat sight. Ahmad sighed. Lazy bastard. It's not invisibility. He cast lesser concealment, assuming that we wouldn't be able to track him either way. A proper invisibility spell would hide him from thermal imaging and radar, at least conventional radar. Yes, if it's a proper duel, we won't restrict the beasts. I didn't want the foreign forces to learn any more than necessary about his combat power, but as long as the opponent isn't a peak, royal rank divine beast, it shouldn't be an issue. Overlord Nile replied with utter confidence. Is our champion that strong? The politician asked hopefully. On a good day, 1 in 10 royal rank elites could take on Ray. Add in Karl and the other 3 beasts, and few things short of a full-blooded dragon or a divine beast would stand a chance. The politician sighed in relief, but all of the overlords turned to the field where the last duel was fought. Another portal opened, and Karl prepared himself for another challenge. But the first person to exit was an elderly man in the robes of the World Dragon clerics. He took down his hood and revealed a wrinkled face with long fox ears and sharp eyes that didn't match the aging joints of his body. He was an overlord, and out of instinct Karl nodded politely to him, while Nile, the magic knights, and all the clerics all bowed. I found the right spot on the first try. I knew that if I just followed the sensation of beasts fighting, I would find it. The World Dragon Bishop muttered to himself, then gestured for others to come through the portal. 10 beastkin, including one Worgen wolf girl that looked quite familiar to Karl, came through the portal, all at the peak of ascended rank. The Worgen stopped and pointed at Karl. It's you. How did you make it to the royal rank so fast? It's only been half a year since we met. The old man smiled. Good, you're all already friends. I do love emotional reunions. Now, the Archbishop said that there was a dungeon around here somewhere. Would you care to guide an old man in the right direction? Karl smiled and stepped forward with his arm bent for the old man to use as a crutch. Of course, High Priest, it's just over this way. Did you have other business with the overlords first? Oh, they can sort that out between themselves. I am more interested in the portal itself. Ruth came up and tapped Karl on the shoulder. I will take the elder to see the portal. I have magic to make the walk easier on him. Chapter 424 Newborn. The new arrivals looked nervous now that they had been abandoned, but the formerly human Worgen rogue took charge. We have come to request access to the dungeon, on behalf of the Whiten Temple branch of the church. The 10 of us are all trainees in their care, she announced. Nile sighed. If they were appealing on behalf of the church, it didn't matter that they weren't from the Golden Dragon Nation. They would be allowed access. Dungeons were considered holy relics, which gave the church primary rights over them. So it didn't matter what nation they hailed from. If they were clerics of the World Dragon or sent by them, they would be accommodated. All right, the Magic Knights will lead you in. The dungeon separates entrance into groups of 5 by order of entry, so sort your groups in advance. The Inquisitor explained. What is the challenge level? She asked. Overall, low commander. A mix of commander and ascended rank ogres with commander rank bosses. There is minimal magic use, but some of the battle skills of the ogre lords are no joke. The knights led them into the building, and Johann sighed. It looks like the discovery is already common knowledge. This can't be something on our end. It must have been a leak on the other side, either in procurement or in the initial reporting before your team was sent to clear the area. I'm tempted to say after you arrived. The witchery mages didn't show up to try to claim it before it stabilized, so they would have found out later, likely from the Drake Riders' movements triggering their oracle. But if the word has already spread all through the clergy, it should be considered an open secret. That means we're going to have to deal with at least the newborn spellblades or demi-humans showing up to challenge for a discount on access. Nobody else would have the guts, I think. The mage towers east of the frost giants don't need much from us as they have their own training methods, and the items that come from a dungeon are not usually of much use to mages who can make their own equipment. The Shining Knight looked significantly more haggard than he had only a day ago, but it was emotional wear. I don't know much about newborn. Is it likely to get messy when they arrive? Karl asked. That really depends on the day. Newborn is a majority human magical nation, the largest on the continent, but they have a considerable demi-human population. Every species you can think of, from elves to minotaur and lamia coexists there. So, when they show up here, their response will greatly depend on the attitude of the group they sent. If it's demi-humans, some get along well with humans, some do not. But they respect the human interaction standards for the most part. So, once a challenge has been decided, the following groups will respect the outcome for a while. Vitally important that we win the challenges, or they'll send anyone they please to fight in the dungeon, and they won't be polite about it. Johann explained. Another portal opened, and a smiling Minotaur woman in an undyed leather dress covered in beadwork stepped out. "Were you talking about me? My ears are burning. You must have been talking about me," she announced. "Funny, it's like you had a listening spell active." Ahmad replied, and the nearly 3-meter-tall woman gave him a bright white toothy grin. "Hello again, Ahmad. I don't suppose you will reconsider that marriage proposal. I know you're still single. And quite content with the situation, thank you, Marissa." She actually looked a bit sad at that reply. Perhaps the big woman had a thing for clean-cut Catman mages. "How are we doing this today? Are you going to let my people through, or do we need to beat someone up to make our point?" she asked. "Or you can just pay the entry fee," Ahmad suggested. The Minotaur burst into laughter. "I see you haven't lost your sense of humor. Now, should we do this champion on champion, or will you let my people pass?" "Champions. Do you want conditions?" "This is a young adult sort of fight, so we can't just let the children go wild. No lethal blows, no cheap shots, one-on-one. With summons," Ahmad countered. "Do I look stupid to you?" "Don't answer that. Humans are too stupid to tell that Minotaurs are all smarter than them. No summons, or that champion of yours is just going to try to assassinate my champion with his beasts." "She's not as dumb as she looks. But how are you supposed to tell that with those vacant bovine eyes?" Ray asked. "I think she's actually not as smart as she thinks. She's just a prey species, and she instinctively knows to avoid us," Hawk added. "Why won't they let us out? Everyone keeps insulting us, and I can't even go out and bite them," Remy complained. "Our little snake is getting bloodthirsty. We will have to find you some peaceful reading materials or keep you away from Sister Ray." Thor joked as Ahmad considered his answer. Before he could speak, Marissa turned to Karl. "I'm right, am I not? No matter who I send against you, you would have one of your beasts assassinate them while you restrained them." "Not in a lethal way. We agreed no lethal blows." Karl agreed. Ahmad reluctantly nodded as he made a decision. "All right, one-on-one, no additional attackers, but no flying species on your side." Karl hadn't considered the fact that they might send a flying opponent against him to try to attack from further than he could cast spells. "Why don't we make this one fun? Unarmed, melee range only," the Minotaur shaman suggested. "Do you think we're crazy?" Johann laughed. Karl chuckled. "Actually, I think she might be onto something. We've all seen the flashy skills, maybe a classic knock. Down, drag out is just what we need." "I don't think that you know what you're suggesting," Niall whispered. "No, the boy has a point. How about this? No more than twice his weight, so my champion doesn't get taken out with a crotch punch. No weapons, no lethal blows. Melee range only. No flying." Karl smiled at Johann, and the knight sighed. "Fine, we accept the terms." Overlord Ahmad laughed. "Well, at least Karl isn't a particularly large guy. He's only about 100 kilos, so the opponent won't be someone huge." Marissa reached back through the portal she had entered through and grabbed someone, dragging them forward. He appeared to be a turtle, standing on his back feet with human-shaped legs, but also with a full shell, and armored plating on top of his head. "Damn it, I should have expected that. If you want to forfeit, let us know. A Tortolan will not be an easy fight unarmed." Johann sighed. Karl clapped him on the shoulder. "Don't worry too much. I can throw a punch." The actual punch wasn't the point of a melee range fight with what was almost certain to be a naturally armored monk. Their skills granted them extreme defense, enhanced by their high base durability. Then they had a wide range of attack skills intended for close combat. But Karl had brutality to increase his size. Then there were haste and terrorize to increase his speed and damage. Bone Crusher was an effective melee attack skill that ignored armor. Shatter added internal damage, and crushing blows would add damage to blunt attacks, like fists and Bone Crusher. If anything, he was at least on even footing with a monk when he had his barriers up. Chapter 425, Donald the Monk. The Tortolan smiled at Karl, his mouth extending all the way across his head. "I am Donald. What might your name be, human warrior?" he asked. "My name is Karl. It's a pleasure to meet you, Donald." The Tortolan laughed. "You might not be saying that in a minute." Karl shrugged. "We will see. I just hope that a cracked shell won't leave you in too bad of a condition. From what I remember, snapping turtles don't have a skeleton inside their shell." The Tortolan looked vaguely insulted at being compared to a common snapping turtle, but he didn't dignify Karl's taunt with a response. Johann led them to the arena ring, and Marissa called 10 peak ascended fighters through. "If my man loses, I will pay the customary double fee. If not, there is no point in delaying," she insisted. Johann nodded. "Fine by me. They might as well get started. This fight, a few minutes." Karl and Donald squared off, with the Minotaur Overlord as a referee. "Fighters ready? Bring up your defenses and we will start." Karl activated Flaming Body, Eternal Lightning, Haste, Terrorize and Brutality at the same time, then nodded. The two beastskin both looked shocked when Karl expanded to be close to the same size as his opponent, but Donald didn't look concerned. Tortolan expressions didn't change much, but his body language said that he thought the size expansion was just a trick to give Karl longer reach. Begin. The two combatants launched toward each other, neither trying to dodge, and two mighty blows landed. Eternal Lightning flared as it was nearly shattered by a blow to Karl's left shoulder, but Karl's fist landed in the center of the Tortolan's chest, and the stout beast was lifted off his feet and tossed backward into the grass, sliding on his back shell for 5 meters before tucking his head inside his shell and flipping onto his feet with a pale white barrier flickering around him. He was a bit more cautious as he advanced, shifting positions so Karl's darting jabs couldn't hit him squarely again. "What did he hit him with? I've never seen a Tortolan put on his back with one punch," Niall asked as the two rank fighters gauged each other's skills. Ophelia considered it for a few seconds. "Likely Bone Crusher, increased by the same buffs that he uses on his beasts, since he's expanded his own size like he does for me in bare form." "Ah, armor bypass. That makes sense. A Vertigo likely would have been a worse matchup for him. That's what I was expecting her to pick." The Minotaur gave them an annoyed look as Karl shifted targets at the last instant and met Donald's punch with his own fist, sending shockwaves out from the two fighters before the Tortolan staggered back, clutching his shattered hand. It was quickly healing as Donald dodged and focused his energy on the injured limb. Monk-class internal healing wasn't as good as a cleric spell, but it appeared to be as good as bestial regeneration, just more energy-intensive. Donald was breathing heavily by the time his fist was healed, and a quick jab from Karl made his barrier flicker completely out of existence for over a second. Monk-class internal healing wasn't as good as a cleric spell, but it appeared to be as good as bestial regeneration, just more energy-intensive. Donald was breathing heavily by the time his fist was healed, and a quick jab from Karl made his barrier flicker completely out of existence for over a second. But the monk was deceptively fast, and he managed to dodge enough hits to keep Karl from following it up to finish the fight. His breathing evened out, and his barrier came back as Donald focused on defense while he looked for an opening that wouldn't let Karl sacrifice his own body to counterattack. That double barrier over Karl made it a losing proposition to trade punches like that. Karl took advantage of his need to focus on defense and chased the Tortolan around the ring, shocking him with chain lightning every time they made even the slightest bit of contact. Most of the effect was being blocked by the barrier, but Karl could see that Donald's muscles were beginning to twitch with every hit as his defenses weakened and the Tortolan slowly became exhausted. With Eternal Lightning, Karl was still feeling as fresh as when he started the fight, though a bit hungry. Karl hadn't realized how much time had passed until he spun behind his opponent to rain a flurry of attacks down on Donald's shell, letting Bone Crusher and Shatter, with the crushing blows, enhancement do their work on his internal organs. That was when he noticed that there were 10 freshly advanced commanders waiting for the fight to end. The internal shockwaves sent Donald to his shell, limbs pulled inside and spitting blood, as Karl backed away. 20 seconds on the ground was out of the fight, and with the lingering tremors in his body, Karl could tell that his opponent was doing the best that he could just to keep his organs from liquefying. Marissa sighed and signaled the end of the fight. As Karl retreated, she used Healing Splash to coat the monk in power, and he collapsed on the ground, resting on his back shell as he could finally begin to recover and not curl up with his limbs retracted in pain. The Overlord-ranked Minotaur stared at Karl for a few seconds before nodding. "You are more crafty than you look, human. To think that you wouldn't try to break the shell but to attack. Through it to the softer parts of the body. I will be certain to add this lesson to our training," she announced, then easily picked the 200-kilo turtle man up in her arms and passed him through the portal to someone on the other side. "Now, the matter of payment." She reluctantly sighed before producing one large box and a small one, no bigger than the palm of Karl's hand. The first she handed to Johann, who opened it and nodded in satisfaction, but the second she held out to Ahmad. "Don't deny yourself any longer, little mage. Come home with me," she announced, then opened the small box to reveal an absolutely stunning wedding ring, with a large central diamond surrounded by 7 smaller colored gems. The mage sighed and shook his head. "My answer hasn't changed. I am quite happily single and intend to remain that way." The Minotaur snorted in annoyance and stomped back through the portal, followed by her team. As it closed, it was clear that the other two overlords were doing their very best not to laugh at Ahmad. Laugh it up. Next time, it might be you, the crazy Minotaur stalker, the mage grumbled. Johann gave him a sympathetic look. Why do you think that I wear this helmet whenever we're meeting with new people? I can't have my handsome face making them fall for me. Not even Colonel Valerie could resist laughing a little at that. The overlord known as the Shining Knight was nearly the picture-perfect handsome warrior stereotype, and he knew it. It might have made him arrogant, but he was also an overlord, and that was bound to affect the ego of anyone who managed to make it to that level of power. Snapped his fingers to get everyone's attention. All right, let's hope that is the last of our visitors for the day. Morisa will inform the rest of her countrymen and their allies about the outcome and the details of the dungeon in the next few hours. We will see what happens. They might send a few more teamant, as it is a large nation, but they might hold off for a few more days, just what Karl needed. More practice. He could send the rest of the team out. Thor and Remy both had ideas that might help them advance, but nobody wanted to let them fight. Chapter 4 through 26, Emergency at the Mines. As he settled down on the grass by the trail zone to relax for a bit, in case there was another challenge, Karl shook his head. No, I'm good. He didn't manage to break the second barrier, and eternal lighting refreshes stamina, so I should be fine after a quick snack. I'm just relaxing to see who shows up next. The knight laughed and joined Karl on the grass. I don't think that there will be too many more nations that will be willing to challenge you. Those were some pretty decisive victories, especially unarmed against a Tortollan monk, after proving yourself in a magical battle. If anyone does challenge for free entry, they will at least take a day or two to try to plan before they come for you. Well, that's a start. I guess we're going to be hanging around here for a while then. How long are the trials open before they just have to pay to enter? Karl asked. 1 week. We're already nearly halfway through the trial period. Normally, it is only a day or two of trials after the other nations find out about the dungeon. Not that they open all that often. More commonly, it's only one round of trials before the portal destabilizes and the event is over. Having one open full-time is going to drive the clerics insane. They are the ones who arrange the formal visits to keep the nations who don't get along from having a conflicting schedule and starting fights at holy sites. This one will be busier than most, as commander rank resources are so rare on this continent. The only ones that might still show up are the beasts, and that could be somewhat difficult for you as we don't know how they will respond to your class bonding with actual beasts. They aren't the biggest fans of rangers, and they only bond with regular animals. You've got royal rank magical beasts on your side, Johann explained. Karl nodded. Yeah, I can see how that might become an issue if they object to the situation, but I think that once they talk to each other they will understand. After an hour, Lotus and Doug brought out food for everyone awaiting the next challenge, but no challengers were coming. By now it was fairly certain that every human nation would have been informed of the situation by their spies, so if they were planning a challenge they were delaying for some reason. More likely they simply didn't care. Most nations had their own training, resources, and paying to come here and use another nation's dungeon was unnecessary. Some would come to train here later, likely from the smaller factions among the newborn. Not all of them had access to the resources in that nation's territory if they didn't belong to a large faction, but very few of the small factions would have 5 peak ascended or commander-rank trainees to make up a team. It was the same in the East. The mage towers were too small to assemble a team without working together. That was a chore on its own, and might not be worth the effort when a traditionally trained mage could advance peacefully in their tower. It was just getting dark when Karl sensed a new presence in the distance staring directly at him. He turned, trying to discreetly determine what was watching him, but he didn't see anything. He didn't stop scanning, though, and after a few seconds he spotted a massive body in the trees, barely visible from a kilometer away. Oh, the human can see me, a deep voice asked in Karl's mind. Not easily. But the trees don't fully hide your silhouette. Interesting. We will meet again soon. Then the creature was gone, and Karl was left wondering just what sort of beast it had been. From this distance, and with the leaves in the way, he could only really spot it by the distinctive shape of its eyes, and the outline of its body was too broken up to say for certain what he was speaking with. But if that was the visit from the Divine Beast Empire, and they were just curious, it meant he could relax a little. So, when Karl went to sleep that night, it was with an easy mind. Ray was on night watch in the bell tower, and there were guards on patrol around the camp for the smaller threats. Karl woke with a jolt as an alarm was sounded in the camp, pulling everyone out of bed. What's going on, Ray? I have no idea. I don't think the alarm is about something that is happening here. Karl put on his armor and stepped to the end of the aisle to jump out the window. The overlords were rubbing sleep from their eyes, and the military officer on duty had a portable radio brought out to them. Overlords, what is going on? Karl asked. Good. You're here already. There is an emergency near the lithium mines. Some sort of anomaly has appeared. We are the closest response team to them right now. with so many of the response teams currently deployed to the borders. They already sent 2 awakened rank locals who are currently missing in action. The nature of the issue is unknown, but it is likely to be at the commander rank or higher. Your team will be going with Nile, while the rest of us remain here with the Magic Knights to deal with resource challenges, Johann explained. The knights nodded in understanding, while Morgana gave the fort a longing look. It was far too early in the morning for an emergency. Karl gestured to the helicopter that was beginning to spin up its rotors. Should we get loaded? Go ahead if you've got everything you need. Lotus ran back to the fort to grab another container of muffins, and Ray gathered her shiny stones that she had been decorating with. Whoever took over the fort could provide their own shiny stones. They loaded into the helicopter, making a 9-person response team, from commander to overlord rank. No matter what the issue was, they should be able to take care of it, even if they were mostly just buffing Nile. A circle of protection would go a long way to keeping the overlord rank rogue safe, and as an inquisitor, he would be one of the finest fighters among the overlords to begin with. The floor shuddered as they took off, and then tilted slightly as the pilot raced toward their destination. Get as much rest as you can. We don't know what's coming, but it could be a long day. Nile warned them as he leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. It might not be actual sleep, but a bit of meditation helped prepare everyone for the fights ahead. But for Karl, this was somewhat personal. The destination was just outside his hometown, and if the situation got out of control, his parents would be in danger. They had moved to a nicer house near the center of town, but there was still only one elite in the lithium mine town. Well, he wasn't much of an elite. He was more of a prototype, having taken a test version of the divine serum in advance. But while he had plenty of combat experience, he was starting to get older now, and he was slowing down with the soft life of a mayor. Chapter 427, Anomaly Zone. While the emergency response team raced toward the anomaly, those left behind at the dungeon began to worry that there might be more to the situation than they had been led to believe. There were too many anomalies lately, and they were at war on every side, except for the border with the Beastkin. The giants had to know something more than they were saying, and the magical knights couldn't shake the feeling that they had missed a critical memo. But in the helicopter, things were more relaxed, as everyone meditated and prepared for the upcoming mission. 5 minutes to the edge of the anomaly zone, the pilot informed them. Karl stood and stretched, getting ready for whatever they found when they disembarked. Thor, be ready with the barriers. Eternal lightning came up on everyone as Thor got his last few minutes of beauty sleep, and the other beasts followed Karl in stretching, so they didn't strain anything or have stiff muscles when it was time to come out. Descending through heavy cloud cover with extremely limited visibility, the pilot announced. Karl moved to look out the window, keeping an eye out for anything that might have been missed by the helicopter's sensor suite. There was nothing, just white. That didn't seem right. He should be able to see the ground through cloud cover, unless there was heavy rain beneath them, but these were white puffy clouds, not the dark storm clouds that would bring that sort of rain. Ray thought the same thing. Something wasn't right. Then the sound of rending steel shattered the drone of the helicopter blades, and Karl found himself flying through open air. As he rotated, he could see the massive hole torn in the helicopter, which was being violently molested by a pale white dragon that seemed to be made of clouds, not quite corporeal. The others were beginning to bail out with hastily donned parachutes, and Karl noted with pleasure that all of them had their barriers active still. With eternal lightning active, they should be fine. He was the only one likely to have a rough landing. Karl felt the air around him suddenly condense, as if he were below water. Then it was thin again, the sort of high-altitude atmosphere that left the lungs struggling to breathe. It had to be an air element dragon. That was fine. Once he figured out how to track it, he would be able to take it out. Beneath him, the clouds were thinning, and Karl looked around for the others to make sure they hadn't pulled their parachutes too early. But there was nobody nearby, not even the crippled helicopter. Then the clouds parted beneath him, and Karl found himself plummeting towards a massive lake. The only lake that large in the Golden Dragon Nation was Lake Chiptonrith, and that should be hundreds of kilometers away. Karl was reasonably confident in his pathfinding abilities, but moreover, the direct route to the lithium mines took them away from the lake, not towards it. As he approached the lake's surface, Karl crossed his ankles and his arms, as he had learned to dive off the cliffs into the intake water pond for the mine as a kid. He hit the water at an incredible speed, but even after the eternal lightning barrier broke on impact, the flaming body kept him safe and uninjured. The water was wrong, very wrong. It was bathwater warm, and even 10 meters deep after his emergency entry, the water was still crystal clear, and he could clearly see the surface. So he removed his armor for mobility, but kept the barriers active for safety, and made his way to the surface. He was still a few hundred meters from the shore, but that wouldn't be too bad of a swim, especially in this nice warm water. But Karl was beginning to wonder where he was. How could it be possible that he had been knocked into an instant, as he wouldn't have been able to see the entrance through the thick cloud cover? Karl stepped out onto the shore, and he was absolutely certain that he was not in the Golden Dragon Nation anymore. None of the plants were familiar, and the sun was just about to set, despite the fact it had just been coming up when he was knocked from the helicopter. It's in the wrong spot in the sky as well. If we were close to home, the sun should be south of overhead, but it's not, Hawk added. All right, then the question is, what do we need to do to get out of the instance? There don't seem to be any enemies, and I haven't seen a message from the system, Karl sighed. Forget that. They stole my Dana and my Lotus, Ray reminded him. Karl laughed a little. I think that they stole us, and Dana was left behind with everyone else. Or did you see something I didn't? That was a great dilemma for Ray. Could someone have been brave enough to abduct her? It made sense, in a way. They were in a new place, and the girls weren't here with her. I think the others are all still together. The dragon killed the helicopter, but it didn't hurt the others who had my barriers. Even if they landed on the ground, they should be all right. And they had the rogue man Nile with them, Thor suggested. Does this mean we get to explore? Remy asked hopefully. I think that's our only choice. Karl agreed, forgetting to speak internally. I will go fly up and see if there is anything we missed on the way down, Hawk suggested. The others came out and spread out for a bit, getting used to this new place, which felt different from home. I found a village. It looks like humans. You can go northeast, Hawk advised before returning. That was a good sign. If there were humans, he might be able to find out what was going on, and perhaps even where he was, assuming that they weren't also lost. So, with Hawk scouting overhead, Karl began to make his way toward the village full of humans. Everyone, please return to your spots when we get close. I don't want anyone getting injured on a misunderstanding, Karl reminded the team. Thor returned right away, eager to watch the proceedings from his pond full of holy water, while Remy hung herself around Karl's shoulders for the next few minutes, reluctant to return to boredom, but also not enthusiastic about being attacked by random weirdos. Hopefully, random weirdos were the worst sort of people that he found. For all Karl knew, they could be some sort of humanoid monster trapped in this place, or coded to be aggressive but maintain their position like the dungeon monsters. He would have to be cautious, but if there was a chance that they were just a random village full of humans who might have answers for him, he would have to take it. The silent movement, skill let him creep up on the village easily enough, and Karl dropped into a shallow ditch just beyond the edge of the fields so that he could observe the villagers in peace for a few minutes while he tried to determine whether they were hostile or not. They looked peaceful enough, going about their daily chores, and there were children. There were never children in the dungeon, only combatants. That was good enough for him, so Karl made his way to the road to approach like any normal traveler would. Chapter 428, Long Walk. Karl walked down the road past the first few fields, nodding politely toward the farmers working in the fields. There was an old man sitting along the roadside with a table full of fruit, and he made a wide-armed welcoming gesture as he saw Karl approaching. Welcome, traveler. You look to be a long way from home. The old man called in a strange accent that Karl struggled to understand. I do believe I am. I was traveling from just outside Whiten, and encountered a strange cloud. When it cleared, I was here. Karl hoped that the man would know Whiten Temple, which had been there with the same name since time immemorial. Whiten, you say? Never heard of it. But a Darklight host outreach worker is a friend anywhere in the world. That sorted it. He was either inside a trial, or he had been tossed onto another continent. I don't suppose you could tell me where I've ended up? Karl asked, then tossed the man a silver coin from his bag, and took one of the peaches off the table. They were 2 for a copper, which seemed a bit steep, but when Karl bit into it, he realized that the peach had a rejuvenating property and wasn't just a plain fruit. He would have to ensure that Thor planted the seed and got it to grow in the space. It would be a real treat for Lotus if he could give her magical fruits for her breakfast dishes. You're in Maria, just outside the port city of Kaniji, on the west coast. If you follow this road another hour, you'll be there. I will warn you, anyone who hasn't made it past the first. Advancement shouldn't come anywhere near that cesspool. Kanigi is a fee port, and it can get a bit rowdy. If you turn around and go a couple of days down the road the other way, you'll get to Bunga, and it's a much better place to be. The only problem is that you'll have to deal with the wild beasts on the way there. If you've got a combat class, it should be all right. As I recall, all the outreach workers should have reached the first advancement before they're sent out alone, but then I suppose you weren't planning to travel alone, were you? The old man asked. Karl shook his head. No, I was leading a group, but they weren't sent here with me. I don't know if they ended up somewhere else or managed to avoid whatever sent me here." The old man made a protective gesture, wishing them well, and sighed. "If they were sent here, I hope they weren't sent too far inland. Here near the coasts, it's relatively safe for those at the first advancement. But if you get further in, you'll need to be at least past the second advancement. And there are spots near the borders where you'll need to be mythic awakened just to survive." Karl had gone through the first advancement trial, so he at least had an idea what the man meant, but mythic awakened. If he recalled right, it should be the totem rank after Overlord. Would mythic be the one after that? If that was the case, he really had to keep himself near the coast, because it meant that the second advancement should be somewhere around Overlord rank. "Is there an outpost or temple near here? Somewhere that might have maps and some clue about what happened to me?" Karl asked. "Aye, there is one in Bunga, a healing temple operated by the Darklight host. They should have maps of all of the outposts on the continent, and that should get you home," the old farmer offered. "Thanks for the advice. It looks like I will turn around and head back toward Bunga. I haven't any coppers but here for a few more fruits," Karl replied as he used one of the small bags on the table to pick up 6 of the peaches. The old man quickly pocketed the second silver coin with a glowing smile and then dug in the bag beside him, which Karl had taken to be his lunch. "Wear this on your left arm if you're suspecting trouble with humans. They won't normally mess with an outreach worker, but even if they're feeling frisky, they won't touch anyone wearing that." Karl chuckled and tucked the red bandana into his storage. "Enthusiastic negotiators are an occupational hazard, I'm afraid, but I've come across more than a few in my time. Thank you for the advice and the assistance." Karl put 5 of the peaches in his bag and passed the last one to Thor, along with the pit from the one that he ate. "Oh, those are good. I will work on growing the peach trees," Thor agreed once he had a taste. The actual benefits meant very little to him, as Thor had all sorts of refreshing and rejuvenating plants in his home, but beneficial plants that were juicy and sweet were much more difficult to obtain. Karl turned away from the village and began to make his way back to Bunga, following the old man's advice. He made it all the way to the edge of the last farm, and was headed into the treed area when he came across a woodcutter leaning against his mule. The animal was hooked to a large log and ready to go back to their sawmill, but the man kept it in place for a moment while he talked to Karl. "Did the old man tell you that the port isn't safe and to head to Bunga?" he asked. Karl nodded, waiting to see what the woodcutter would say. "Well, that's not a lie. But there are bandits all along the road to Bunga. It's a dangerous route, and they have no respect for anyone. Even the Darklight host Tabard isn't going to save you from them. I recommend that you don't follow the road, or you take a detour southeast through the woods, and take the path south from Homer, and then east to Bunga at the fork in the road by Capture." Karl nodded. "I take it that way is closer to the coast and generally considered safer, but longer." The woodcutter lit a pipe full of tobacco and smirked at Karl. "Half right. It's closer to the coast, but it's a wagon path that's overrun with monsters. Nobody would call it a safer route on a regular day, but for a solo traveler it's safer than dealing with bandits." "Do you have any details on the bandits? If it's reasonable, I should probably take care of that problem," Karl suggested, playing the part of the Darklight host outreach worker as well as he could. "There are about 30 of them in total, but they spread out down the road, depending on where they think they'll have the most luck. There are a number of villages between here and Bunga, but none of them more than about 20 people. Nothing that can stand up to them, so don't be surprised if you stop overnight, and they turn you in for a reward from the bandits." With his piece said, the woodcutter spurred his mule into motion and started heading back to the village. Chapter 429, Eastward Bound. Karl kept walking, so that anyone who might have been alerted of his presence wouldn't be tipped off that the woodcutter had talked to him and consulted the team. "What do you think? It appears that the others didn't get sent here, so we're on our own for a minute. Should we head through the woods for safety, or take our chances on the road, where we know we won't get lost? How tough could they be?" "There are 5 of us," Ray replied, not concerned. She had a good point. He wasn't alone, and that seemed to be the real concern of the woodcutter. Karl activated Flaming Body, then changed to his much more battered set of armor, with the green tunic, and began making his way down the road. "Wait, I have a better idea," Ray informed him, and Karl paused at the side of the road. She made him a rough woven duffel bag that looked like cheap canvas, then left her space to chop up a log and stuff it inside before rolling the bag in dirt. "There. Now you look like a hobo." Ray laughed. Karl laughed and slung the duffel across his back as he walked down the road at a steady pace, not quite jogging, but a comfortable, fast walk for a warrior-type elite. It was already getting dark, and he didn't want to be too close to the village when the sun went down. He still had plenty of energy and the ability to see in the dark, so there was no real reason for him to stop moving. The bandits would have a harder time attacking at night without him detecting them first, and they might not even be set up. If it was anything like home, then few people traveled at night if they could avoid it. Karl didn't know if this place had cars, as he didn't see any in the village, and the woodcutter was using a mule. But woodcutters used mules or horses at home as well. It was just more efficient than trying to move machinery through the woods. Ray got to work and made him a new coat with a hood and a low hem that almost dragged on the ground. It was the adaptive coloration silk and would make him nearly invisible in the dark as he jogged along the road, but when there was no manner in it, the coat would be 5 different shades of green, brown, and black patches. Karl activated the coat and put the duffel back over his shoulder. Every little bit would help as the night got darker and clouds rolled in. With no moon up and the stars obscured, it was incredibly dark out, and nothing was moving within earshot as Karl began to jog with silent movement activated. He brought up eternal lightning to keep his stamina up, and settled in for a long night of running through the woods until his normal day would have been up. He didn't know what pace the old farmer had intended when he said that Bunga was 2 days away, so it would be better to make up time today and then find a good camp during the daylight hours. Just after midnight, Karl saw the first signs of life along the road. There were 2 people high in trees on either side of the road, and a large group gathered around a campfire, looking like they were asleep. They might just be resting, but thermal vision showed them laying down. I will move to the left of the road, far enough that the humans shouldn't see me. If they do, then Ray will send her golems against the archers in the trees first. Try to take them out before they can send out a warning, Karl cautioned. They're hiding their power, that's a neat trick. I wonder if it's a spell. I can tell that they're powerful, but not how powerful, Ray pondered. Karl thought about it, and realized it wasn't actually a difficult trick. If he had no active spells, he could just focus his energy inward, and most of his power signature would be masked. That would make it harder to detect him if he was hiding in a tree, but it would also leave him open to attack. Are we not going to do anything? Hawk complained. Only if we have to. We have places to be, and I don't know how strong those thieves are with their power shielded. The villagers did warn us that there are much more powerful things in this country, Karl reminded him. Still, wouldn't the Red Dragon be happy if we eliminated bandits? Bandits make orphans, Hawk suggested. That was a bit of a stretch, but Karl could see how enthusiastic the beasts were. Fine, we test them. Ray, take out the scouts in the trees with golems. If they had misjudged the situation and the golems couldn't make a clean job of it, he would run before the others realized what was going on. The golems appeared in the trees, and the guards reacted instantly, lashing out with attacks that did serious damage to the barriers on the constructs, and then slashing 3 more times as they fell from the tree to the ground. But that was the end of them. The sharpened limbs of the golems had punched holes in their chests through the flimsy leather armor they were wearing, and they drowned in their own blood in a matter of seconds, even as large red pools were forming under them as their hearts struggled for a few more beats. The commotion had alerted the rest of the bandit team, and Karl called the others out, but kept Thor in reserve, as he would be too easy to spot along the road, and the trees were too close together for him to move between them without knocking them over. Karl hefted his maul and moved into the trees, watching the groggy bandits run for the road. 5 charges of chain lightning on his maul were prepared, and one of the bandits instantly turned to him, alerted by the ability use. Karl swung the oversized hammer, catching the man in the chest, and a barrier flared before shattering, along with an amulet around his neck. The lightning arced between the bandits, whose movements were slowed by the effect. Then 3 flaming totems appeared halfway up the trees around them, firing inwards right before rend-infused fireballs began to rain from the sky. The bandits had no idea how to deal with the attacks from every direction at once. They were practiced in attacks against merchants and other ground-based targets, but the art of ambush from above was what they specialized in, not what was normally used against them. The majority of the bandits were quickly annihilated, but one man was just laughing off everything that they were throwing at him until the golems hit him from behind and tore huge gashes in his flesh. That got his attention. I think he has a skill that prevents smaller damage. We need to hit him harder, Remy noted as she examined the battlefield. That sounded good to Ray. She knew just how to do that. So did Karl. When the bandit leader turned to deal with the golems, Karl charged 5 layers of bone crusher on his maul and buffed himself all the way up. When the bandit leader's blade landed on a golem, nearly tearing it in half, Karl's maul smashed into his back. The bandit leader went limp, and Karl backed away, suspecting a trap, and let the golems at him. They stabbed at the body for a few minutes before deciding that he was dead enough, and not just paralyzed from the chest down. Given the skills that many elites had, if he was just paralyzed, he might have healed. There are still heat signatures in the camp, but they're just wiggling. Do you think they're treats the bandits were saving? Ray asked. Possibly, but no eating them. We will go see what they left for us, Karl reminded her. How can I even call them treats if I can't eat them? Oh, never mind. They are treats of the toy variety. I can play with these ones. That had Karl concerned as he went to see what the spider had found. What he found were 10 children, bruised and dressed in filthy rags, tied up and immobile around the campfire so they didn't freeze to death at night. Elven children in specific, going by the long and pointy ears. They must have been taken from a caravan because there were no elves among the dead on the road. Everyone, I need a clean-up. Get rid of the bodies and remove any signs of a battle from the road. Actually, put the bodies in someone's space, in case there is a bounty on them. We might be able to trade them for good things. Now, he just needed to decide how to transport the kids. Chapter 430, Bag of Treats. As Ray made baskets to carry the children on Thor's back, Remy and Hawk looted the battlefield. It wasn't a dungeon, that was for certain, as the bodies didn't disappear, and they didn't just get the loot. But they did find the bracelet that the leader of the bandit group was wearing, and it looked like it was something excellent. Bracelet of Combat Fortune reduces damage taken by 150 points per second. That item is evil. You can't blizzard them, you can't poison them, you can't even just slowly bleed them out. Remy complained. Karl put the bracelet on and Remy giggled. Yes, now we are Team Evil. It's a shame that doesn't apply to all of us, though. We need to get more of those bracelets, she added. You've always been on Team Evil magic, Hawk muttered, thinking about her primary attack skill being Blizzard with a side of Thunderstorm. She had redeemed herself somewhat with the poison fire totems, but then learned Thunderstorm to offset all the respectability that she had gained the Hawk's eyes. His little sister was shameless. Once the harness on Thor was ready, Ray began to use her webbing to load the children into the pouches, before carefully cutting the restraints on their hands. The children were so terrified by the aura and presence of giant monsters that they didn't dare to move. They just sat silently in the pouches, not even removing their blindfolds and gags after their hands were freed. Hello, everyone. I do hope that you can understand me. My name is Karl, and I will be your tour guide tonight. There has been a slight change of plans, and now that I have killed the bandit group, I will be delivering you to the city of Bunga. There is a Dark Light Host outpost there, I am told, and they will know what to do with you all. Karl announced. Most of the elven children just seemed confused and terrified, but one boy carefully pulled his blindfold down, and then realized that he was staring directly at Ray and promptly fainted. A few seconds later, a girl pulled her blindfold down and turned to face Karl. She was cautiously scanning the area for her captors, but there were none left. The beasts had already finished the cleanup, and other than some scuffed dirt around the campfire that indicated either a caravan stopped for the evening or that there was a fight, there was nothing left to indicate that this had been the chosen ambush site for a bandit group. The elf girl slowly removed the cloth tied around her mouth and began to whisper. You rescued us? Karl nodded. We killed the bandits, and you were left behind, so we're going to take you with us to the city of Bunga. The little elf nodded reluctantly, and Karl began to worry that the town might not be a good one. Is there a spot that you would rather be taken to? He asked. The girl shook her head. We were headed to the village of Glatt to visit family, but that was months ago. I didn't realize we had traveled so far. Even if you went straight through the forest, it would be over 1,000 kilometers to bring us home. Bunga will have to be good enough, and then we can beg for money to get the Darklight host to send us closer to home. Karl smiled and patted her head. Don't worry about that. I will talk to them and see if I can get them to escort you all safely back. I'm guessing that the rest of your caravan didn't survive. That seemed a bit insensitive the moment that it left his mouth, but it was too late to take it back. The girl gave a tight smile that was anything but happy. When we passed through the village of Senao, in the Thearchy of Roblerville just a few days after our capture, all of the adults were sold off to a slaver caravan. They wouldn't pay as much for the children as the bandits wanted, so they were going to take us to Kanigi once their contact made it back into the port. They would likely send us to Okalia. The Khan has a fondness for elven servants. They pretend that there are no slaves there, but it's illegal to run away from a work contract before your debt is paid. That's what the bandit leader was saying. Elves live a long time, and the Khan demands 1/3 of your wages for life, up front as a tax debt. That was pure extortion to get around a slavery prohibition, Karl was certain of it, but they were likely afraid of some outside force cracking down on them for keeping slaves, so they found a technicality. Everyone, please remove your bindings so you don't become sick from the motion of the Serra. We will be moving quickly along the road to get to the city sometime, hopefully during the day. I don't intend on stopping, but we do have some food available. Is there anything you don't eat? Karl asked. Elves are vegan, the girl whispered. All right, that's easy enough. We have some foods that fit that requirement, like these hard-tack biscuits. They're labeled as vegan-friendly. Oh, and there are fresh vegetables here. That should get you through the night. Karl passed out the biscuits from one of the ration packs that he never actually used, and then sighed as he realized he had no clerics for food spells anymore. But Thor had planted various edible leafy greens, along with some magical tubers that vaguely tasted like potatoes. He could roast those later and they would grow back. He motioned to Thor as the kids began to remove their blindfolds and gags, then untie their feet while huddled in the pouches slung over Thor's back. Now, once we're moving, I need you all to keep as silent as possible. We will be moving fast, so we get to the city before it gets dark again, and hopefully, we don't run into any more bandits. With Ray darting through the trees and Hawk overhead, while Remy retreated to her space, as she was not as fast moving over long distances. Thor's plodding behind them could easily be mistaken for a wagon or other animal drawn. Transport, which seemed to be the normal method here, going by the narrow ruts in the dirt road. He didn't see any rubber tire marks, no sign of tread. Just compacted ruts where hard narrow. Wheels had passed. The mining carts used those same wheels, the ones that the mules pulled. It was cheaper than fuel for the trucks, so they were still in regular use at the mine back home. Thor returned to the road, and the kids resisted the urge to cry out in joy that they had been at least temporarily rescued, and that someone was bringing them to safety. Or hopefully bringing them to safety. For all they knew, he might be lying and bringing them to a different group of slavers. But Karl with his monsters seemed trustworthy enough. Thor seemed so happy to be bringing them down the road that the elves, who were deeply attuned to nature, couldn't see Karl as a bad person if he was Thor's friend. Chapter 431, Last Leg. Karl jogged down the road in front of Thor, who was nearly prancing with joy to have. Passengers. Especially passengers who were gratefully petting the rough scales around the carrier bags on his back. Karl noted that they seemed to be becoming more smooth with age, or perhaps he was keeping his barrier up over them, as the sandpaper texture of the scales was not harming the elves at all. He wasn't a dragon, but his scales were similar to dragon scales, and the elves had a ritual for polishing nature dragon scales in their home villages. The green dragons apparently liked to visit the elves when they were young, as the elves lived long enough for the dragons to get to know them. So the elves viewed them as an extension of the nature goddess, which in a way they were. All dragons who came from the lineage of a chromatic dragon god could hear instructions from their species' patron. There are more bandits. They have a wagon surrounded. Ray informed Karl just as the sun was coming up. Remy, stay here with Thor. Hawk, keep an eye on the kids while I go with Ray and eliminate the bandits. If we can save a few people from the wagon team, we can have them smooth our entrance to the city, Karl instructed. Remy exited her space to appear on Thor's back in a coil, where she could see everything going on around them. I will do my best to stay out of sight. You pretend the golems are yours, Ray insisted as she raced off into the distance with Karl chasing behind her. The wagon, as Hawk called it, was actually a carriage with a very fancy sigil on the visible side, made of what appeared to be genuine solid gold. There were a dozen guards around the carriage, all of whom seemed to be in the high, ascended power range, while the 5 bandits that were toying with them were all on the strong side of commander rank. Karl noticed that the bandits all had the same red bandana that the fruit merchant had given him tied to their left arms, making them easily identifiable, even if they weren't facing a force in uniforms. But they were also well trained as a group, and they fought well together, despite not having a single mage in their group. In fact, there were no mages in either group that was fighting. It was all warriors and rogues. Karl whistled to catch the attention of the carriage guards, who looked immensely relieved to see Karl, despite him still being in his shabby armor disguise. It didn't seem wise to change back and look like a Darklight host member when he was close to one of their bastions without any idea how their organization functioned. One of the bandits broke off to deal with Karl, and Ray called the golems in between them. The man screamed in terror as they appeared, and then the screams cut off with a rasping gurgle as the golems pinned him to the ground and began to shred his body. Everyone was so horrified that they completely stopped fighting for a whole 10 seconds, just staring at the massacre as the wounded man begged for death. Then the blood-soaked golems turned to face the battle, and the bandits' morale broke. They didn't even say anything, they just ran. Ray recalled the golems and started the hunt. It wasn't her style, but Hawk enjoyed it, so there had to be something to it. Like this. Watch. Hawk informed her as he swooped down, his 5-meter wingspan barely avoiding the trees as he grabbed a warrior in his claws and pulled him into the air. The man shrieked in pain, but Hawk's claws had pierced his shoulder joints, and he couldn't raise his arms to attack his captor. Then Hawk doubled back and dove, hurling the body at another of the bandits' comrades. The two collided, tumbling to the ground in a tangled heap as Ray sent her golems against the furthest 2, who were now well out of sight of the battle. Hawk hit the downed bandits with a rending fireball, as he called his new signature bomb, and the bodies turned to a puddle of goo. Karl whistled, calling Hawk over to land on his arm. Let Ray clean up the rest and gather the loot. These guys will never see through her disguise, he instructed. Hawk landed on Karl's outstretched arm, then moved to his shoulder as Karl approached the carriage guards. Gentlemen, is everyone all right? I can ask a healing companion to join us if someone needs urgent assistance, he announced as the guards stared at him. There were a few guards still on the ground, but the others were more guarded against Karl than concerned about their co-workers. We will be all right, sir. Thank you for your assistance. We have a cleric-class acolyte of the Darklight host with us, the leader of the guard team announced. Oh, that makes my life easier. You see, I gathered a number of Ilvan children from another bandit camp closer to Kaniji last night. They are coming this way with one of my bestial companions, and I was hoping that the Darklight host might be able to arrange for them to be brought home, as they were kidnapped to be sold to slavers, Karl explained. You managed to steal from the bandits? The guard captain asked in shock. I suppose that is accurate, but I killed everyone in their camp first, so it's not really stealing, I would call it looting. The guard looked terrified of Karl, but when the acolyte cleric, as they had called her, stepped out, Karl saw that she was just a young teen girl, likely younger than Karl was, and soft, as if she had never seen combat. On the front line, Karl knew that he had a slightly gaunt face and a 1,000-meter stare that made him look as predatory as his partners. I got the good stuff. No overpowered bracelet this time. I will give the loot to Thor, he's almost there. Ray informed Karl as she finished her work and cleaned up the bodies. Nobody was saying anything, and the cleric acolyte was casting her spells on the injured, who were beginning to get back on their feet, despite her magic only being that of an awakened rank cleric. As they approached, Remy returned to her space, so she didn't terrify anyone. The elven children looked confused that the snake had suddenly disappeared, but when they saw Karl, they relaxed. Ray returned a few seconds later, after dropping the loot off with Thor, using an empty pouch on his harness. The Cerro stopped next to Karl, who gathered the loot into his storage, and gave him a head ridge rub, as Thor made happy rumbling noises that had the kids giggling. Hawk returned to his space, leaving only Karl and Thor outside, but the guards weren't relaxing. Where are the children? The guard leader asked. In the pouches. It's the best way to carry children on a fast journey. They're all mostly unharmed, as Thor here is a lightning Cerro, and his barrier has a regenerative effect that will have helped them heal from their injuries. They still looked rough, but the bruises had faded, and the few broken bones they had suffered were all repaired. You wanted to take them to the Darklight host? The young cleric asked. Yes, I was told that they were the right place to bring kidnapping victims. Karl shrugged. You would side with the Darklight host against the Demon Guild Alliance? The cleric asked. Miss, I don't see any symbols of allegiance on him. It could be a trick. The carriage guard leader whispered. We should get going. Those bandits will regroup with their friends and be back soon, she whispered back. But Karl's hearing was far too sensitive to miss that conversation. They won't be regrouping with anyone. I killed them all. The golems hunted them down in the woods, Karl informed the pair. What sort of monster are you? You don't even let surrendered enemies flee, the guard asked. Sure I do, if they're in custody. If they're fleeing, they didn't really surrender, they're just retreating. Don't count that one on the ground in front of me, that was an object. Lesson. I really do sound like the bad guy here, don't I? I swear, I'm actually a rather kind fellow. The kids on Thor's back all laughed as Karl stumbled over his words, while the guards stared at him suspiciously. I'll tell you what, why don't I lead the way into town, so I'm not at your backs, and then when we get there, you can help me get these kids to someone who can help and won't sell them to slavers? Karl offered. The guard leader nodded. That works for me, but first I need to know what your class is. I can't see your information on the status screen. You can see information about others on the status screen. That was news to Karl, Chapter Bunga City. I am a beastmaster, Karl explained. Then those beasts are summoned? Karl shook his head. No, they are real beasts, bonded to me as allies. Thor is as alive as anyone else, and he's been with me since he was an egg. That seemed like a good enough answer for the guard, and he motioned for Karl to move in front of the carriage, which had taken some damage but looked mobile. What pace are you keeping? I've been jogging along with Thor, Karl asked, looking back at them. We will match with you as well as we can. I don't want to be out here any longer than necessary. Karl began to jog, then grabbed a few tubers from Thor's space to roast with, flaming body in his hand, and then passed them to the children. The skill was able to pass heat through the whole object, cooking them in a matter of seconds. Be careful, they're hot, he warned as he passed the tubers to the elves. They smiled and bounced them between their hands to cool them, then carefully bit into them. Oh, these are good, mister, the last of the girls to get her lunch declared. I'm glad you like them. I wasn't sure what elves like to eat. The little girl smirked at Karl. You're losing the carriage, though. Horses aren't as fast as a sero, especially when they're hooked to a carriage. Karl slowed down as he realized that the horses were already panting, and looked back with an apologetic gesture. Sorry, I forgot that your horses were just horses and not monsters. He took up a loping trot, which was a more comfortable pace for the carriage, while the guards on their horses glared at him. Do you think he's feral? One of the classes that is born in the woods and never sees. Civilization. His armor has been patched more than once, and it's damaged again. It looks like he was in a fight with something nasty, possibly even second advancement, but he's not at all concerned about the dangers of the road. One of the guards was telling the occupants of the carriage, I think his class made him feral. Did you see how he looked at that poor man being torn apart? He has forgotten what it is to be human or feel empathy. He's as much a monster as his partners are. A new musical voice replied, Do you think that's true? Am I becoming a monster? Karl asked. Nah, they're just scared and weak-willed, Hawk assured him. Maybe they don't enjoy playing with their food, Ray suggested. I think that Sister Ray is right. They seem to have some rule against just killing things that are dangerous. They must like to torture and humiliate each other instead. Humans here are weird, Remy agreed. Thor snorted in amusement and subtly shook his head. They're a herd prey species, not like elites. They only fight enough to defend themselves and then let the predators leave with their spoils so they don't lose any more than they have to. That made sense. They approached the city walls, and Karl saw that most of the visitors in line were nobles with guards, fancy carriages, and visible wealth. So he changed into his only and best suit. The concealed armor underneath gave him a bit of extra bulk, but nothing too excessive, and he had his weapons put away. That should keep the city guards happy, he hoped. He was still relatively clean-shaven from yesterday, and with a quick brush of his hair and a bit of luck, he should look respectable enough. Karl walked up to the line, and had just gotten settled into his spot when a group of guards with spears came running up. No monsters, the captain shouted. Fine, calm your tits. I will send him away. Kids, you'll have to walk from here. Thor needs to rest. Thor returned to his space, and the little elves tumbled to the ground, giggling as they dusted themselves off and got to their feet. Where did you hire those servants? The guard demanded, poking his spear at Karl. I rescued them from bandits. I was bringing them here to make arrangements for them to get home safely. I don't see a system status for you, the guard accused. Status, Karl thought. Suddenly there was information everywhere. Most of the people had names over their head, and they were in a bunch of colors, but predominantly in a boring brown that Karl assumed marked them as a warrior type. The city guard looked startled, then suspicious. How did you hide your status, stealth skill? Handy when you're in the wilderness and avoiding bandits. Karl shrugged. You need to come with us. Bring the little ones as well. We want to talk to them. The guard insisted. As they passed by, one of the noblemen reached down toward one of the elf girls, but when Karl turned to watch him, he recoiled in terror. From behind them, Karl heard the carriage guards laughing quietly as the elves moved to put Karl between them and the people in line. He was the scariest person in line, but he was their scary person. They were led into a large office evidently intended to interrogate an entire guard team for a carriage at once, and the children pressed against the back wall, putting Karl between them and the guards who were waiting for them. All right, traveler, we have some questions for you. The system says your name is Karl, but we can't see any more information about you. That shade of red doesn't match any class we're familiar with either. The guard captain insisted. Is that a particular problem? I haven't memorized every color either, and it doesn't cause me any trouble. Karl replied easily. The guard did not think he was funny. When I focus on you, I should see your general power level and class. But I don't. That is a safety risk. The guard insisted. In that case, I just reached the first advancement, and I am a beastmaster. If you ask the gentlemen guarding the carriage behind me, they will confirm that. They were in a scuffle with bandits when I happened upon them. Karl replied. So they can verify your power level is at or above first advancement. Karl nodded. I would say that they can confirm the basic details. They're not as strong as I am, but they should be able to tell that much. That seemed to put the guards more on edge instead of comforting them. And the bandits that they fought, where are the bodies? Karl shrugged. I brought them with me, stored away in case there was a bounty on them. They were all somewhere around the first advancement point, and robbing carriages, so there might be a bounty. You say that as if you single-handedly took out more than one. The guard replied. The elf girl laughed. 6, he took out 6. He even hunted them down through the woods so. They couldn't get reinforcements. He's awesome. Put them in the back room, and I will check them against the bounty posts. Karl summoned them out of Ray's space into the next room, and immediately heard a man dry heaving. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Some of them are in bad shape, but all the heads are intact. Chapter 433, Bloodblade Gang returned. The guard in the next room collected himself, and quickly verified the identity of the corpses. Sir? It's the Bloodblade gang. 6 of their senior members. Their identities are confirmed. The voice from the other room announced. He has more of them too, from when he rescued us, the little girl declared. Karl patted her on the head, so she felt that she was appreciated for being helpful. If he had to explain that he had hunted more of them, he would just terrify the guards even more. Send them all in. I'm ready. The man in the other room announced. Karl sent the bodies over, and the man began to swear. What in the dragon did you use as a weapon? A bloody railroad tie. These wounds look like you drove a club through their chest. He complained. Oh, those would be the puncture wounds from my golems. They're patterned after a bloodbath spider. Thick, sharp legs, very effective in close combat. I am going to pretend that I know what a bloodbath spider is, but this will need my supervisor, the guard captain insisted. Karl shrugged and the kids began to tug at the back of his pants leg. Do you have more tubers? They whispered. The guards looked suspicious. Have you not fed the children? I fed them what I could. I wasn't exactly packed for 10 people, but the tubers are a magical resource and they're pretty tasty. Karl took out another hand and heated them with flaming body. A red light began to flash, and an alarm sounded, which had all the guards drawing their weapons. Whoa, calm down, what's everyone freaking out about? Karl asked. You used an attack skill in the city, the guard captain shouted, to heat potatoes. Karl reminded him as the kids grabbed the hot tubers from his hands. Have you never been in a city before? The guard screamed, obviously not happy with the situation, as he tapped buttons to get the alarm to end. The elves were all giggling as they ate, reassured by Karl's lack of concern about rules and consequences. Of course, they had no idea that he simply didn't know the rules, so he couldn't worry about breaking them. The alarms were shut off, and more guards came running into the room, where Karl was casually leaning against the wall as the kids ate. What happened? Are there casualties? The most powerful of the new entrants demanded. Karl would put him somewhere in the royal rank, possibly into the monarch rank. This, fine, was unaware of the restriction on combat skills in the city and used a fire attack to heat food for the rescued elven children. It appears that he has nearly eliminated the blood blade gang in the last 12 hours. The bodies are in the back room, but don't enter if you've recently eaten. The supervisor scoffed, and the elves laughed as he walked into the back room, cursed, gagged, and came back out, closing the door behind him. He tried to warn you. One of the boys crowed as the supervisor came back. Out. And who are the rugrats? The supervisor demanded. Recovered from the bandits. They were going to sell them to a slaver, apparently. The captain explained with a hint of genuine sadness in his expression. Well, I suppose that we could ask either the Guild Alliance or the Darklight host to arrange to send them with a caravan. The captain's boss reluctantly agreed. Do you have an allegiance? The captain asked. Karl changed to his bestial raiment, skill armor to see what it created. The armor came out all black with a gold-trimmed Darklight host tabard over the top. That seemed like an obvious enough answer. It had even blinged up his tabard for the day. The captain blinked slowly as he stared at Karl's armor until he changed back. You are a Darklight host war champion? Fuck, he muttered to himself. Supervisor stepped in front of Karl. Are you here to trigger a guild war? If you are, then tell me right now and we will take care of the kids so they're not caught in the middle of the battle. But you should know that you're here to make the announcement. We can't let you leave this office without an escort. Karl shook his head. I wasn't intended to be here at all. I was relocated through an anomaly and dumped along the road to Kaniji. Everything that happened after was simply because I was making my way here to find out what happened. There was a scuffle outside the doors, and Karl leaned over to see what was going on. There was a large group picking a fight with the guards around the carriage for the acolyte cleric. Are you going to deal with that, or should I? Karl asked. If they were going to make everyone pick factions to come into the city, it was probably better not to be viewed as immediately betraying his side. Before they could do anything, a loud horn and echoed by horns all through the city. Too late. The guild war has begun. We will keep the kids safe, but the guards will be locked inside the dorms until the battles end. Seriously, you don't even protect the civilians? Karl asked. And take sides. Thanks, but no thanks. The supervisor replied. The elves waved to Karl. Don't worry about us, Monster Man. We will be right here when they stop fighting. Maybe this sort of thing wasn't as uncommon as he had thought. Karl stepped out into the street and everyone froze. The people who had been in line were now fleeing out of the city along with hundreds of others, but they were all leaving through the smaller doors or down ladders over the walls. If this happened enough that they had an evacuation plan for the city, it must be a rough life that they lived here. Declare your allegiance or be attacked. A man in a bright blue tabard yelled. The guards around the carriage looked hopeful that Karl might choose them as he had, intended to take the elves to their people. Karl smiled as he changed his armor and called out the beasts, with Remy coiled up on Thor's back so she could see to fight. The man in the blue tabard went pale as he saw Karl's armor. "Get him!" he shouted at his companions. "Good news, Ray." Ray laughed in his mind and tore the man, who was still at the ascended rank, apart. Karl noticed a notification in the corner of his status overlay. Demon Guild Alliance has declared war on the Darklight Host Alliance. Once he focused on that, Karl noticed that he could see red crossed swords over the heads of a large portion of the town. He was becoming more convinced that this was one of the strangest anomaly instances that he had heard of, but at least he knew what he was supposed to be doing now. They had literal targets on their heads, and he just had to eliminate them while keeping his team safe. Once that was done, he should be able to return. Hopefully, nothing bad had happened to the lithium mines. These people are real, not dungeon constructs. A gentle voice whispered in his mind. It wasn't any of his pets, but Karl couldn't see who it might have been. But if that was the case, then his next order, which would have been to have Hawk bombard the city from high altitude, would have to be reconsidered. Chapter 4 and 34, The Guild Wall. The blue tabard-wearing Demon Guild Alliance members quickly rallied as Karl brought up all his buffs. This time there was no alarm, possibly because there was already a guild war going on, but the members of the blue faction were looking terrified to see Karl standing there. "How about you run away and go fetch a champion?" Karl suggested. A young woman dressed in black leather armor that Karl associated with a rogue nodded numbly, then threw a smoke bomb on the ground and fled with a movement skill. Most likely shadow step. "Sir, you're with us. Why didn't you identify yourself on the road? We would have greeted you with full honors." "He would have greeted you with full honors," Yokolite whispered. "I'm not from here. I'm not even certain where this is, so I had no intentions of getting in the middle of anything until the war notification came up." They waited at the gates, with Ray on the wall above the gates, crafting a comfortable web to wait in, while Hawk scouted the city overhead. One of the guards from the carriage looked at Karl with concern. "Are you really going to wait right here for their champion to arrive with his bodyguards? We should be headed for the safe house." Karl waved. "Go, get to the safe house and I will wait for their champion. It's not like any of you are ready to get in the middle of what comes next." The guard nodded, and they abandoned the carriage to run off through the city, headed for whatever safe house they had prepared. A few minutes later, a warrior in black plate armor and a demonic mask jogged into Karl's sight. He stopped 5 meters away and glared down at Karl. He was a solid 250 centimeters tall, and built a lot like Professor Tank, huge in every direction. He was also definitely a monarch rank warrior. "Does this place have a warrior fetish? Did you not think that maybe a mage or two might be useful?" Karl asked. A few of the bodyguards with him laughed, but the champion simply continued to glare at Karl. "The Darklight host thinks that some little kid with his pet lizard can take the city from me," he eventually demanded. "I will have you know that he's the goodest of good boys. And I didn't come here to take the city from you. Your boys declared war while I was bringing refugees to the guard station. But now that it has started, we might as well get things settled. It would have been a shame if I had to flatten the city to find you." "I can still do it," Hawk reminded him. The buildings weren't reinforced. A single barrage of fireballs would level half the city. The huge man suddenly launched himself at Karl, who drew his two-handed sword to parry and activated all his buffs. Then he cast Chain Lightning to slow the Monarch rank warrior's reactions. The lightning hit an instant before the two blades clashed in a flurry of sparks as Flaming Body met a Flaming Blade ability. The two men were at a stalemate, and the majority of the bodyguards began to circle around Karl looking for an opening, while 4 of them went to block Thor and Remy from joining the battle. But they quickly learned that Thor's bags were the perfect platform for totems, and that a lightning Sero was not easy to deal with when he was backed against a wall. Especially a wall that fronted a room full of children he wanted to protect. Karl broke away from the stalemate of locked blades and darted backwards before lashing out with Bone Crusher. The warrior on his right took the strike on his shield, stopping the blade with ease, but shatter and sharpness, and the shield split clean in half. "Throw the rock to the ground, spitting blood and cradling a pulverized arm." "Oh, you're a dirty little weasel, aren't you, Darklight scum?" the champion snarled. "You have no idea," Karl replied as he stepped away from the guard station and put his back to the city, moving further into the gates. "Hawk, find where the Blue Tabard team is fighting the Darklight host and bombard any. Reinforcements they try to send this way. Just distract their stronger fighters. Don't hurt the city." Karl fell into a defensive stance, and the warriors moved forward again. That was when Ray summoned her golems behind the champion, letting them lash out at his back. He responded almost faster than Karl could track, parrying the first 4 leg strikes as Karl switched to his maul and stacked Chain Lightning 5 times. But he didn't go for the back of the champion as everyone expected him to. Instead, he went for a rogue-type fighter, crushing his chest, which let Chain Lightning spread through the whole group, and brought half the warriors to their knees as Karl moved to attack again. The champion intercepted him, forcing Karl into a stalemate for a second time, before the monarch's superior speed let him break free and land a hit on Karl's barriers. But that meant he wasn't stopping the golems who were tearing apart his stunned and electrocuted bodyguards. "You bastard, fight me properly?" Karl laughed. "Now you want a proper duel, but you brought bodyguards. You didn't think this one through." Karl stepped back and switched to his blade, which was better for parrying attacks. The monarch-rank warrior was close in physical strength to him, even with his buffs, but the enemy champion was faster than Karl was, so there was bound to be a lot of traded damage. Fortunately, the warrior classes didn't have much for barriers, just guard. But this warrior wasn't even using that. 3 fast attacks were parried, and the return strike caused Flaming Body to waver for a moment before Karl stabilized it. The champion was beginning to get frustrated, and Karl realized what was happening. Karl had taken a new bracelet from the bandit leader, and it reduced damage by a set amount. None of the smaller skills that the champion was using were registering to Karl because they were all being negated. Because the smaller damage was being negated and not stacking, Karl's barriers had time to recover between attacks. The Demon Guild Alliance champion must have had a skill like Shatter that did damage which caused lingering damage to barriers and enemies on hit. But it wasn't enough to overcome the damage reduction. The big fight is almost over now. They're too close together to attack. Hawk informed Karl as he tried to find an opening to attack with something other than chain lightning, which was doing very little to his opponent. "I get it. He's not using guard, because he has a better version. It's on all the time," Ray declared. Her study of the opponent with offensive adaptation had paid off, and she now understood why he wasn't trying to use guard against Karl's attacks. His version was always active. That was why chain lightning wasn't doing much. It wasn't a physical attack, so it didn't apply, meaning that there was no secondary damage passing through to the target. Shatter. Karl's attacks weren't strong enough to break through a monarch rank, guard, ability with a single spell. Karl added chain lightning to his blade, intending to add damage to Flaming Body. The champion laughed, and his eyes turned a bit crazy. "So, you've realized it. But if you can't hit me with that armor bypass, there is no way you can hurt me. It's only a matter of time before you are exhausted and ground to dust." He laughed. "There is only one problem with that logic. You're all out of bodyguards, and I still have golems. Do you think that you can deal with all 3 of us at once?" Karl asked. From Karl's left, power surged, and Thor's scales began to turn gold. His body began to grow, not much, but enough to be noticeable. However, it was the greenish gold that his scales turned, while his horns changed to deep bronze, that made it obvious that he had advanced. At this point, he barely looked like a lightning Cero anymore, other than his general shape. The deep green luster that they were famous for was gone, streaked through with thick veins of gold. The bone-white horns that crackled with blue lightning were now a rich bronze, and the lightning was as golden as the streaks on his scales. He looked glorious and regal, but very little like a common lightning Cero. The building behind him was coated in eternal lightning, as the Cero had been protecting it from the area attacks that had been hurled at him. Ever loyal, Thor had not allowed the building to be damaged while the elves were still inside, and it had triggered him to break through the royal rank bottleneck. With the advancement, both Eternal Lightning and Circle of Protection advanced to royal rank, and Karl felt a new space begin to form in his mind as the existing ones reached their limits. Remy was still at commander rank, and that was the limiting factor for the spaces right now, so a new one was formed to accept the overflow of energy from Thor's breakthrough. The champion got a sly look on his face and made for the Cero, aiming a blow for the back of Thor's neck. The loss of what was obviously Karl's support pet should cripple his combat ability and leave him vulnerable. But he wasn't the only one that had realized that, and as he leapt forward, a wall of stone spikes formed in front of him, bringing him to a crashing stop before a streak of blue struck out and hit him in the face, then retreated. His scream of agony echoed through the city as blood poured down the demonic visor of his helmet. Remy had bitten his eyeball, blinding him on one side, and he had never even realized that she was on Thor's back. The warrior ripped off his helmet and poured a vial on his face, then downed a potion as pain wrecked his body. "Have you had enough?" Karl asked. The strange voice had warned Karl that these were real people, and while he had killed the bodyguards, and had most likely let Hawk slaughter a small group of them to prevent reinforcements, he didn't want to have to kill every member of their alliance to end the battle. "I forfeit. The Demon Guild Alliance forfeits the war." He moaned as he clawed at the side of his face, where black streaks were spreading from his eye. Whatever potion he had used had been ineffective on Remy's poison. "Remy, heal his face, would you? Or at least neutralize the poison." Chapter 435, Host City. The spirit snake fired a healing splash at the man. It looked exactly like she had spit on his face, but the black streaks began to recede, and the blood-red eye stopped leaking as it slowly returned to normal. By trial of champions, the Darklight Host Alliance has won the Guild War. Final damage: Demon Guild Alliance 31 dead. Darklight Host Alliance 11 dead. The champion rolled to his knees and used his blade to help him to his feet as the pain of the lingering poison racked his body, along with the lingering effects of shatter, which had applied with the bite to the face. Everyone to the space. Let's not give them a chance to get revenge on you, Karl insisted. No wonder you're a champion. That class of yours is absolutely broken. It's like fighting an entire raid team at once. He commended as the majority of Karl's beasts vanished back to their spaces to plan an advancement party for Thor. Remy was pretty sure that they could get the elves to polish his scales, and there weren't many better rewards for Thor than that. Karl wasn't sure what to do now, but Hawk was relaying the scene to them. There are clerics pouring out of the buildings now, gathering bodies. I think they'll revive them, Hawk informed them. Then he paused, and Karl sensed his confusion. They hadn't been dead long, so it should be possible to revive them, but they were starting the resurrection ritual. That would put them all in new bodies, which didn't seem like what you wanted for powerful people like these. 31-11, what a slaughter. Now I'll have to see what is left of the Alliance as we pack. The champion sighed before tilting his head back and pouring another potion over his face. The snake bite to the eyeball was unexpected, but damn does this hurt. Even after healing, the pain still isn't fading, he complained. I don't have anything for strong healing, so you'll likely need a cleric. Should we go inside and check on them? Karl suggested, just in case someone was planning to cause trouble. You might as well, but I'll be leaving. It's not like I can shamelessly show my face in the city again while my alliance is packing up to leave their homes. If any of them ask, I'm on my way to Horinga, and I will wait for them at the Alliance house there. Karl nodded, and the warrior walked away as the door to the armory opened, and the guard supervisor stuck his head outside. We're all right. It's over, he asked hesitantly. Yeah, it's over. Decision by duel in favor of the Darklight Host, Karl explained. The elves came pouring out and began to swarm Thor, cooing and praising his much more golden scales. Ray made them a bunch of polishing cloths, and the elves giggled as they got to work, scrubbing him down and climbing all over the happy Sero. The rags didn't seem to be getting damaged, and the kids were sliding down Thor, which made Karl think that his scales were becoming smooth again. Are you sure you only knew them for one night? The guard captain asked as he left the building to resume his station. Yep, but he did keep them safe twice now, both in battle against bandits and by protecting the guard building during the fight. Elves are quite in tune with animals, it seems. The captain nodded. They're an odd bunch, but the elves are good people. They seem to have really taken to your Sero, though. I don't think that I've seen a group of kids that happy in a long time. Now tell me, how are the casualties? 31-11 in our favor. They're working on the resurrection ritual now, Karl replied, hoping to get some sort of response that would help him make sense of it. Well, assuming that the guild house is still standing, they should appear there in whatever new form they got. Guild wars are such a waste. The number of skilled craftsmen who are forced to move after a guild is forced out of the city really messes with the economy, and the winners never bring in anyone to replace them. But that's not really your concern, I suppose. You were just passing through when they started the fight and ran into a brick wall of a war champion. I might not have been able to see the fight, but it was pretty obvious that you won it on pure skill and not raw power. Karl nodded. That is true. The number of skills that I have available to me is somewhat more than the average warrior, plus I have stronger defensive skills, though that constant guard skill he used was a tricky one. Bulwark is what it's called. A constantly refreshing guard skill that coats his armor and shield. It made him nearly impenetrable to previous challenges. What did you use to get him to surrender? Karl shrugged. He might have been mostly immune to damage, but his skill didn't prevent poison or properly protect his face. He forfeited from the pain of being poisoned. A small group of teenagers approached the gates, and Karl nodded politely while they glared at him. Your champion was headed to the guild house at Horinga, he informed them. He's alive? The young woman leading the group asked, clearly shocked. Karl nodded. Yes. I forced him to submit to end the duel, so there was no need to kill him. The resurrected members should appear at the guild house here as well if you want to leave as a group. They looked confused. You haven't claimed the guild house yet? Karl looked at the messages in the corner of his vision, wondering if he was supposed to do something. Challenge successful. Reward granted. Claim city for Darklight Host Alliance. YN 11 members resurrected at guild house. City will automatically transfer ownership in 24 hours. Karl shook his head. There are 24 hours to finish the process, so I let them resurrect. They can gather their belongings and leave in peace. I will have the guard force inform the Darklight host forces to let them go without trouble. The guard supervisor focused on something for a moment, his eyes going vacant as he paid more attention to what Karl assumed was his status screen. Done. They were letting them leave anyhow. The small group waited at the gate, trying not to laugh at the happy noises Thor was making as an army of tiny elves polished his scales with scented oils that the guards had provided for them. They clearly wanted to know what was going on, but Karl couldn't be bothered to inform them, and the guards were too busy heading to the outlying areas to inform the civilians who had fled the city that the guild war had been won by Champion Challenge, and that the city was intact. That seemed to be the shocking part to everyone. The guild war had ended with almost no property damage. Even if there was a challenge, at this level, it was normal that at least a few city blocks would be leveled by missed attacks. Karl could see that. If Thor had used an earthquake or Ray had been firing boulders at the enemy, they would have destroyed everything in the surrounding area with dodged or deflected attacks.